Yes. So, on behalf of WRC of ICI, I welcome you all to this very wonderful initiative that is of Arambh, right? And before we move to it, I'll request the team to let's first have ICI motto song.
य एषः सुप्तेषु जाग्रति य एषः सुप्तेषु जाग्रति कामं 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 कामपुरुषो पुरुषो निर्विमाणः निर्विमाणः तदेव शुक्रदब्रह्मा तदब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शतः सर्वे तदूनात्यपि कश्चन एतद्वैता 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 एतद्वैता.
Thank you, team. So, on behalf of WIRC, we all welcome CA Ketan Sayya sir, the chairman of WIRC of ICAI, who wanted to have something for the newly qualified chartered accountants, and you can say not just the newly qualified chartered accountants, but chartered accountants who are still under the dilemma that what to do. And yes, I can say that today being a working day, right? Few branches have made an session there at their, you can say, branch, so all can see. And we are going to record this to make convert into small video reels and then to percolate to all the members, fraternity at large, so that this can benefit the members at large to go in the right direction. So before a further ado, I would welcome CA Ketan Sayya sir and would request him to share his words of wisdom and a piece of advices for the new members who are looking after this.
Thank you so much, CA Dr. Felil Shah, Treasurer, Western India Regional Council, past chairman of Ahmedabad branch, and chairman of our GMCS committee. I think GMCS committee does throughout the year a wonderful, activities of conducting various batches of management for the final CA. However, this time I requested Fenil Bhai that let's design some unique program for the newly qualified CAs, and I think that's here. I think a wonderful concept. See, every time we think that whenever whoever is clearing CA exam, he thinks that to go in which area, whether to go in industry, whether to go in practice, if in practice, whether in compliance, consulting, and so on and so forth. And we thought, why not to have the online whole day session, which can be recorded and which can be placed tomorrow into the WIRC's library, the soft library, and so every members in future who can listen to this all small sessions and can decide his or her own path of future. Friends, sky is the limit, whether you are in practice, whether you are in industry, and everybody in India and out of India has got ample of opportunities if they are chartered accountant. I am told that in campus, the chartered accountant who are passed have refused some positions. Otherwise, whoever has applied in the campus have got some or other offer from some or other companies. I think these type of program of orientation, which first ever is happening in WIRC, will be one of its kind, and that entire credit goes to none other than CA Dr. Fenil Shah for working very, very hard in conceptualizing, in requesting all the speakers. And let me place on record a sincere thanks on behalf of Western India Regional Council of ICAI to all respected speakers who have spared their valuable time, and they have, going to address, going to guide all of us. Basically, this session today, when it starts at now around at 2 p.m., will go on till evening, almost till 8 p.m. And each subject speaker will talk about the details of their own areas, their own topic, and you all can question them. can discuss and unmute yourself, or you can put it in chat box as it is guided by the speakers as well as the coordinator. Dear friends, Western India Regional Council has been doing various activities. I look forward all of you to getting engaged with WIRC, a program called My Role at WIRC. If you want to be a coordinator, you want to be a writer, speaker, please write to WIRC. WIRC will invite you on the interested subject in which you are interested, and we will have you here at WIRC as speaker, writer, or coordinator. Once again, welcoming all of you to fantastic session ahead. Thank you. Thank you so much, Fail Bhai, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. So I also welcome the speakers who have joined for the first session, CA Amish Khandarji, CA Malay sir, right, CA Devarsh Bhai, CA Rajendra Shah, and also the coordinator for one of the sessions, CA Yash. So it's a wonderful start to this particular thing. And I think so this is, and we have planned in such a way that this videos which we are going to record right now, we will try to show that them in the convocation and the felicitations which are happening so that this can benefit to the members at large. So friends, main the purpose behind having this particular concept was like, because when we go to, let us say if we take the city like Mumbai, right, or Ahmedabad or Pune or Bangalore, yes, there are a lot many programs which are happening where the newly qualified members get a right mentoring on how to charter towards their chartered accountancy profession. But what about the city or a small place like maybe Gondia or maybe a small branch like Jalgaon or Gandhinagar, right? There, they are not in a position to have this kind of uh, talks. So that was one of the reason we thought that let us have on a working day, then also it's not an issue, but let us have on a virtual mode so that this can be recorded, this can be then later on curated and edited, and we can send to the members at large so that concept of RM be the place of RM by which the newly qualified chartered accountants can venture ahead. So I can say that we are going to have three sessions, main sessions. The very first session is on mindset because mindset matters a lot, right? And we will make sure that we will have a first discussion on job versus practice, right? And even in that, if you want to go for job, then to go for job into big fours or a practicing firm or an industry. So we'll discuss on that in a tug of war by CA Malayji. Then the second area will be whether you go into practice or you go into job, right? It's very important that if you want to have an edge over the rest chartered accountants, you need to select a niche area for yourself to practice, right? So for that, we will having a very senior chartered accountant, senior by age, but you can see a friend of young chartered accountants, CA Amish Khandarji. Then second session we'll be having on unlocking the doors in order to explore, expand, and excel, which will be focusing on few opportunities which you don't come as a young chartered accountant to know in an initial phase. Like मेरे साथ भी ऐसा हुआ था, मुझे भी कई बार ये अपॉर्चुनिटी जानने के बाद लगता था कि काश ये अपॉर्चुनिटी के बारे में मुझे पहले पता चला होता, तो मैं भी आज उसमें एक अच्छा एज बना पाता. दैट इज थिंकिंग बियॉन्ड नंबर्स, दैट इज वैल्यूएशन एंड आईबीसी, सीए सुनीत शाह. Then there is this need, right, for the strategic support to the startups and MSME. On that, CA Swati Panchal is going to address us. And there are some new emerging opportunities on sustainability, ESG. And for that, we will be having CA Dr. Rashmi from to address us. And lastly, we can say the third very powerful session with 5 different speakers, right? फिर आप जॉब में जाते हैं, प्रैक्टिस में जाते हो और एक प्रोफेशनल की तरह ग्रो होना हो, आपको एक नेटवर्क बनाना हो, because network is the biggest network. Then we are having to crack the code, that is interview skills, CA Shivam Palan. Then on group discussion, secrets, CA Priti Negi. Then LinkedIn Launchpad. In the sense, LinkedIn is one of the most professional tool which can help you connect to the right audience. So we'll be having CA Rushabh Shah. Then from books to boardroom, to make you prepared for the real life world, we have CA Rajendra Shah. And lastly, you need to create your impactful, creative, constructive CV. We'll be having CA Devarsh Shah. So this is how the whole day it is being planned for you all, the audience who are present here virtually, and also the viewers on YouTube channel of WRC of ICI. So with this words, We set a tone for this particular first session, and now we move ahead with the session. But before that, I would like to say that, friends, you all have joined this particular profession by clearing your CA examination. And you can say that your name is given by your parents. But the two alphabets, that is CA, is given by our mother institute, ICI. And you'll have now the real impact that, let us say, Fennel was a normal person, but chartered accountant Fennel is giving not only an edge to me, but my whole family. So, and if you want to understand this, ever search the word chartered, right? And you will understand that what lot our institute and our leaders have done to get this word chartered associated with our name. And it is giving you most recognition. And this recognition comes with responsibility also. So, as a gratitude towards our mother institute, I would request you all that Ketan sir told a very big, and now Piyush Bhai is also going to tell us about WIRC. But I want one pledge from your side. Every week, once you get a time, go to the website of WIRC, right? One program is this. Likewise, so many programs are there, right, which are archived in the YouTube library of WIRC, having millions of views, right? It will help you. Like, for example, if I tell you one, then there is a Bhagyodaya series, right? Let us say if you want to go into valuation, that series is talking about how I should become a valuer, what books I should read, how I should connect to a right client, how I should practice, and most importantly, what fees I should charge. Such a kind of mentoring Bhagyodaya series is there. If you want to go into global practice, we have a series of Niryat, right? So likewise, not many series is there. You can go through the website, and anytime you feel that you want to support us by writing an article in the newsletter, by becoming a coordinator, like right now we're having Yash and lot many more chartered accountant coordinators will join. Anyhow, you want to contribute to WIRC and ICI, we all are there. There is a point of WIRC Connect. You just drop your request there and we will connect it to you. So now before we move ahead, we also have a leader from our region, CA Piyush Chandakji, the Vice Chairman of WIRC of ICI, joining us from Nasik. As such, he is there in WIRC itself, but he is coming from Nasik, right, and is leading various roles in WIRC. So before we start with the session, I would request CA Piyush Chandakji, the Vice Chairman of WIRC of ICI, to have his words of wisdom to all the newly qualified chartered accountants. Piyushji.
Sorry. I was
Yes,
just trying to switch on my mic. I'm in another program at Vasai.
yes,
But
yes,
thank you,
please.
Fenil Bhai, for the opportunity. And I congratulate all the Fenil Bhai, Chairman Sir, and all the team WRC to like formulate and structure this kind of an innovative program for the benefit of new members who wants to start their practice. And like when you learn before going into anything, and learn that what are the intricacies and what should be done and what should not be done. Because once you know that whether the steps you are going to take are good or not, then only it is possible for you to flourish in any endeavor of your life. And these kind of steps are very much important. So I also congratulate all the participants who have taken out their time and they have made it a point to join such kind of a program. And this will definitely encourage us again to manage such programs in future as well. So with this, wish you a very happy learning and thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Fenil Bhai. Over to you.
You, Piyush bhai, you very rightly say. So, just I share the thought when me and chairman sir were discussing, immediately I asked कि सर कितने लोग ये program join करेंगे, right? Because ऐसा कभी पहले WRC में हुआ नहीं है, तो उन्होंने भी बोला हाँ, ऐसा हो सकता है कितने लोग join करेंगे. But then when curating this program, we thought that even if one newly qualified chartered accountant joins this particular program, and we all the faculties and coordinators and organizers together can make a change in even life of one chartered accountant, then I think so that this initiative is going to take a new role. And अगर उसमें ये भी था कि अगर सब लोग अगर सामने कितने पार्टिसिपेंट्स है वो देख के डिलीवर करेंगे, तो लेट अस थिंक ऑफ श्रीमद् भगवत गीता एंड कृष्णा जी. अगर कृष्णा जी ने यही सोचा होता कि मुझे खाली अर्जुना को गाइड करना है, मैं ऐसे वैसे गाइड कर देता हूं, तो सोचो आज जो भगवत गीता हम रीड करते हैं वो पॉसिबल ना होती. उन्होंने एक अर्जुन को भी गाइड किया इन अ वेरी परफेक्ट मैनर, एंड दैट्स हाउ द होल I can say not religious, but a spiritual book came into existence, and that is Srimad Bhagavad Gita. So, with these words, I again welcome you all. And now I request we'll start with the very first session. And in that, I would request CA Yash G. Pattani to take the charge of this very first session. And in that, to introduce the first learned speaker, CA Malaji, who will be talking on job versus practice and how to decide between both, which is the inner tug of war, which always remains in the mind of a chartered accountant student. So, yes, over to CA Yash. Yes, yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is CA Yash Bharatbhai Patani. Today is a very special day for me, as I'm first time in my life I'm hosting and coordinating the event hosted by the ICI. Thank you, CA Fanil Sasa, for giving me opportunity. First of all, I would like to extend my heartily congratulations to all the newly qualified chartered accountant of November 2025 attempt. I would like to say one line for all of you. There is a beautiful line that perfectly captures our journey. जिंदगी का एक ऐसा सफर जिंदगी का एक ऐसा सफर जहां हम खुश होने पर भी रोए हैं, और वो है हमारा सीए पास होने का दिन. That is a successful on the result day. I still remember that moment जहां मैंने वो देखा था सक्सेसफुल होना, और आज वो दिन भी आप लोगों ने महसूस किया है. तो so once again, congratulations to all for clearing the one of the toughest examination and stepping into new chapter of professional life. Today we are delighted to welcome you all to the webinar organized by ICI titled the CA Next: Navigating Your Professional Journey. Now moving forward to the session 1, mindset matter from the confusion to clarity. That is a job versus practice. That we have an inner struggle of inner tug of the war. I would like to welcome CA Malay Damania sir for this session. CA Malay Damania sir spent 3 decades starting building and scaling his own CA firm with a multiple office and 70 plus members team. After achieving his entrepreneurial milestone, he took a successful exit to pursue his true passion, that is coaching business owners to sustain, scale, and succeed. He empowered entrepreneurs, professionals, MSMEs owners to achieve breakthrough results through his personal and group coaching program. He is the author of popular business book, Business Champ, a step-by-step roadmap to business transformation, available on all the leading online platforms. Malay regularly delivers sessions on the business growth strategy, leadership development, and soft skills at the college, corporates, and industry association. His talks are known for their practical insights and relatable stories and actionable-driven frameworks. I'm handing over to the CA Malaysia.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Yash, for your kind introduction. And yeah, I would like to thank Ketan Bhai, Fenil Bhai, and the entire team of WRC for having me invited for this talk, which is very close to my heart. First of all the newly qualified chartered accountants, many congratulations. And as Fenil Bhai already mentioned, the power of these 2 letters, CA, which stands for Chartered Accountant, you will start realizing now, because the perception that other people will have towards you will totally change even before you meet them. Earlier, somebody meets Malay Damania is very different from meeting CA Malay Damania even before they've met me. So yeah, so that's a great achievement, and many congratulations. Fenil Bhai already touched upon a few points, and I really like the entire design of this program, which is all created to give you opportunity about, how do you go about in your profession after you have qualified for your chartered accountancy exam. So just to say that since you are all qualified chartered accountants, skill is not an issue. We are in the top probably 5% of the people who actually aspire to become chartered accountants. And we are all there in top 5% of the people. Skill is there. Now we have to explore ourselves. We have to get into action to translate the skill into the actual result. And obviously, this topic which is given to me is वो mind में कश्मकश है. I have qualified. Should I go for job? Should I go for practice? Is there a right answer? I don't think so. There is no right or wrong. But it is important for you all to really brainstorm, really talk to people, really take a very mindful decision, right? And if I'm allowed to share my presentation, I would just want to share this small presentation with you, which will help you, decide what are the issues, what are the factors that we need to consider when we go for, this decision. Should I go for job? Should I go for practice? And while the host will allow me, let me know in the chat box, whoever are there, if at all the chat box is on, who all are leaning towards job. Then they can write J. Maybe I'm leaning towards, I'm still not decided. I'm just on that borderline. I'm in the process of taking the decision. Who are leaning towards job, they can write J. Who are leaning towards practice, they can write P. And who are absolutely undecided, completely clueless, so they can write U. I'm undecided. मुझे बिल्कुल भी पता नहीं है क्या करूं मैं. All right. Okay, nice. I'm getting some good answers in the chat box. Prajakta says J, Anuja J, Darshana J, Vaibhav P. Practice, job, practice. Nice to know. J and then P. Wow. Sneha is job. Vaibhav says undecided. Zahir Abbas says undecided. All right. So we are on that stage where we are leaning towards something, either job or a practice, and there are a few people who are absolutely undecided. So let's see if this session of next 30 to 40 minutes, if it can help you, just be more clear about it. As I said, there is no right or wrong, but it is about the clarity of mind. We are all starting off with mindset. And everything starts with a mind. Something happens, some thought comes into our mind, and then we process the thought, and then we take it forward, and then eventually it is shaped into reality. So everything starts with a thought. And let's see if we can. Yes, so I'm happy to have this thing. And today we are sitting at a threshold where we have to decide which direction should I take. Because depending on the direction that I take, a lot of things will follow for me. And there are some decisions in our life that takes us to this threshold, this junction, where we are at a place where now we have to decide, should I go the right way or should I go the left way? What should I do? And this is not the only decision. We have seen such decisions in the past also. Probably for some people, after they qualified their 12th or 10th, they had to decide by commerce लूं या science लूं. कॉमर्स लूंगा तो I could become CA, CS, lawyer and all that degrees. Science लूंगा तो then I got to engineer and computer and doctor and all those degrees. So that was one point of time where I had to decide what stream I should take, or I should take arts. Which is the stream I should take? That was one point of time, and you all decided that I will go for CA. And that is the reason today we are sitting here. There are times in life when the students need to decide, should I study in India or should I go and study abroad? Isn't it? We got to take these decisions, because depending on the decision, the consequences follow. Another one which you soon are going to face, which life partner to marry, right? Probably you have two proposals and you got to decide, who should I choose? And similar one decision that we are standing today at the threshold is, should I go for job or a practice? Why I'm saying this is an extremely important decision for your life. And we don't want to be, just mindless about it. We want to be totally aware and take responsibility for whatever decision we take today. Right? Because every path has its own consequences. Like these crucial decisions, everything that we decide today, or probably in the next 1 month, is going to shape the life. So we want to choose them wisely. What I call an informed decision. I don't just want to go with the flow. Just because my parents wanted me to do something, just because my peers are getting into X and therefore I follow them, just because the society want me to do something, achieve something, earn something, I don't want to live for society. I want to take my own decision. And to be able to take that decision, I want to introspect. I want to understand what are my values, what do I really want, what is my goal, and what is my purpose of my life. These are all probably, sometimes we feel they are very heavy words, but let's not go with those jargons. Let's try and understand, what do we really want, right? And as I said, we all are in top 5% of the people who actually aspire to become chartered accountant. So therefore, skill is not an issue. That is not a problem. We are all there. We are skillful. We are there in the top 5% category. And we only have this one life. And I want to live this life to the fullest. I don't want to just, take those just small steps and play very safe. I really want to explore myself, my talent, and see what I can do in my life. Because the worst thing in my life that I would want to do is go in one direction and 30 years down the line, look back in my life and look back in regret. I don't want to be regretful for anything. I want to be, be proactive, take actions, and be mindful about the decision that I want to take. So this is the worst thing that I want to do in life, right? So therefore, I don't want again to look back and say, "Arey yaar, I wish I had done this and not this. I wish I had taken this path and not the other." That is not something which we want to do. And therefore, we want to align our today's actions with our long-term vision. What is my long-term vision for my life? What do I really want to achieve? I also want to see what are my strong points and what are my weaknesses. We all have our, strong points and weaknesses, right? And we got to really understand them a little more closely. And this is something which is my favorite statement, and therefore I am putting it. Let's not take decision just by way of some by default decision. कभी कुछ नहीं है तो चलो यही कर लेते हैं. Let's not do that. Because as human beings, we are very powerful. We can achieve anything that we want. And the sentence is, if your mind can conceive it and your heart can believe it, you can achieve it. And therefore, it is not about, I always say, lack of potential or lack of talent. It's all about you taking a decision, taking a responsibility of that decision, and go and play all out. That will, and make whatever decision you take. We'll go through some pointers, but whatever decision you take responsibility and go out with all your heart and soul. All right. So what is that we want to see in my life? What is my preference? Let's keep money aside for the time being. Just for the time being. I mean, obviously we'll come to it, but just for the time being, let's keep financial consideration aside. We'll come back to it, but take a deep breath, pause in our, full of hustle and bustle life, and look within. What do I really want? Do I have some specific preference? What are my priorities? Right? Very important. My core values. Everybody has values, ethics for their life. And what are these values? We'll come to all of these points, but I need to understand. And I won't understand if I really sit back, relax, and try and introspect. This is the time for you to, obviously you've all celebrated your degree, but eventually after the celebration is over, now you have to take the next step, and you got to take to be able to take the right step, you got to first pause, reflect, and introspect. And that is, what do I really want? Everybody has different personality. Something that is good for Yash may not be good for Fenil Bhai. So we have different personality, and it is important for us to understand our personality traits. And I will help you to do that. And it's not that this is good or that is bad. It is just about acknowledging it and accepting it. Because once you acknowledge and accept, that makes you free to take the decision that is best suitable for you, that is most ideal in your situation. So it's just about acknowledging and accepting, nothing about being right or wrong. So before we start, you don't want to succumb to peer pressure. As I said, pressure from family, friends, society, peer pressures, no. Go with I don't want to succumb to the peer pressure and go with the flow or decide mindlessly. I don't want to do that. I want to take a conscious decision about what should I choose, and very importantly, why should I choose that path? All right. So we are talking about a job or a practice. And let's look at what are the advantages and disadvantages of job. And I'm sure a lot of you already know this, but just for the sake of completeness and understanding, let's look at job. I have some benefits if I take up a job, immediate benefit, because the most important aspect is income. So when I take up a job, I don't need to struggle for clients or struggle for income. Right from the word go, I will have a stable income, right? 1 month I work, and on the first of the next month, I have my bank account credited with XYZ. And therefore, it's a very stable income that I am able to generate for myself and my family. Job again has a very already structured environment. I don't need to go there and start changing anything or creating anything. It is all there. I need to go there and be part of that system, right? The training or train is already running. I don't need to do anything fancy or different. I just have to get into that running train and make sure that the train is run well as far as my area of work is concerned. Third part, predictability. There is no surprise. There is no shock. It is all predictable. I go at 9 o'clock and I have to work till 6 o'clock or 7 or 8, whatever is the time. It's a predictable environment, predictable nature of work. Systems are set. I need to manage and run that system, and I will be able to get stable income. So I am creating a kind of a life which is stable, predictable. And I don't need to do anything, explore any other aspect of my life. I need to focus on the subject or the area of work that I have been assigned to. And that's what I'm going to do. However, the job has some pitfalls. And they are, I have limited control of my environment. I may not like doing something. I may not like to leave after 7 p.m. But I will have to. I may not like to do certain work, but I will have to. If my director want me to do it, so then I will have to. I have limited control to change things around me, create things around me, right? So to that extent, I have limited control. I'm not talking here in this presentation to the for the people who have really scaled above a certain level and they are really controlling the entire companies. I am very mindful of the fact that I am speaking to young professionals, and in the beginning of their journey, this is what they are going to experience. They are going to experience limited control. Their role is limited to the work that is assigned to them. Tomorrow you may want to, you want to explore something. Let me explore something, sales. No. This is you are good at. You are good at tax. You got to do tax, and this is what you need to do day in and day out. Once in a while, only if you are shifted to some other department, that's a different matter. But otherwise, day in and day out, you are supposed to, your role is supposed to be very limited. The big part of our values, core values, human beings crave freedom. And this is one distinguishing factor between job and practice. I'm sure all the people who mentioned practice in the chat box, one of the primary reason is freedom of time. Freedom of everything, freedom of time, freedom of money, freedom of expressions. We as human beings crave freedom. And this freedom is something which will be very limited when it comes to a job, especially in the initial years of your career. So this, again, you got to be mindful about it. And this, many times I have seen, this is one factor which is becoming a decisive factor for many of the young professionals. All right, let's look at practice. It's not that practice has rosy things, but everything has two sides. Let's look at the positive side. Practice, yes, there is struggle in the beginning, but scalability. If you are capable, if you can really crack that entrepreneurship and you can really explore yourself to the fullest and things go well, there is no limit. There is a scalability. Scalability is possibility of scalability. As I said, the cons of the job is pros in the practice, which is freedom. Entrepreneurial freedom. You are free to express yourself. You are free to, innovate, create something. So that is something which is all there. You want to try out something different. You want to explore some different area. Somebody wants to explore FEMA, right? They can do that. Somebody wants to explore transfer pricing, valuation. I may choose to decide what really is appealing to me. What is my passion? On day one, sometimes you're not able to establish your passion, your love for some subject. But as you go through your life, you discover that, oh, this is something which I really want to, really am enjoying doing it. So can I now focus more on that? Possible if you are an entrepreneur. Again, I mean, broader exposure. Now when I say exposure, it is not about whether you'll get exposure to tax, audit, GST, transfer pricing, valuation, all of that. I'm saying if you are into practice, then in addition to your technical knowledge, you'll have to explore and you'll get that exposure of many other areas. How do I set up my practice? How do I hire my team? Taking interview, hiring people, developing them, training them, educating them. That's another aspect you need to explore. You may not yourself do it, but you need to be on top of these things. How do I make sure that I acquire good clients? I work with good clients, good companies who are, how do I decide my pay structure? Right? How do I make sure that I delegate work to people, get the work done from them in the best possible manner? How do I put technology in my company? Today, it is a world where we are all moving towards AI. How do I take AI and put it into my company and see how my company can perform better, efficiently, technology driven with these automations? So if I am into practice, I got to get this kind of decisions that I need to take. And for that, I should be able to have that exposure, that vision of how do I want to take my practice forward. So there are a lot of other personality that I will need to develop for myself if I get into practice. And this is something makes you a person. It's Jim Rohn says that it's not about what you get, but in the pursuit, it's all about who you become. And the kind of person you become gives you more satisfaction than anything else. And eventually, it actually can help you build legacy for the next generation, for the entire ecosystem that you build around in your practice. All right, so let's look at some not so good aspects of practice, and that is uncertainty. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. Many times there are CAs in practice, and I have been into this space many times. But tomorrow is the salary day. I don't know from where am I going to do the salary. And you have to really make sure that you get that collection to make sure that you are doing the salaries on time. There are a lot of uncertainty around the team, your clients, your execution, even the regulators. There is an uncertainty about your life, and you want to see how you can navigate through those uncertainties. In the practice, obviously, we know there are regulatory risks, and you got to ensure that we are complying with all the regulatory requirements. So there is a kind of risk involved in regulatory. Multi-skills challenges. Sometimes I've seen a brilliant chartered accountant, But when he takes up practice, he doesn't become so successful. As I said earlier, it's not just about your technical knowledge, because then it's all about your all-round development. How are you managing your getting clients? How you are managing execution, team building? All of that comes together, and it is one full package that you need to deliver to be able to become successful in practice. All those who are in practice, it's not that just corporate. We know that we have freedom of time, but sometimes that freedom of time is very theoretic, because many times it happens that actually it is just freedom of time, but you are actually more busy in the practice. So the work-life balance, as we say, becomes a big challenge when it comes to practice, because end of the day, in your practice, the buck stops at you. You have to ensure that you deliver what you promise to your clients. So end of the day, the work has to be done, and it is your responsibility to do it. Whether you spend more time, whether there is a work-life imbalance, that all regardless. So one, corporate job, two, practice. And I'm also happy, I think a couple of people mentioned a kind of an hybrid approach. This is also is a possibility. And this is something which is like, a little bit of safe. What happens in the hybrid? Someone decides, let me start with job. Eventually, I will get into practice. Let me gain some experience. Let me build some capital. Let me build some connects. Fenil bhai mentioned about networking skills. Your network is your net worth. So the day you decide to start a practice, that is the day you have already decided that I am going to become a skillful networker. Because starting your entrepreneurship journey and being introvert, it doesn't go well. It is not unacceptable. The day you are an entrepreneur means the day you will have to go out, talk to people, be visible, and you have to be, yes, you have to get used to networking skills. So build connect. Eventually, I will shift to practice. This is one option which also is possible. However, let me add a caveat here that I have seen many people who are doing this also, have done this also, but there are people who start with a job with an intention to start practice, but they get so used to getting that fixed income, predictable lifestyle, that after a while, now they don't want to shift to practice, because then they view practice as more risky and they don't want to get into an uncharted waters. So then they continue in the job itself for a long time. However, this is an option which I wanted to put down with you, and there are people who have done this also. Another option also is I can start part-time practice. I don't need to leave do job for 5 years and then get into practice. Let me do a job and probably let me keep exploring my entrepreneurship desire. And let me also see if I can do something side by side on practice. Again, I can build my capital, I can build some connects, I get some hands-on experience. Hands-on experience, practical experience. कि क्या होता है practice शुरू करता हूँ? What are the challenges that I am facing? And then, so I am doing a job and part-time practice. Gradually, again, I will get into a full-blown activity which is in my practice. So this is possibility. And I want to leave you with 3 key reflections. And what are these reflections? This will help you into deciding the choice between these two. Again, I would always say that, it is more about you talking, more about you listening to these kind of sessions, more about you introspecting and understanding your inner desire. That what is that you are really made up for. And these three key reflections probably will help you. And it's about mindset and your personality. Everybody has different personality. And it is very important for us to understand our own personality. And that we will be able to do when we quietly sit down and introspect. Let's say my personality about risk. If I'm willing to take risk, I'm a person who don't mind. I can go out, take risk. And if it fails, it fails. Then I'll probably catch myself up and do something. But I am risk-prone person. If you have that kind of personality, if you think, then probably practice you can consider. This is something which you can consider. And none of this one factor is going to decide. You'll have to look at all the factors cumulatively and then see where your personality is fitting. If you have low tolerance to risk, then definitely practice is not there because it is an unpredictable environment that you are getting into. If you think that freedom of time, independence has a very high as your value, then you go to practice. Otherwise, in the job, you are not going to get the kind of independence that you would ideally want. But you are okay that, it's not that I'm going to get completely bogged down. I will get my freedom within a certain framework, and that freedom will keep expanding as I keep performing. So that is all there. But if your value towards freedom is very, very high, then I cannot be, directed by anybody. मैं तो मेरा मन का राजा हूं. That kind of attitude, then, job is something which you can struggle in job. Leadership quality, one of the most important quality for entrepreneur. You got to lead from the front. You got to show those skills, leadership skills, if you choose in practice. It is not just about your technical knowledge. Yes, we are all qualified people and technical knowledge is very, very important. However, in addition to the technical knowledge, we will need many other leadership qualities, right? To be able to, as I said, network, to be able to communicate effectively with your team, with your people, with your clients, effective communication, to be able to delegate, right? To be able to manage your time better. These are leadership qualities, and in the entrepreneurship, to be able to be successful, these qualities are at the top. Growth. Everybody's mind, we all want to grow. We all want to become successful. We all want to scale. In practice, it is all up to you. As I said, the buck stops at you. How high, how low, where you end up in the next 10 years, it all depends on what do you do. So it is up to you only. While in the corporate, obviously it is on you, but it is also on the entire performance of the company, your ecosystem, the industry that you are working in. There are many other things that will also go, and you will have to work in a specific framework. But in practice, the growth, how high you will grow, how much you will be successful, all depends only on you. So I'm giving you some aspects for you to, which will help you when you start to, reflect on what do you want to do, introspect on what you want to do. The second key aspect that I want to touch about is the most important one, which actually drives most decisions, is about your financials. And what are the aspects? We know that income in practice is one, unpredictable, and two, volatile. Sometimes, you get good clients. Sometimes those clients are not good. Sometimes you will face challenge in recruiting people. You may end up recruiting, you'll have to end up recruiting high salary people. Your cost will go up. Your collection might take a hit. It is so many factors that are impacting your income. And again, that's something we should have, that shock absorbers. You should be able to absorb that volatility of income. So it is going to be a little, especially in the initial years, it is going to be a little tough journey. It is not easy. It's going to be tough. And you should be able to have that sustainability to get past that initial years of practice. Very, very important point. While in job, as I said, it is fixed, it is predictable. No, there are no volatility, up, downs, they are not there. You do your work and you get your salary. Since income is unpredictable, the savings and investments are become challenging. The priority always will be to manage your office first, and then you end up withdrawing. And you are the last person to withdraw. We say that you are the last person to withdraw from your company. So it is a bit challenging. It is very predictable, so it is easy in job. Long-term potential. Please underline the word long-term. Long-term potential in the practice is high if you do the right things, if you network well, if you develop leadership skills, and if you are really driven, if you take all the actions that are required to be taken, you got to do right things, then the long-term potential is great in practice. Again, in the short term, you will have to navigate those difficult times, those shaky moments, those disappointments, frustrations. These are all nature of entrepreneurship when you start your own practice. But if you can get past these initial years, do the right things, that will help you reach to a stage from where you'll be really able to scale up, not only your practice, but also as a personality. It is not that in job the potentials are not high. There are people who have, after a while, they become very, very key people in the organization, and they get their own share of success. They get their own share of, have their own team and take it forward. But that is largely not dependent only on you. You have to, in job, you have to be very, very niche down, expertise, specialize in your technical topic, subject. Rest of the things are taken care of, which is not in practice. Obviously, retirement planning, in practice, you got to manage yourself. And in job, it is more structured. You are recently qualified, so I don't think retirement planning is something which is even in your mind. The third key aspect, which is, look, financial security, stability, I think that is key at the moment for a lot of people. Freedom of time and expression also is very important for just recently qualified new chartered accountants. In the long run, we realize that this aspect plays such a crucial role in getting that fulfillment of life, satisfaction of having lived a good life, personal development. And I was saying that 30 years down the line, we don't want to reach to a stage and look back and regret. I want to develop myself to the fullest. I want to grow. I want to learn new things, right? I want to develop. I want to acquire all the skills that I can acquire. Which is possible for me. I want to explore everything. And when I start doing it, whether I fail or I succeed is secondary, but I want to keep exploring. I may fail initially, but eventually I'll learn from my mistakes and grow. All those things are, leads to developing your own personality, which is such a key aspect when you look at your life after maybe 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. So let's look at what are the aspects for personality development. And number one is the technical depth. In practice, eventually I've seen that you get exposures to all the functions across not only different aspect of profession, which is team building, finance, and all of that, execution and all of that, but even in your topic, you are expected when you sit with your clients, income tax, GST, audit, this, that, and other, you are expected to know bits and pieces and of so many other areas, so many of practice functions. While in job, you are digging deep into only one aspect. If you are doing valuation, then in the job you become valuation expert, because day in and day out, what you are doing is valuation. So you are getting exposure of different kinds of valuation, different scales, different levels, all of that, and you are becoming a subject matter specialist. Whereas in practice, you are like doing multiple functions. Decision making, you all want to decide. In practice, you have to decide. There are people who will give you advice, sometimes wanted, sometimes unwanted. But end of the day, you have to decide what you want to do. Whether you want to hire or you want to outsource, you have to decide. Whether you want to set up an additional branch or not, you have to decide. Everything you have to decide. Whereas in job, it is more about execution. It is not about decision making. It is about execution. In practice, as I said earlier also, you have that opportunity to explore your life to the full. You can innovate a new way of execution. AI lana hai, okay, let me see, let me learn a little bit. What all are happening? How can I do my sample selection for audit better? How can I use this AI to make? How can I automate the entire office system? Lot of things that you can create, innovate. That is all there in practice. While in job, it is more process driven. They will create system and you will be told, okay, you will have to follow this system, follow this process now going forward. So you are more become an executor, while here you are a creator. Oh, very important now, soft skills. And this is where we all, whether we are in practice or in a job, this is something which Fenil Bhai touched upon. And I want to also stress, as a CA, we are all subject matter specialists. And only if we add our soft skills to this subject matter specialist, we become like an unstoppable. Because then you are specialist on the subject, but you also are good at various other aspects, which makes you kind of a complete professional, not just subject matter. And what are they? In practice, you got to understand the skills of negotiation. No, negotiate. Understanding human psychology. I think this is the key. If anyone into practice, they need to understand what makes people think in a particular manner, what makes them behave in a particular manner, what makes them get into action. Be it your clients, be it your team, be it anybody. Understanding human psychology is key for you to be able to become successful at your practice. As we said, getting clients, pricing your products, pricing your services. How do you price? There will be conflict in your team, or there could be conflict, and you become a conflict resolution person, right? Networking. These are the kind of soft skills that are mandatory to be able to become successful in practice. Obviously, they are good to have in job also, but these are the skills that you cannot shy away from. I don't want anybody to say that I want to get into practice, but I'm not going to network. Hold on. Then there is an issue. We want to choose a path which has a high probability of success, which has high chances of success to be able to achieve all my goals, my targets, and my dreams. So am I aligned? If I'm choosing practice, am I aligned with these values, these traits, these qualities, these personalities? That is very important. In the job, it is more about internal communication, teamwork, reporting structures, and all of that. And as I said, it is more of a standard set process. All right. So let me leave you, friends, with some key pointers. And what are these pointers? And it is important, if you are writing down also, it will be good for you. The question that you need to ask yourself is this: am I introvert or extrovert? And as I said, introvert and entrepreneurship doesn't go hand in hand. Then you got to just pause and think, is this the right decision for me? Do I have fear of instability? Because the journey of practice is going to be unstable, especially in the initial years of your practice. And if you're not ready for that, then you don't want to get surprised. So accept that the journey is going to be unstable initially. Financial sustainability, we already discussed this point. It is going to be volatile. It is going to be unpredicted. And therefore, I should be able to sustain my financials, again, in the initial phase of my practice. What is the level of my risk tolerance? This is something which we all get dragged into: family and social expectations. But end of the day, I will have to see my family expectation, the background, and all of that, and then take a decision whether I want to go for job practice, or maybe, as I said, could be something that I want to start off with as an hybrid model. But end of the day, what I want as my long-term lifestyle, what are my dreams, and what is my take on my work-life balance? Is there a right answer? There is no right or wrong thing. It is all individualistic. What values I have, what is priority for me, what is important for me. So there is no right answer. But what is important is, I want to take an informed decision. I want to make a conscious choice I don't want to be mindless and go with the flow. I want to take a choice and I want to stick to that choice and take responsibility of whatever decision I take. Because then I know that I have evaluated my options. What are the pros? What are the cons? I have evaluated, I have understood them, and I have decided. But whatever you decide, when you go with all out effort, your heart and soul, give it your all, because you are already qualified. You are already in top 5%. When you back it up with your soft skills, with the actions, with that positive mindset and attitude, I think the success is just there. It is all there for you. You just have to keep going, take action. That is very important. And this is the direction. We are sitting on a threshold of two different paths. And whichever direction you take, your destination will be there. But the direction that you decide today, it will determine what is your destination. So my limited point is on this is be mindful, consider all the pros and cons of your practice or job, and see what works for you. Since you are all recently qualified chartered accountants, I want to again congratulate all of you, and my best wishes for a very, very successful career and life for all of you, my dear students. I again want to thank Ketan Bhai, Fenil Bhai, for giving me this opportunity to speak to you. It's really my pleasure to come and talk on our WRC ICI platform. It is always an honor, actually. And thank you very much once again. Thank you. Over to you, Yash.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Malay sir, for wonderful and thoughtful provoking sessions. Newly qualified chartered accountant often face a tugs of war in their mind, and your thoughts brought a much needed clarity. And I am confident that they are now better prepared to make informed and concise decisions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Now, moving forward to the next topic of session one, I would like to welcome CA Amish Khandar sir to speak on the Discover Your Edge, a niche selection made simple. In this session, we will explore how to identify niche and growth part of our professional journey as a professional chartered accountant.
Amish, sir, let me just call him. Just a second.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so in this my storytelling
Sure, sir.
only last line I would like to read with.
Hello, sir.
Yes, एक minute. Yes, Amish sir is here. Yes.
Thank you, Fenil Bhai, for this opportunity. Just give me 1 minute so
Yeah,
that
sure, sir. Sure, sir.
I can share my screen.
Yeah.
Baki, all well. So this is for the newly qualified CS chartered accountant.
Yes, sir. For newly qualified chartered
Full-day
accountants
program
and
from 2 to 8. That's what I heard.
2 to 8. Yes. And sir, we are recording this, and certain small branches are seeing from there the members have accumulated 10, 15, 10, 15, and we are recording this full, converting into small programs by editing it. And convocation and felicitation जब होता है तो उसमें starting में ये small bits में बताने वाला है.
This is of next level. This is very much required. Yeah.
Yes,
So,
sir. Thanks,
Rasmin bhai, you know my partner. He
Yes,
will.
yes, sir.
મને એપલ કઈ વાપરતા આવડતું નથી, so he will help me share my.
Okay, thanks, sir.
Visible.
Visible.
Amish sir, wait a minute. I will introduce you.
Yeah.
એક જ
હા.
આમાં ક્યાં છે અવાજ બંધ થાય.
Hello everyone. CA Amish Kandar has been a chartered accountant since 2003 and he is a co-founder and
Yes, just a
partner.
minute. Yes, just a minute. Team, can you share the profile of Sir Amish sir? Yes. Yeah, yes.
CA Amish Khandar has been a chartered accountant since 2003 and is a co-founder partner of Khandar Mehta and Shah. He look after the indirect tax practice of the firm and specialize in the service tax. He has been instrumental in structuring, formulating, and effective tax strategies for the various corporates that have accumulating into the substantial tax advantages. In addition to the advisory roles, Amish also lead KMS indirect tax litigation practice. CA Amish Kandar, a regular contributor to the journal published by ICI and other professional bulletins, is also chairman of service tax committees of Gujarat Chamber of Commerce and Industries in Ahmedabad. He has addressed various forums for the public as a whole regarding to the change in the service tax. That's all about Amish Kandar.
So, thank you so much, Yash Bhai, for the introduction. And this screen is visible, right? I think.
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Okay. So my subject is what should be the approach to have an edge, right? In the practice or the job or as a professional, whatever we do. So thank you, WRC, Fenil Bhai, Ketan Bhai, and you all for this opportunity. This I have run through in Ahmedabad's 2, 3, 4 seminars on for the newly qualified chartered accountants. I'll take around 20 minutes or so for this. Very interesting, even for Fenil Bhai, you are also an academician and being a doctor and researcher, you will also like some of my slides. You might have seen maybe as student or not, I don't know, but at least somewhere you might have seen it. So very happy to share some of my thoughts. Some could be controversial, some could be my personal thoughts, needs improvement, improvisation by you all. So forgive me if it is not binding, it is only expression of whatever 25 years of experience. And first generation chartered accountant firm, around 60 chartered accountants, 120 article students, and 270 people in Ahmedabad and GIFT City. We are operating as a Khandar Mehta and Shah KMS chartered accountant firm. Having said that, what is more important is Damania sir already mentioned whether we should do job practice. If we want to do practice, what kind of networking, what kind of connections, what kind of approach is required. If we want to do a job, then what kind of those things, that whether we know it, corporate look and feel, corporate process, and the soft skills are required. So but my subject and my thoughts are that whatever we do, whether in personal life, professional life, as an organization, we have to be innovative, we have to be scalable, we have to be a differentiator. And for that, I think this is visible, right? Yes. First movers advantage is there, right?
Yes, visible, sir.
Yes, so this is first mover advantage. We should always find WhatsApp was introduced, now Aratai is there, બરાબર છે, by Sridhar Vembuji, but that is a kind of innovation what was done earlier. And now a first mover advantage is very difficult to be cop unless it is like Apple. Apple had innovated so much that they didn't want any kind of first mover advantage. So we have to look forward for those kind of opportunities which will help us as a professional, whether in job or whether in practice. If forensic audit is going to be a very good practice, we should go for it. If GST is a very good practice, we should go. We should think about TechFin, FinTech, EduTech, or different kind of practice areas, e-invoicing in GCC areas like Dubai, Bahrain, Qatar, KSA, Saudi Arabia, everywhere that VAT 5% is going to be implemented. In Dubai already implemented, Oman is in process, Qatar is in process. So those kind of opportunities, if we can find out, if we can concentrate on and channelize all our efforts into that, then we will be benefited and we will be having an advantage compared to the other professionals or other opportunities. See, and this is very interesting. If you see, this is survival of the fittest. You all must be the young guys and girls, so you might not have heard certain corporates name. The top 15 corporates in 1970 were Tata, Birla, Mafatlalal, and so on and so forth, Ashok Leyland and all that. In 1990, the so many groups could not survive, and then comes 2015 top 15 corporates. So this is a journey of 45 years. If you see, in 45 years only Tata, Birla got divided, and that split became Aditya Birla Group, and third is the L&T, which is in red color. So these three corporates have only sustained the 45 years journey. Mahindra and Mahindra was top 15 in 70, could not sustain in 90, but they bounced back because of their leadership and their vision and innovative in 2015, right? And Mafatlalal and Ashok Leyland and Walchand Nagar Industries were Adanis and Ambanis of those times. So whatever big you are, if we are not changing with the times, then there are all good chances that we will be wiped out. We are sitting in 2015. If we extrapolate this seat into 2035, then maybe out of these 15, 9 to 10 companies will not be there into 2035, because the disruption is happening very fast. The changes are happening very fast, and to cope up with them is really a challenge. And hence, 2015 top 15 corporates, at least 10 will not be part of the 2035 game. Maybe fintech, techfin, or startups, or certain kind of different companies will be there in 2035. So we will have to reinvent ourselves. The organization will have to themselves, even the institute also, or the government also, or the any kind of organizations, we will have to be reinvent each and every day. In suppose if it is for institute, then in terms of course, in terms of examination patterns, in terms of the quality of training, the quality of programs and all that, then only we will remain a differentiator, and then only we will be able to sustain our supremacy and the number one. This next slide is also very interesting. If you see Nifty 50 companies 1996 versus 2024, in 28 years, only 11 companies from the Nifty 50 in 1996 remain part of the index in 2024. So all left-hand side, you can see Colgate, Essar, Tata Chemicals, Ranbaxy, Reliance Capital, Ponds, Ashok Leyland, SEC, all were when Nifty 50 was formed 1996. Arvind and all were part of Nifty 50. And in 2024, if you see, so many new companies have come, and those common companies are only 11. So 39 companies could not sustain this game. This applies to us also as a professional. We will have to be very edge the excellence or the innovativeness or the first mover advantage or a differentiator or kind of networker or connections. We will have to reinvent day in and day out, and then success is very easy. Money, name, and fame is going to follow us, but we will have to follow the rules of the game, the success mantras, and with that, everything will follow. Instead of we following name, fame, money, and other things, if we follow the rules of the game, the manjil or the success or money will follow us. This is very interesting again, India versus China, how China has built their prominence, their dominance into there. And if you see, GDP was almost same in 1980 for both the countries. Now in 2024, even GDP per capita, purchasing power parity, or the rather most interesting is the export figures. In 2024, Our export was 0.5 trillion against 3.6 trillion of China in terms of goods. In terms of services, our export was 0.4 trillion, China's was 0.5. So what is the differentiator? Goods 3.6 trillion export in 24 and ours was 0.5. Import figures again, right? So our import is 0.50. So goods almost equal whatever we import export, whereas the China is surplus of 1 trillion, 3.6 minus 2.6. So this is the beauty why they have been able to dominate and even able to negotiate with USA also. And then comes Global Innovation Index and the rail network. They have 1,62,000. Most importantly, the world is looking at them with surprises. Bullet train, high-speed rail network. They have 46,000 kilometers. We are still under the process of having the first between Ahmedabad and Mumbai of around 500 kilometers. This is the major difference with all countries. Then bullet train network. After that, the defense budget is there. It is very much uncomparable. Forest cover, we are good. Out of top 10 polluted cities as per IQ Air, we have 6 cities. They had almost 6-7 cities in before 15 years. They have achieved it. There is no city as of now. Out of 100 top universities globally, we have no universities. China has 7 universities. Literacy rate is that 97%. Population under 30, this is a very great advantage to India. Under 30, we have 52% population, they have 40% population. Share of world production, one of the most important. World production share is we have not even 3%, and they have 31, more than 31%. So they are 10 times more producing than of the global production. EV vehicles, again uncomparable. So this is the value. Medal in Olympics, we have 5 bronze and 1 silver in 2024 Olympics. They had 91, gold 40. So we will have to take it as a mission, whether it be our career, whether it be an organization, country, society, institute. If we take it as a mission, if we make a roadmap, and if we are persistently, consistently after those ambitions, those processes, those achieving the end result, we are going to succeed. Some of you must aspire to be the founders of unicorns, the founders of the innovative clubs, the founders of a very big, large Indian firm. Indian firms, India's total consultancy spectrum, professional consultancy spectrum is around 1 lakh crore. If we see, you all will be surprised that we must not be having any domestic firm more than 500 crore turnover, right? Out of 1 lakh crore, we don't have, and 5 lakh chartered accountants, we don't have a single firm whose turnover will be more than 500 crore. Against that, all the big four are having more than 10,000 crore turnover per year, and they aspire to make it at least 2.5 to 3 times. Rather, Deloitte was around 15,000 crore in 24-25. PwC was 10,000, and it is in public that they announced that we want to make it 30,000 3 times by 2030. So this is the potential of India. If they are looking to achieve the 30,000 crore sales turnover figure in 2030, then we can see it. There is a huge opportunity. If they can be of that level. Naturally, we as a local firms, if we collaborate, you all are youngsters, then you 3, 4, 5 partners come together, collaborate with each other, consolidate, or start as a startup, start together. Someone does forensic audit, someone does tax and audit, one does GST, one does internal audits, and they specialize so much. They give lectures, they write articles, they deep dive, they use technology into providing solutions, like the Unicus Technologies, founded by Jamil Khatri. They got 20 million funding, private equity, which was not even, never we had thought of that in a professional services firm, someone would get a private equity, they got it. So that is what the potential, the world is changing. even the people would invest in us, we will use that capital for the further deep tech or technological advancement or collaboration or consolidating practices or purchasing practices. And then some of you guys can become maybe 1,000 crore firm easily in next 10 years. That is the potential. So that you make a vision, mission, a goal, make an action plan, then be on that day in and day out, take mentoring from the various speakers, various academicians, various industrialists, various professionals, and the people who may have done something in this sphere, is in this arena, and with their help, margin, their mentoring, and your efforts, and opening of your eyes and ears every day, 1,000 crore firm, I see at least 10 firms by 2035. Youngsters would be able to achieve that goal, which we are not as of now, but you guys are going to achieve it. Is there any straitjacket formula for success? Perhaps no, it is all not only these words, so many other words: consistency, ethics, innovation, honesty, adaptation, scalability, and all that. This is one of the, you must be knowing it, the Nokia's biggest failure was an unwillingness to embrace drastic change. We didn't do anything wrong, but somehow we lost. That was the Nokia CEO cried in the AGM. And you must be knowing, but maybe at the cost of repetition also, I would like to tell. In this kind of innovation, there are two kind of teams. One team always, the maybe suppose Nokia was there was a touch screen, there was a push button, right? So team came with both the options. One team came with the option that, okay, we would procure, we will produce the smart buttons, the touch screen, because the times are changing and it is need of the hour that we go in that direction. Whereas part of the board or majority of board agreed that no, this push button takes so much time. At that time, 3310, 1610, 6610 was very popular, rather extremely popular. That this touchscreen is not going to work, and the pressing of button with two fingers will work much better. And against that, Apple and Samsung took over the entire market. The Nokia, which was paying total of Finland country 65% of taxes, went bankrupt, almost bankrupt, and it's not there in the game. So only one decision to embrace the drastic change, then it cost the entire country, entire company, and so many people. So that is the power of innovativeness, the power of embracing change, the power of looking into the future and embracing them, then persistently, day in and day out, we are living that dream, we are living that goal, and then we achieve together. This is the story of Yahoo. 1998, Yahoo refuses to buy Google for 1 million. Yahoo realizes its mistake and offers to buy Google for US 3 billion in just 4 years. Google wants US 5 billion, Yahoo refuses. Then Microsoft offers to buy Yahoo for 40 billion in 2008. Yahoo says no. And 2016 last, Yahoo sold to Verizon for US 4.6 billion. You can see the company which was intending in 1998 to buy Google. In 2016, it got sold for 4.6 billion. Perhaps today, even 4.6 million also would not have, someone would have paid it. And it's nowhere into the technology upgradation now. And we all know the story of Google. It's almost now going to be 3 trillion, 4 trillion valuation. Okay, NVIDIA is there, Google is there, Apple, Tesla, those all are the technologically very advanced companies and very innovative companies. They are ruling the world rather. The same way Samsung story, I would not narrate everything. It's a South Korea as a grocery shop. Samsung was founded in 1938. If you see the changes, it was then producing sugar, then woolen mill, and they sold insurance and securities and producing telephone switchboards. And 87 now the independent companies and decided to focus on international investing. And when we see in 2016, or maybe all going forward, even beyond that also, largest mobile and smartphone maker. So that's how that entire transformation happens. Whatever we have been doing will not take us to the next level because the times are changing, the challenges are changing, the technology is changing, the people's aspiration, the staff members, and everything is changing. If we don't change, then the times won't honor us. The time will not honor us, and we won't be having any impact on the things which are happening. Some examples of boldness, scrapping of Qualys once upon a time, maybe you may be knowing, you may not be knowing, and then introducing Innova to avoid cannibalization, scrapping of Nokia 1330. You have to kill your product to make the next product successful. That's what it is. Go for excellence, success will follow, as we all discussed earlier. It starts, if you are into practice, my advice, don't go at least without 5 partners together. The job gives you far better returns, exposure, and opportunities in today's world, whether it be into GCC, whether it be into other countries, whether it be in India in outsourcing space, KPO, BPO, or any kind of practice, forensic audit, internal audit, startup advisory, or any kind. So many, other than traditional, there are so many new avenues which you can tap and you can get success always. But my request is not less than 5 partners. You should come together, you should perform together, you should be together and achieve all the goals that you are aspiring. And then only it is very easy and scalable. Then general practice, then comes the bouquet. Initially, you do everything and then becomes bouquet firm, then becomes large firm, and then becomes an institution. It's a journey of 20, 30, 50 years. It's not much in our blood like in Western countries. When they found company, they know it that I am going to sell it after 20 years. And so the entire philosophy, the entire actions are in such a way that the founder does not become indispensable. He always become dispensable. And that's how things happen. These are the various examples of the innovativeness. We all are using these cars, and you can see what we have been into the world's space, what innovation or what kind of contribution we are giving. If you see all these names of the cars, Audi, BMW, Mercedes, and Honda, Nissan, Suzuki, Ferrari, Fiat, Lamborghini, Volvo, and so Bugatti, Renault, all, you can see these countries have performed well only because they've been able to innovate themselves, to be relevant in the market, and putting R&D. If we don't put our 20-30% of our income into R&D, then products are not going to sustain longer. As a CFM also, if we don't invest in people, process, and technology, if we don't invest, then we will not remain relevant in the market. Someone else will be doing it and he will overtake us very easily. So automobile sector, then medical devices sector, these all are, most of the brands are, not all the brands rather, are from abroad countries. We can go on and on. I have limitation of time because so many speakers are there. And my purpose of talk is to just give you a spark. I just try to ignite a spark into you, give a direction. It's a long process, even 20-25 minute speech. You will go home, you will think over, you will study. And then whenever in some point of time, every day, maybe sometime in future, you will feel that, okay, these words or this presentation or this advice is relevant to that, you will connect the dots and accordingly you will progress in your career. And that is what my purpose. Before you on sanitary ware, if we see all these foreign brands are there, then textile industries, Ralph Lauren, Gap, and Louis Vuitton, and George or Zara, and all are there. Software industry, if we take an example, we have more than 6-7 lakhs in TCS, we have more than 5 lakhs in Infosys and Wipro and all that. How many of our softwares are being used into 25 countries? That we have to think it. And that's why that we have to not just do the body shopping or kind of supply of manpower. We should we should invest in R&D, we should have that mindset. And then our intellectual pool is so capable. If Sundar Pichai and Satya Nadella can lead Google and Microsoft, then those people and those kind of so many people are there in India. And naturally, we will excel far ahead than other countries, but we will have to follow the rules of the game, the need of the time, and the investment and looking forward into the longer horizon. This is elevators industry that you can all see. We have been using it all from other countries, electronics. Then it's aircraft industry. Again, only 2-3 countries. Mobile industry, you can see it. Digital camera, even Kodak got. So NPA, because of this is Indian brands again, we have also certain brands which we can be always proud of it. Though they are less in number, but their impact is also there. We need to increase it over a period of time, and I'm sure the today's youth is very much thoughtful, insightful. They are going to achieve this to the next level. They are going to take India to the next level. This is the Google Office. You can see the creativity and out of box thinking. And this is the regular office that we have. So we have to think over that what kind of culture we are building into an office, whether we are producing clerks and accountants, or we are producing kind of creators, innovators, or people thinking out of box for the next generation. That also we need to think always, whether it be in our office, whether it be in our society, institute, country, or whether it be at our home. Love what you do what you love, mantra of happiness. And this is Lord Macaulay education system. It's a different story altogether, why we have become generalist and why we have stopped being innovators. Because we were the number one in the world to be innovators. We had innovated so much. If you see the ancient working, all that like Gurukul system, the R&D, the Nalanda, Takshashila and all that, we were really innovators. However, in 150 years, Britishers unfortunately wanted clerks, not innovators. So they were successful in killing the entire innovation. And now we will have to reinvent it. For that, we will have to put a lot of efforts. And then only we will again be in the larger world space as a country which will have influence, not by number of people, not by GDP number, not by trillion, but by way of impact in each and every industry, in each and every thing that impacts the human. So education system in Nalanda, it's there. This is also one kind of great thing. Before last 2-3 slides, I would like to speak is train ultra successful millionaire college dropouts. It being Michael Dell, Steve Jobs, Julian Assange, Bill Gates, Ivan Williams from Google, Mark Zuckerberg, Facebook, Larry Ellison from Oracle, Yahoo, Uber, and Whole Foods Market. What we have to learn out of this is that education gives us a horizon. Education gives us a degree. Education teaches us a kind of structured way of learning. However, the world is far beyond structured way of education. And therefore, it is very much important that we remain hungry every day. We remain, in one more sentence I would like to speak is, common sense is a rarely available sense. You can find intellectual people, you can find logical people, scientific people, very good oratory people and all that. But common sense is a rarely available sense. And the people who have succeeded in their life, are not very intelligent or educated people, but they were really having that common sense, right? So in our personal life or professional life, this is very much important that we think this was the starting point as a chartered accountant. The world is far larger, perhaps 100 times more than we have achieved just 1%. We have to another achieve in next 20, 30, 40 years, whatever you have, another 99%. And that will impact your entire career and thinking and the growth. So I am the orchestra and you are a good musicians. You can always see the Jobs movie. It's there. Very good movie, worth to learn. Here is the Steve Jobs and his partner Steve Wozniak is there in this movie. I can't run now, but I'm just rushing it through. One should retire when people ask why and not the when people ask why not. So I should also retire from my presentation. One sport, one music, one profession should be all. You are young guys, you must have a hobby kind of driving, horse riding, trekking, or maybe reading or playing some sport. So that will help, that will make us more vibrant personality. That will be life will be more enjoying and we will be contributing more in our professional journey also if our personal hobbies are such. So I think and having principle to spare at least a certain percentage of income and time for society, poor children, army, etc. And we all must strive to give back to the society, schools, colleges, hostels, society, country, world, and cosmos at large. So that should be also one of our goals. Those very small, you are very young, so at least be careful, be helpful wherever you can by way of your knowledge, your capacity, and that good karmas will come back to us, all of us. Whatever we did, good karmas will come back to us, and that way we all are will excel whatever we do in our life. May you all be very contented, very successful, very thoughtful, very insightful, helping each other and creating growth for your parents, your families, society, and country, and the C Institute. And that is what my heartily wishes are, and my blessings are with you. Thank you so much again to the WRC and all the office bearers, including Anil Bhai, Ketan Bhai, and other bearers, office bearers who have given me this opportunity to share some of my thoughts with you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Malay sir, for a wonderful and thoughtful sessions. In today's rapidly evolving world, AI-driven world, it is essential for newly qualified chartered accountant to continuously upgrading their knowledge and skill to get a knowledge of new knowledge that coming day by day to upgrade your version of chartered accountant. Thank you, Malay sir. Hello everyone. You can take a break of 5 minutes. Next session will be start in upcoming minutes.
एक मिनट हाँ मैं okay Sunit bhai friends just in 2 minutes we are starting. Just a minute, friends. We are waiting for the speaker to join. CA Sunit Shah to join.
Hello, Hill sir.
A very good evening on behalf of WRC ICA. We now move into the second session titled Unlocking Doors Explore, Expand, and Excel. A segment designed to open new pathways for our newly qualified members and help you discover the diverse opportunities available in today's dynamic professional landscape. Our first speaker, CA Sunit Chad sir, will take us beyond numbers as he highlights the vast and growing opportunities in valuation and IBC. This is a space where analytical skills meet strategic thinking and where CAs are playing an increasingly crucial role. It is my privilege to introduce our speaker, CA Sunit Shah sir, a distinguished chartered accountant and insolvency professional with over 20 years of rich industry experience. He is the founding and managing partner of SKYZ and Company, SKYZ Revival and Restructuring LLP, and is also a registered insolvency professional with IBBI and a certified independent director from IICA. Sir is additionally certified by ICAI as a forensic auditor, concurrent auditor, social auditor, and he holds the DISA qualification. He is currently pursuing his doctorate in insolvency and bankruptcy, further deepening his expertise in this specialized domain. His key areas of work span forensic and information audits, CRP and liquidation processes, corporate restructuring, turnaround advisory, and he has handled matters involving claims of over rupees 15,000 crores. He also serves as an elected member of the Managing Committee of the Ahmedabad branch of WRC 2025 to 2029 and was recently honored at the MSME Conclave and Awards 2024 by Divya Bhaskar for excellence in insolvency, restructuring, and resolution. Please join me in warmly welcoming CA Sunil Shah, sir. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Fenil Bhai, for inviting me to this session on these young chartered accountants. For these young chartered accountants recently qualified. First of all, extremely sorry for being late. Rather, I was stuck somewhere. I would just like, with the time frame of half an hour, 35 minutes that I am given, I'll just try to brief you on all the aspects of the insolvency and bankruptcy and along with the valuation. We are not sharing with the PPT as well. We have so many PPTs, but yeah, that contains the detailed discussion on insolvency and bankruptcy along with the valuation. So what I will try to do is within 30-35 minutes that have been allotted, I will try to just brief you onto the entire insolvency and bankruptcy process along with the valuation perspective. That is a new domain of practice. I would say valuation is coming up, and equivalently the insolvency and bankruptcy. Being a recently qualified chartered accountants, I would say you would have into the curriculum now insolvency and bankruptcy have been included. I think so. That is through a module or through a SPOM, self-paced study module. Many would have opted for insolvency and bankruptcy into the SPOM as well. Quickly going to the insolvency and bankruptcy code, I would say insolvency and bankruptcy code has been promulgated by the Parliament from 2016 December. So I would say it's a new law. Taking away 2 to 3 years of COVID, total 8 to 9 years into existence, and out of that 6 years, we could say it has been actively into practice, insolvency and bankruptcy code by the government, and it has taken up a huge response. So far as this code is concerned, insolvency and bankruptcy code. Thing is that how and why insolvency and bankruptcy code was initiated. Insolvency and bankruptcy code, to be very clear, it was initiated by the Modi government, which was the main perspective or the main purpose of this introduction was that to get the ease of doing business. So what happens is insolvency and bankruptcy code, if you are a company, if you are lending a amount to some of your friends, or if you are lending some of your funds to the intercorporate deposits, or the bankers are lending to the corporate debtor, in and out all the corporate debtors or all the companies, they are taking funds from the bankers. So if you all are secured about your payment, that if I lend it to someone, to my friend or to any another company, or bankers giving funds to the companies, or if I'm giving my services to the clients, or I'm giving goods and services to my clients, and if I'm sure that yes, that payment will be recovered in any case, if I'm secured of that, that will give a rise to ease of doing business in India. And that was one of the steps that was taken by the government, so that if you are lending goods and services, or if you are lending amount to any of the companies, if there is a strong law that is into the backing, which ensures you that there will be a recovery, or if it ensures you that there will be a resolution, in that case ease of doing business happens, and all the traders, all the companies are assured that yes, one of the law is into existence which will let me do the business with the ease. So this was the main purpose of introduction of the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code. Briefly going into the process of insolvency and bankruptcy is the minimum threshold limit of default is rupees 1 crore as of now, which used to be 1 lakh before the period of COVID. After COVID hit, the limit of the default has been increased to 1 crore rupees. So if you are an individual, if you are a private limited company or a partnership company, if I have given loans or if I have given goods and services to any of the individual or the entity wherein my dues are above 1 crore, and in that case, if that private limited company or the LLP is not paying back my money or not paying back me the fees in the form of the services that I have provided or the goods and services that I have provided, in that case, I, as a lender, have all the rights to approach NCLT, which is the court for this purpose. I can approach NCLT and file an application against this private limited company or LLP, wherein my dues are more than 1 crore rupees and they are not paying me off. In that case, I can always file an application with the NCLT stating that let this company be declared as an insolvent company. And if the NCLT court admits this matter, in that case, it will be considered that company will come into the insolvency and the entire insolvency process will start. Also, who will be appointed as an insolvency professionals? So professionals like us who are qualified insolvency professional, they will become an insolvency professional and they will run the entire company. So the existing directors of the company, the promoters of the company will be suspended. They will be out of this company, and an insolvency professional and a banker who are the actual creditors of this company will take over this company and run this company. So this is the huge impact if you are not paying the funds to the person who has given you the services or the goods or the funds. In that case, you can always file an application against these companies who are defaulting. Category of companies which can be taken into insolvencies are, as of now, there are 3 entities which are private limited company, limited companies, and the LLP. So as of now, if individual or the partnership firm is defaulting into these payments, they cannot be dragged to the insolvency. So as of now, although notification will come in sooner than earlier by the government, and then even the individual or the partnership firm will be able to be dragged to the insolvency. So as of now, it's clear default amount exceeding 1 crore rupees and private limited companies or the LLPs who have defaulted can be dragged to insolvency, and the insolvency professional and the bankers will take charge of that entire company, whether they might be having hundreds of factories or 50 of their offices or the vehicle. So whatever assets they are having in the balance sheet of the company, that will be taken charge by the insolvency professional or by the creditors and the bankers, and all the other promoters and the directors will be wiped off. They will be suspended. They will not have any right on their own company who are declared as insolvent by the NCLT. So what are the roles of the insolvency professional once the insolvency professional takes charge of this company is they will have to run this company. They will have to take charge of the assets of the company. They will have to say, for example, if XYZ company is having 20 assets in their balance sheet, say if having offices located in Mumbai, offices located in Delhi, Bangalore, Chennai, Ahmedabad, they are having factories in Ahmedabad, they are having say 5 vehicles. So all these assets will be taken charge by the insolvency professional. They will have to keep it in their charge, and they will have to run this company as well. So without asking the directors have no role they have no say in this company anymore. And along with the committee of creditors that will be formed, so all the creditors will come along. We insolvency professional and the committee of creditors will discuss what is to be done, and then they will run the company without any say of this directors or the promoters of this company, right? So this is the brief, so you can know what is the impact of a company, a brief impact of, rather I would say, there is so many sections involved. So not going much more into the section with the kind of possible paucity of this time that we have, but this is how a charge will be taken over by the company and the directors will be out. So these are the basic points of the insolvency and bankruptcy law. So this is the biggest impact you would see, how this company is dragged into insolvency and the charge of the company is going into the another hands of the insolvency professional or the creditors. Next thing that we have to, so once the insolvency professional gets in that case, you have to take charge of all the assets, and you have to take care of those assets, like those assets belong to me. So because directors are no more, so whatever be the insurances that I have to take, I have to ensure that no assets get damaged during this process of 180 days. Okay, 180 days, when we talk 100, this is the entire insolvency process has to be completed within the term of 180 days, not more than that. In case of certain situations, 90 more days are we can claim an extension from the NCLT and get 270 days, but maximum time frame for completing the entire process of insolvency is 180 days. This is how this is process run. What next I have to do is I have to issue a form G, which is called the expression of interest into the newspaper, stating that this company is into insolvency, and if anyone is willing to buy this company, can come forward and buy this company, because this company, any insolvent company, will be available for a price of maybe at a very much lower price. So many the companies which are into the peer groups, like if a chemical industry is into the insolvency, a chemical company, in that case, in that industry, there will be many of these other people, many other industrialists of the same industry who wants to buy this company, and they will come forward and quote for this company. So I will issue a form G into or expression of interest into the newspapers, and all the willing buyers will come to me as an insolvency professional, and then they will try to bid for this company. So say few of them will bid for 50 crores, some may bid for 10 crores, some may bid for 100 crores as well, depending on the value that they perceive, and they will come to the insolvency professional that stating that we are willing to buy this company. How this valuation is being done? So when we are talking, the session also includes the valuation part. So naturally I would say how we as an insolvency professional have to get the valuation of this company, entire company, done, because at what price we will sell. So for that purpose we need the valuation. Valuation involves there are three categories of valuation that are being talked about when insolvency is concerned. One kind of valuation is the valuation of the land and building, second is plant and machinery, and third is the securities and the financial asset. So far as the chartered accountants are concerned, we as a we from the financial background, we can pursue a course that is valuation of securities and financial assets. We as a chartered accountant cannot value land and building, plant and machinery, because of the technicalities involved. But yeah, we can qualify as a valuer, which is the additional degree or the additional qualification that is available post 3 years of qualification as a chartered accountant. So that we can pursue. And so far as the process is concerned, I will appoint three kinds of valuers. One is for the land and building, one for plant and machinery, and third is the securities and financial asset. Every class two valuers will be appointed for every class, and they will value these assets and give me the valuation of this company. Say land and building is of 100 crores, plant and machinery comes to 50 crores, and 50 crores for securities and financial assets. So this valuation of this insolvency company is now figures are with me. So I will place this with the committee of the creditors, stating that this valuation is of 200 crores and the liabilities are of say 500 crores, and that's the reason that company goes into the insolvency, because liabilities are more than the assets. So 200 crores of asset, 500 crores of liability. Now when I place this company for sale, the buyers who are willing to buy this company may bid for 100 crores, 150 crores, 210 crores, and accordingly all the bidders bid that I have received, I will put this amongst the committee of creditors for their approval, for the resolution to be placed as to whom this company is to be sold. Right. So Naturally, the best price, the best bidder who has bidded for this company, the committee of creditors and insolvency professional jointly will decide that this company has to be given to this new bidder or the new management that is coming up. So that company, once the resolution is being passed with 66% of the majority, in that case, that company will be sold to that XYZ buyer who is being resolved or who is being voted for as a successful buyer. So this company will be sold to the another company. So this is the effect of the insolvency and bankruptcy code that has come up. So now when we again go back to the matter, when say one company owes to another company say 1.25 crore, and then if that company is not paying that dues, just imagine the kind of situation this company has come in. Say this company was into existence for say 50 long years, and all the promoters, directors were taking care of this company. In that case what happens is, naturally, just because of the default that company has created, or just because that inability to pay the dues, that company goes into NCLT, being a insolvency professional being appointed, this company being quoted into the newspaper for sale, and ultimately that company gets sold off to another new management or the new company. So just imagine the kind of things that have happened because of the non-payment of the dues. Although insolvency and bankruptcy code is not just about the recovery, but yeah, it's all about the resolution. So we as an insolvency professionals are always stated, or it's into the ethics of the insolvency professional, I would say, to just sell the company, or to go or to let go this company to the new hands or the new management, rather than that company getting into the liquidation, and this company just this law be just being used as a recovery tool. So main purpose of insolvency and bankruptcy code is to resolve the company rather than to let this company go into the liquidation. Resolution, once we get the resolution, so naturally what happens is the plant and machinery remains intact, the land and building remains intact, the employees of the company remain intact, and only the difference is that the old management or the old directors and promoters goes out of this company, and the new promoters and the new management comes in and runs the company. So many resources that are being saved rather than that company going into the liquidation. So this is the core objective of insolvency and bankruptcy code, is to get the maximum resolutions of this company rather than this company. So what happens if I give a public advertisement into the newspaper, and what if no interested buyer is coming up, or what if the buyers that have come up are giving a quote lesser than what is expected by the creditors or the dues to whom the company say dues are for 400 crores, and the committee of creditors is willing to sell this company say for 200 crores. But what if only buyers of 100 crores, 50 crores, or 150 crores have come up, but 200 crores, the expected amount what was there has not come up, which was of the committee of creditors has not come up? What in that case will happen? In that case, the company will automatically go into the liquidation, and once the liquidation company goes into liquidation, a liquidator is being appointed rather than the resolution professional or the insolvency professional. A liquidator will be appointed. Similarly, insolvency professional can become a liquidator. Then in that case, again, we will give a public announcement stating that now assets are for sale, not the company is for sale. So individual assets of the company will be sold, like land and building will be sold, the plant and machinery will be sold, right, or any of the assets or the cars that are with the company will be sold. So all the individual assets will be sold during liquidation, rather than in the entire company as a whole. So naturally, when individual assets are being sold, the value of the company will be deteriorated, will be degraded, and naturally the resolution, so all the employees will have to leave. Land and building will go to some other buyers, the plant and machinery will go to some other buyer. If there are 20 plant and machinery, to two plant and machinery will go to some say buyer A, buyer B, buyer C. So the entire company will be lost, and the resources will be lost. And in that case, after liquidation of the company will goes into the dissolution part. And once the dissolution takes place, the company will be wiped off from the or striked off from the register of the ROC, or the register of the companies. So this is what the impact of insolvency and bankruptcy is. Just going back again to what are the criteria to become an insolvency professional is 10 years of membership. That is a minimum 10 years of membership, not the COP part. But yeah, if you are a 10 years membership you are having, you can opt for the examination which is conducted by IBBI, Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India, and you can just qualify and post that 50 hours of training that you need to do, and you can be qualified as a insolvency professional. Similarly, so far as the valuation is concerned, as I discussed about the valuation, not just the valuation that is a emerging field, or I would say it has emerged a lot beyond extent, where it's not just a valuation of, I would say, the insolvent companies is to be made, but valuation is applicable in so many corporates day in day out, wherein even if the shares of the companies are being sold to another buyer, or if the prospective buyer is coming up, or the private equity players are coming up, or in case of mergers, demergers, which are happening in and out around in this corporate world, everywhere the valuers are being required and valuers will have to be appointed. So two kinds of value for valuation, as I discussed, 3 years of experience that is required so far as the valuation is concerned. 3 years of experience as a chartered accountant, or holding a membership. Post that, you can apply for the examination of the values. In that case, 50 hours of training are required. Pre-training is required, unlike insolvency professional examination, wherein post 50 hours training is required. And in that case, once you qualify that 50 hours training, after that there is a 2 hours examination that is being held again by IBBI, RVO, and our ICI is very much the agency, the valuation agency that is conducting that is taking care of the members of this valuation industry once you are qualified as a valuer. So this is what about the valuation. Once you're qualified as a valuer, you can value the assets of the company so far as the securities and financial assets are concerned, not as a land and building or plant and machinery. You can value the asset side, which are of the current assets, like deposits, loans, and advances, which is always a report is required to go further so far as insolvency is concerned, and so far as the valuation of the shares are concerned, which are not the insolvent company, but yes, during the sale of the shares of the company to the prospective buyers, or everywhere whenever there is a sale of the shares, there is a valuation that is involved day in day out. Now rules have changed, and wherein in several cases it has happened that now it's compulsory to have a IBBI registered valuer. Initially it was the case where every chartered accountant was able to value the securities and financial assets, but now yes, you need to be a IBBI registered valuer. And in several cases where the regulation and the rules or the sections have been changed itself in the company law as well as the income tax act, wherein a registered valuer, qualified valuer by IBBI will be allowed to do the valuation of the securities and the financial assets. So this is what is all about the valuation. Many times sweat equity is being stock options are being given to the shareholders, to the employees, sorry, and in all these cases the valuation is being involved, and this is what the perspective of the valuation is all about into the once you are a qualified chartered accountant. About the insolvency process, as I said, to become an insolvency professional, as I said, 10 years of experience or 10 years of holding a membership is required to appear for examination and qualify for an examination. In that case, who are the eligible persons who can give these examinations are the chartered accountants, the company secretaries, the cost accountants, the advocates or the lawyers who have completed the 10 years of membership in their respective areas, and they can give their examination and get qualified as a insolvency professional. Although there is a certain case, there is an institute which gives a limited insolvency examination, although you have not completed 10 years of practice or 10 years of membership. In that case also you can go for these limited insolvency examination that is conducted by IICA, Institute of Company Affairs, which is located at Manesar, Delhi. There is a 2 years residential course they are offering, even if you have not completed 10 years of membership, and you can get yourself qualified as an insolvency professional if you don't wish to wait for 10 years of membership. It's a much growing field, although in Western countries, I would say this law is into existence since last more than 40 years, and now India has introduced this insolvency law, which I would say it's an infant law as of now, although 9 years have passed. I would say there are more than 5 to 6,000 companies which have already undergone the insolvency processes. 4 lakh crores have already been recovered through insolvency process by selling off the companies or by the liquidating those companies. So this is the process. Just recently, if you all are aware, if you are onto the social media, reading newspapers and all, in that case, every day in Economic Times of India, you will find at least one or two articles onto the insolvency and bankruptcy or the valuation that is being concerned. So you should go to this emerging area of practice, I would say. No, this is what insolvency is all about. If you would have all heard about Jet Airways, you used to travel in Jet Airways many times. So far as the flights are concerned, now Jet Airways is no more. You would have heard of Go Airways, where frequently everyone would have traveled or seen advertisement. Now Go Airways is no more. And several aviation companies uh, are facing such kind of stress, which might go into the insolvency. Even if you talk about, I'm giving some big names and which were very known names. I would say Byju's, which were facing insolvency, which went to the insolvency. Byju's once used to be the main sponsor into all the cricket matches of India, or BCCI has appointed or had a contract wherein you could see Byju's were everywhere on the t-shirts of the players of every cricket team. This was the kind of sponsorship they have given, and this is the kind of brand they have built up. But Byju's again had to face the insolvency process. BCCI, this Bombay Board of Cricket Council, they took Byju's into the insolvency because of the non-payment of the same advertisement fees or the sponsorship fees they are unable to pay. So although it got out of the insolvency, again went into the insolvency. So all these things have happened. So it's a very interesting, I would say, into last 15 to 20 years, I'm into practice as a chartered accountant. But I would say since 5 to 7 years, I am actively into the insolvency practice now, and valuation, insolvency, and the forensics as well. But I would say these emerging fields are such an interesting practice to do, and to just dig into that, and you will find out so many good things that are coming up, not just through insolvency, but yes, there is a restructuring space that is also available. There is a kind of mergers and acquisitions that is a core field, I would say, along with the insolvency, because a company going into the insolvency, there are so many other companies which are willing to buy this company. So there's always a space open up for the mergers and acquisitions as well. So these are the kind of new domains that are coming up. Forensics, again, forensics is the part of insolvency process, but yes, separately also we can go for the forensics, which is the upcoming domain, because so many things, because of financial frauds along with the cyber frauds, and so many things are happening, because more and more the economy will turn up, more and more the use of technology and AI will turn up. There are more chances of financial frauds as well as cyber frauds that will come up, and this may turn out to be a very good fields in the future to come. Along with that, I would say, although if you, as I said, you can get yourself qualified as an insolvency professional, although you have not done 10 years of membership, not yet completed 10 years of membership. But yeah, as I said, there is a course available that is 2 years. You can get there and get qualified as insolvency professional immediately after qualifying as a chartered accountant. And yes, not to get disappointed just because we need to wait for 10 years, but there are so many chartered accountants which are associated with us, which are associated in our offices across India, where so many young chartered accountants are associated with the insolvency professional entities and the insolvency professional, where they are providing the support services. And so many support services have taken up, are given a way or given a scope because of the insolvency practice that is being done. So verification of claims to preparation of the resolution plans, like one buyer who wants to buy another company has to prepare a resolution plan. So all these the services are providing, preparing a resolution plan as per the law, and getting those company acquired by the buyer is also a new field. I would say these are the big fields, or the big domain fields, and the much law and much technicalities involved. But yeah, that is what every fresh chartered accountant or a new chartered accountant has to pursue with times to come, so that we become the best, and we are out of the herd of the people that or herd of the professional that everyone is doing. We need to do different things to become different. And this is what my short session, I keep on taking sessions on insolvency, wherein it requires minimum 2 to 3 hours, where I can explain you what the entire insolvency law, along with the example and the practical experiences, also the forensics and the valuation as well. So all these things are the emerging fields, and this is how you can pursue with the time span or with the time frame that you are given, or when you are starting afresh with your career. You should always take this some new fields rather in any of the fields, insolvency, forensic, valuation, and there are so many other emerging fields that are coming up. Yeah, as a fresh chartered accountant, definitely you will think of joining some good company, or starting up with your own practice or anything, or joining some big four firms. But yeah, along with that, back of the mind, always we should have a thought that yeah, we need to do some different things what others are not doing, and which will make us which will let us create a different story, maybe after 5 years, 10 years, 15 years down the line. So although I as a professional, or we started a bit late, but yeah, as a I would say, as being a young professional, young chartered accountant with so many things, our Fenilbhai is here. Fenilbhai is very much into the AI part, and along with the support of the AI part, he is promoting so much of AI, with the support of all these things, I would say you should always pursue some better things in life, or better career in life, to have a better career, not just going into the compliance part or thing. That is our bread and butter. But yeah, along with that, all these new fields that are coming up, because we are chartered accountant, we are called the best professionals, I would say, and where we have all the reasoning capacities, we have all the analytical skills we have. Why not to, along with the basic bread and butter, why not we always go for some other fields, wherein we can keep on attempting, so that maybe next 2 5 years, after next 2 5 years, the entire practice, or the entire setup, or entire authorities, we are able to acquire, or we are able to grab something which normally everyone could not grab. So this is what it's all about, insolvency. A brief note on insolvency, bankruptcy, and the valuation. Uh, Over to you, Fenil bhai. And yeah, first of all, I thank you all the participants here. For also congratulate everyone. So being getting qualified as a chartered accountant, that's a big thing to get qualified as a chartered accountant. And thank you, Fenil bhai. Thank you, Treasurer of Ahmedabad, Treasurer of WIRC, Fenil bhai. Also, Ketan Sayya sir, Chairman of WRC, and the entire WRC team, for giving me an opportunity to deliver. Thank you again.
Thanks. Thank you, Sunit sir. So basically, there are few audience here and at few branches. The physical, it's happening right now.
Right.
It is being shown, and we are going to curate small reels out of it. जो आपने session लिया उसकी छोटी reel बनेगी, and that we are going to show tomorrow in the new members felicitation, which is happening in Mumbai, of more than 2,000 chartered accountants, and also in the convocation in between these reels will be shown. So
Great, sir.
so thank you for opening this idea. And very important was that even before, because it was a dilemma in many youngsters, that after 10 years only we can go for IBC. But yes, you showed few options that even before that, if you're curious, you can go for the same.
Correct,
So
correct, sir.
thank you, Sunit bhai.
Sir,
Yes,
one question. There is one question only, so I think so. I will take that so that he don't feel disappointed. There is one question from Onkar Amil Kanthavar. He asked that, can we practice while doing this residential course? He has qualified CA recently. So practice, if you are talking about the CA practice, holding a COP. So once you are now a qualified member of the institute, also you can hold a COP, you can acquire COP, you can start your practice of CA practice, you can start. And along with that, you can do this residential course that, as I discussed, of 2 years to get qualified as a insolvency professional. So definitely you can do that. So that if your question is about doing practice, CA practice, while doing this residential course, to qualify as an insolvency professional, then answer is yes, you can always do that simultaneously. Yes, sir. Fenil sir, thank you.
over to you.
Yeah, sir. Should I exit? Or
Just a minute. Just a
Yes,
minute. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your expertise and insights, which we now eagerly carry forward in our journeys ahead. On behalf of WRC ICI, as a token of our heartfelt gratitude, we would like to present a memento to our esteemed speaker, CA Sunit Shah.
Thank you so much. Okay, sir. I exit now. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
sure. Thank you. So actually, we can move towards the second part. Yeah.
Our next segment dives into one of India's most exciting growth engines, startups and MSMEs. The topic, From Garage to Growth, explores how young businesses innovate, scale, and create
Ashi, just admin team, please, can you share the introduction?
Okay, sir.
We are going systematic way because we need to show this tomorrow as a video in a felicitation program. That's why.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
The topic From Garage to Growth explores how young businesses innovate, scale, and create opportunities across the country. For us as chartered accountants, this space opens doors to advisory, structuring, compliance, fundraising, and strategic financial roles. It's a landscape where our guidance can genuinely shape the growth journey of emerging enterprises. We are privileged to have C.A. Swati Panchal with us, a dynamic professional whose journey reflects excellence across finance, audit, taxation, and entrepreneurship. A rank holder postgraduate and a qualified FCA with DISA, she became a chartered accountant at just 20 years of age. She brings rich experience across statutory, tax, internal, and system audits, corporate law matters, NBFC assignments, and taxation, both direct and indirect. She has conducted numerous professional certifications, including forensic audit, fraud prevention, FXTM, and IBC. She is deeply involved in leadership roles, serving on the CPE Committee, Banking and Financial Services Committee, and previously the Women and Young Members Excellence Committee of the Ahmedabad branch of WRC. She is also a startup mentor with premium incubators like SVNIT Surat, ALEAP Hyderabad, and an industry expert with IIM Ahmedabad and GTU. A powerful communicator, she has delivered sessions across India, appeared in live TV discussions, anchored finance shows, and led major financial literacy initiatives under CBSE, SEBI, and NSDL. On behalf of WRC ICI, as a token of our heartfelt gratitude, we would like to present a memento to our esteemed speaker, C.A. Swati Panchal.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Please join me in welcoming C.A. Swati Panchal. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sakshi, for wonderful introductions. I would like to thank WIRC of ICI and especially in the absence of chairman, and I can see the treasurer Fenil Sasar. So thank you so much for giving me this wonderful opportunity and interact with all the youngsters and young minds of the India. So I can see the faces, few
Yeah.
of them, and
So Swati, just to interrupt, means you take in such a way. So tomorrow we are going to show this whole thing. In Mumbai, we are having a young members felicitation, newly qualified. So we are
okay.
going to show them this particular whole session into small parts.
Okay, okay,
Yes. Yeah.
got it. So, shall I take these by showing my PPT, or shall I do the interactive or whatever?
No, showing by PPT will work. Yes.
Okay, it will also work. Okay, fine. Okay, so the topic allotted to me is the startups and MSME. So I think everyone is now aware about the startup. So I think chatbox is working, right? So earlier was the era when everyone was thinking कि after becoming CA, what you would like to become. आपको corporate में job करनी है या either you would do the practice. But nowadays, I think scenario is completely changed. Many more CA students, CA are going into the entrepreneurship. So may I know how many of us has already thought that after becoming CA, I will have my own venture, I will scale my business, I will get some big valuations, and after that I am going to retire and I don't want to do any the audit assurance or practice or any corporate job. So how many of us are like that? Can I see some hand raise? Oh, 3, 4. Okay, great. Yeah, it's good to see such numbers because, friends, nowadays the scenario is completely changing. Earlier was the era where we were thinking completely stereotype, but nowadays the thing has changed, the era is completely evolved, and everyone is thinking now if you just read the newspaper every day, hope everyone is reading the Economic Times or Business Standard being into the CA fraternity now. And more and more people are coming into the entrepreneurship. Many more IPOs are coming where people are also like founders are getting some good valuations. They can also can do the retirement planning little bit more early rather than just being into the stereotype practice. And nowadays the CA fraternity and CA field are also becoming like that. If you can focus on 2, 3, 4 areas, then you are able to they give more advantage, or you will have some added advantage in your bucket. So I would like to just present my PPT on startups, like how the things are evolving. And so can you see my PPT?
Yes, Swati, perfectly visible.
Okay, perfect. So this is the ICI effect. So ICI is playing a pivotal role in becoming, now India is growing day by day, and our president and prime minister also having the vision of Viksit Bharat. So we have visualized Viksit Bharat, so many more entrepreneurship, all the big opportunities into the employments. कोई गरीब नहीं होगा, everyone will have the entrepreneurs, like everyone will have the good job, कोई jobless नहीं होगा. And such type of scenario is there into the Viksit Bharat. And now you are the youngsters, you also have the responsibility to develop something. And I can also see the women candidates. Now, how many of us women candidates are thinking that now just after becoming CA, I just want to get married, and after that I will not do anything. Anyone is like that in this house and thinking like this? I think no one. Because please understand, friends, if you have been given this wonderful degree, then there is also the responsibility to perform. If you are like highly capable person, if you are employing 10, 15, 20 employees, then you are contributing directly or indirectly to the economy. May not be the big, but somewhat. And that should be the vision of each and every chartered accountant, to work and to contribute. The contributions cannot be only like just a profit making for ourselves or for organizations. It can be the economic activities, because this is the fundamental things of the commerce. Whatever the done with the economic activities, maybe you are active into the NGO, you are doing your family businesses. If your family business into the stereotype, but being into the like after having the degree, you added some technology part, and how you can scale it. Because many of times what happened till date, there is a lots of limitations of knowledge, the technology awareness was not there, so limitations was there. But nowadays you have the technology, chat gtp hai, ai hai. Now you have the access to each and everything, LinkedIn, social media, so you can reach out to whomsoever you want to reach. So I think this is all about to having some broader vision. So if I just summarize like the major startups and how the ICI has contributed to it. So you can see the AU Small Finance board, the founder is the CA, also the Cars 24 lending card. And I think we can find it out many more good name nowadays, and these names are also increasing. So you can also have some vision to have some become a establish some good company. So this can be the vision, and you can contribute into the Indian economy by running your successful startups. तो सफलता की और पहला कदम है संभावनाओं को पहचानना और उन्हें संकल्प में बदलना. तो जो लघु दिखता है वही देश को विराट बनाता है. So many of times we think that the startups are like just an idea, and after that it's not the contributing much. But if you see many of companies, the journey, it's just in the 5 years. Many of times we have seen such companies. The founder ने company बनाई within a tenure of 5 to 10 years. The company has reached to that level कि company के SME board में IPO आ गया. After that, he has also exited from the company, and he has also made very good money. And after that, he has started 3-4 other business ventures. This may not be possible if you are into the like very basic practice, or if you are into the just 1 or 2 some other areas. So this is also possible nowadays, and you can also have some vision and you can think. So if we check the data on DPIIT, more than 185,000 startups are registered nowadays, and these all are coming from all across the region. The Jaipur, Ahmedabad, Pune, Indore, and also from the tier 2 and tier 3 cities are also contributing to the startups, because now the entrepreneurship is there, and now it's evolving. So everyone is thinking that yes, I can do the business. So if you also check the India's MSME landscape, if you are not having some innovative idea, the startup is all about the innovations. If you are bringing something innovative, innovative जो पीछे से आप scalable कर सकते हो. And also the employable opportunity, जो business ventures में employment की opportunities हो, कुछ नया idea हो, कुछ something new stereotypes है, आपका कुछ USP हो, unique selling propositions, unique आप कुछ कर रहे हो, then you get the startup registrations on the Startup India, and you will get all the startup benefits. And if you think on the MSME, जो हर एक startups नहीं है वो MSME तो है ही. So MSME is all about the medium small enterprise. That अभी बहुत सारे corporates जो listed हम देख रहे हैं startups है, तो startups all can be the MSME. So MSME is also playing the pivotal role, more than like contributions into the GDP also we can see like 30%. And job generate जो हो रही है वो भी MSME से हो रही है. And more than 6.3 CR plus MSMEs are registered into the India. So to get the all MSME benefits, you can get registered into Udyam. There is one portal on Udyam, and you will get all the benefits of MSME. Now, as per the taxation aspect as well, for example, if you are getting supplies or services from the MSME registered entities, then you need to pay the timely payments within 45 days. Also, the disclosure aspects has come out. If you are not corporate is not making payment to the MSME, then they have to pay the interest as well. And after that, the corporate MSME 1-2 returns also needs to be filed. Also, there are lots of disclosure to be made into the tax audit report as well, if you are not making the payment to the MSME. Because MSME are also the backbone for the Indian economy, and the government want to strengthen and develop that MSME portions. So the government is also coming with the lucrative ideas with their funding or how they get easy access of finance. So now what the CAs can, how they can explore the opportunities into the startups and MSME. So there is a talent gap that we can able to find it out, because MSMEs जो है वो काफी unstructured rural से भी आ रहे हैं, and they are not having the financial knowledge, structured financial knowledge, what are the benefits that MSMEs can get. So being a CA, that you can fulfill that opportunity, that work. Also, the financial inexperience are there, innovations opportunity. So by implementing that innovations opportunity, and you have the knowledge of also the technology nowadays. So CAs are not only the finance buddy or economics or only the statistics or management, but also you have the knowledge now for the technology. So how optimum utilization of technology you can develop into any startups or MSME. Maybe it's a QR code, or maybe it's anything, cloud management, and there are lots of opportunities into the startups and MSME into these aspects. Now, many of times we have heard that CFO after corporates में ही CFO होता है, but nowadays the scenario is completely changing. Now virtual CFO part has come, and many more CAs I can able to see they are practicing like the virtual CFO. Now what the virtual CFO do? Because all the MSMEs and startups, they cannot afford more than 50, 20, 30, 40 lakh salary to all the CAs and experienced CA basically. So as a virtual CFO also, you can step your feet and you can work out into the like in their financial management, capital budgeting aspect, taxation review on their MIS things. So these all are the work that you can do into the virtual CFO. And being into the startups and MSME, other opportunities are also I can see into the financial modeling and pitch deck. बिकॉज प्रोजेक्शंस एंड सीए में अभी तक ऐसा था कि कोई प्रोजेक्ट लोन लेनी है आपको बड़ी तो ही आपको फाइनेंशियल्स और प्रोजेक्शंस बनाने हैं बट नाउ इट इज एवरीवन इज गोइंग फॉर द फंड रेजिंग everyone is like just fundraising karke I just want to scale my business to the beyond level, and for that this is the two essential things each and every startups or MSME needed. This is the pitch deck and the financial model. So you can also be have the great expertise into the financial model and the pitch deck or financial modeling ka aap you can charge like anything. And the range for the financial modeling for the startups, it ranges from 50, 60, 70,000, 1 lakhs to beyond 3, 4, 5, 6 lakhs. So it also depends on the complexity of your the business and revenue models. Also, the Gift City consultancy you can do, because nowadays what's happening, many more startups and MSME would like to explore the foreign market. Now they are thinking that Indian market is like completely I have explored, now I want to do something beyond. Okay, so then you can also opt the Gift City route, and via the Gift City route as well you can explore the foreign markets, and also you get the tax benefits. So you can also provide the Gift City consultancy. Maybe it's into the company formations of any startups, MSMEs, or AIF. Because if you have the great connections into the foreign, then you can do the fundraising through the AIF or any finance company. You can also set up into the Gift City, and you can do the fundraising through very minimal cost. Because for example, आप Indian market से debt उठा रहे हो, so you need to pay the interest of 10, 15, 12% or 9 to 15% in between. But if you are getting fund from foreign, even though it's NCD or debt, then you can do it, and it's very cheap debt you will get. And also nowadays the Gift City listings have started happening. So if any MSMEs are there and they want to list their equity into the gift, they can also do it. So the Gift City exchange INX has also started working. 2-3 IPOs are into the pipeline. 2-3 has already come out. So, but again, in that, foreign investor needs to come up. So if you have the great connections with the foreign funding is assured, then you can also explore these options. And there is a great consultancy, because this is a very new area. Now there are no, we can see there are no big player into this. So the Gift City exchange listing, Gift City registrations, Gift City AIF, Gift City, the date fundraising, all these are the new avenues, and there are lots of great opportunities are there. After that, again, the startups and MSME, if we talk on the compliance and taxations part, so everyone has learned about the taxation, so I don't have to talk much upon it. But being a virtual CFO also, you can provide the services, and you can also structure the MSMEs, all the compliance and the startups. The cloud accounting, the digital bookkeeping solutions, many of times the startups MSME having the across pan India branches, and their books of accounts are too messy. Many of times the founder himself is from the technical background and he's not aware about these are the probable solutions. So you can explore the pinpoint, what are the pain point, and you can catch up that, and you can do the cloud accounting consultancy as well into that. SOPs and internal controls, yes. So this is also untouched area. Presently, I think till now that we can say the big four and many big consultants companies are only doing the SOPs and internal control. But nowadays, if we can see, many more startups are coming, MSMEs are like it's booming. So the SOP, the standard operating procedures and internal policies, किसी भी organizations को run करने के लिए you need lots and lots of SOPs. For example, into the HR, if we see the joining policy, okay, relieving policies about the admin, IT system policies, and purchase policies, accounting, finalizations, everything. So each and every policy is having the authorization metrics chart. What are the key points? How the organizations will be driven? So ultimately, you can play here the internal control part, and you can be the part of the SOPs and process making. Now, with the SOPs and process making, internal policies formations, you will be the part of that internal. Ultimately, you need to understand the business of that organization. And by doing that, what will happen? Ultimately, the whole intention is all about that a company should be the process driven rather than people driven. Company जब process driven रहती है, policies driven, then there are less chances of fraud and everything. So SOPs and internal control is also the one part where you will be, you can explore it. Again, the due diligence facilitating merger, acquisitions, and investments. So here again, the due diligence. Nowadays, if you can see, the lots of mergers and acquisitions are happening. And the now scenario has completely changed, friends. If you also want to check the due diligence, earlier we were having the MCA data, so we will give the 100 rupees and we will dig out all the reports. Nowadays, the scenario has changed. Lots and lots of players are coming with the detailed report. Now, for example, if you want to check any company's all the details and a prima facie summary, if you need the 15-20 page report, then you can also check with the company check report. There is also one report, company check report. So you will get all the financials, last auditors, any fraud that has happened with the companies or any litigations are going on, everything that detail will come to you. So many more players are into the market. So you can also do the tie-up with them and you can provide the detailed due diligence for that. So the due diligence can be for the merger acquisitions, it can be tie up with the new vendor, it can be for the giving any heavy credit to any your customers. So you can play a pivotal role into this due diligence report. The valuations and fundraising. I think Sunit bhai also talked about the valuation, so I will not be touch upon on that much. But valuation is also raising day by day, because now what's happening? Earlier were the era like where the valuer report were not required, and after that the BI registered valuer has come into the picture, and nowadays the MCA has also changed rule where you need, the time bound is being given that within 30-60 days reports to be taken from the valuer. So the valuation market is also like booming because many more startups and MSMEs, and again the fundraising they are doing. So the valuation is also amazing. So you can also explore that valuations aspect, and also the fundraising, guiding startups to the capital raising. That will also I will touch upon. The business structuring, optimizing, and entity structure in incorporations. So you can also have the expertise into the business structuring. So many of times nowadays, the foreign market they are exploring. So the Dubai entities, many more export-oriented units are making. So if you want to be into such business, or if you would like to consult, so you can also explore that likewise into the Dubai as well, whether the mainland is suitable to you or free zone. Again, into the free zone, there is a IBSA, DABSA, and many free zones are there into the Dubai. And into the mainland also, there is a lots and lots of opportunities if you want to do the business with the local UAE part. So again, into the business structuring also, you can help all the businesses out how to save the taxes and everything. So MSME scheme advisory. So for the MSMEs also, there are lots and lots of subsidy and various schemes is available. For example, if you want to establish any manufacturing unit, then there is a capital subsidy is there. For electricity, also there is some incentivize has been given to them. Also for the GST is also there is some subsidy benefits are there. So there are also the portal nowadays, friends. There likewise the subsidy X is there. So you need to just give the details on the portal, and you can able to download the whole report. How many schemes is applicable to these entity, and after that you can discuss out with your clients that in which scheme that you want to go. So lots of AI based applications are into the market, so you can explore that, and you can explore that opportunities of the MSME various schemes advisory. Again, the incubator mentorship. financial guidance to early stage startups. So lots of CA friends, I'm also able to see that they are also taking the mentorship equity, and they are guiding them as a mentor. And again, you need to define your roles and responsibilities into the startups, that if I am taking the 5% or 10% equity, what would be my roles and responsibility into it. So you can also assist into the mentorship into various startups, and also you can do tie up with various incubation center, accelerator centers. So if I have talked on the virtual CFO part, then what the virtual CFO role can be, the providing expert, the cost-effective solutions, the business metrics. Because nowadays what's happening, many more youngsters are coming into the market with the startups, MSME, but they are not aware about कि आपकी जो प्रोडक्ट है, बहुत सारे लोगों को हम पूछते हैं कि भाई आपके पास ये प्रोडक्ट है, फॉर एग्जांपल वन प्रोडक्ट इज दिस रिमोट. Now what is the cost for this making this, and what is the margin per product? What it's called with the unit economics. तो बहुत सारे लोगों को ये नहीं पता होता है कि unit economics का concept क्या है. So being learned about the cost management, you can guide them. That is the like fixed cost apportion, variable cost. For example, minimum this much units you need to make your entity, your organizations to come into the break even, and where there is a opportunity to save the taxes. So these are the benefits, and as a virtual CFO, you can guide them. Also, I think again we need to think beyond the imaginations, that not only the consultant and advisor we need to work, but many of times if we get the opportunity that let I give you 20-30% and you do my this much work. So such type of partnership is also workable, and I think we should start exploring such type of partnership as well, because over the period of time, if you think that the company is the scalable, the founders are good, the management is good, then if the company is going into the IPO later on scale, then it's a huge the amount that you are going to encash in your future as well. So if you are getting some opportunity of being the partnership, then you also need to explore that. Again, as I explained you, the financial modeling and investor readiness. So this is all about the financial modeling, like the financial metrics that you can do, the fundraising support about the investors, because being into the CA field, and we have learned all the aspects. Maybe it's a little bit on the management, IT, and all been done through the practical aspects of the the 2 years of articleship, where we have been molded into the audit, internal audit, and taxations. So we are able to more catch up about the investors' query, and we are able to give them proper presentations and proper reply of all the questioning. So you can also do such fundraising tasks, and also being into the tie up with various VCs, angel investors, and lenders. And there is a huge and great amount of fees that you can charge into the startup as well. It's starting from 3, 4, 5, 6, and many of are charging like 5, 6, 7%. So there is if just one good deal crack, and I think it's a handsome revenue that you can make. So many CAs, just name has been given, where they are leading the way, and they are into the entrepreneurship, and they are doing amazing. Now, what made them different? Because being a CA, you have the finance knowledge. You have also the tech knowledge. Okay. So what you can also do the combination of tech and finance integrations. So this is successful for the being a chartered accountant, because you have the product knowledge, business knowledge, technology, finance, and everything. Because many of times, if the founder is from the science background, they don't have the knowledge on the basic aspects of the finance. So again, these are the the qualities of the chartered accountants. And if you are the differentiating, then again you need to just develop the business mindset. If you are also want to do into the startups, or even partnership, or even the consultancy, so you can explore that. Also the various the government schemes and how to explore it. So for all the MSME, as I said, the Udyam registrations part, and after that the client will come to you like mera MSME ka registrations karwa do, and you do the MSME registration maybe with the nominal charges. It's like 1 day, 1 hour job. The client got MSME, and after that you can onboard that client. After that you can also advise and assist. Sir, do you know these are the schemes available of the government, and you can take the benefit of this much skill, these much schemes. I can help you out. So definitely subsidy मिल रही है तो who would not be interested? So you can step up that task. DPIIT, if the one is coming, then maybe he is not having knowledge that I am doing something unique. You can help them, assist them. That, sir, you get the Startup India registrations. I will help you out. You get the Startup India registrations. After that, I can also help you out with the grant, with the incubation center, accelerator center, Startup India, IIM, iCreate, and lots not more. So you can also like do the engagement with the client with this starting phase. Again, the credit guarantee schemes, CGTMSE is there where the collateral free loans are available. So this is the government is promoting the MSME, and where the collateral free loans has been given. So you can also do the tie-up with the various bank, and you can also start this consultancy, because this is again into the fundraising as well. You can easily charge 1.5%, 2%. So if you are getting 50 CR, yeah, 10 CR CGTMSE, then the amount that you are making is fantastic, amazing. So you can explore this wing as well. Again, there is a production linked incentives. So you can also assist into that. There is a lots of various state government wise also various schemes is available for the productions. And again, for example, import export code or DGFT, foreign compliance, or FTA, free trade agreements, because being India has also more than 10, with the 10 countries, the India has FTA. Free trade agreements where you can freely that do the import export, and some liberalization is there. So you can also check if the client is doing some product, and if it is into the FTA part with any other country, you can advise the client, then this product is into the FTA with this country. So I think we should explore this product selling to the out of India to these countries. So such type of opportunities are also there, and I think you can explore it. Again, the tax and subsidy certifications. Because ATISE is also there into the startups, where you need to apply, and out of the 10 consecutive 3 years, the startup will get the whole profit tax free. So ATISE certification work also you can get, and various other subsidy certifications are there. ISO certifications are there, you can take. And I think nowadays the CSR, I'm also seeing into the pharma are also very much aggressive. So also you can explore that options as well. Digital tools, you can also explore the various digital tools like Teleprime, Zoho, Razorpay, about the implementation of AI chat box into your client systems. Auto calling nowadays, the auto calling feature is also come. If the client is wasting so much time into the recovery, then you can just make a device, sir, itna time waste karne ki zarurat nahi hai. Nowadays the AI feature has come. You implement this AI, the auto calling will be done, and all things will be communicated through the AI. So such new things you can explore, and you can get implemented into your client system. Because friends, बहुत सारे लोग बोलते हैं कि the knowledge is power. Knowledge is not a power. The execution of knowledge is a power. Knowledge तो आपके पास बहुत सारा है, CA का किया आपने, इतना सारा पढ़ाई किया, तो knowledge तो अभी आपके पास आ गया है. But unless and otherwise, if you are not able to execute it, तो उसका कोई मतलब नहीं है. So whatever the knowledge that you have gained, so implement it into the proper manner. So the focus should be now into the execution part. And how the role of CA evolve over the period of time, like from the compliance to leadership. If I say, many of times, if we think that if you are also the auditor of any startups, MSME, and you are the master of all the compliance and regulatory requirements, and after that you switch your role to maybe to the advisor. If you think that I don't want to do now audit attestations because NAFRA है मेरे ऊपर PRB है, peer review board, ये सब risk नहीं लेना है, just I want to be the consultancy and advising things. You can also explore that. After the strategic CFO, the leadership role. So it's all about, if you think that I have that capability, I can take good decisions and everything. So the strategic CFO also you can make the advisory. The board member, because nowadays if you are going for the fundraising, the investors see that who are into the board, who are guiding, whether they are capable enough or not. And being so many companies are also going into the independent listing IPO. So they are also having the requirement of independent director. So you can also clear that exam of independent director. And there is also the good opportunity, because being an independent director, and if it's a good company, then they pay you easily 50, 60, 30,000 or 1 lakh rupees, the sitting fees only. So this is also the very good side income that you can earn being into the advisory role or being an independent director. Yeah, but it's not only the fees part, but independent director into the MSMEs or startup also come with the roles and responsibilities that I think you have studied into the Companies Act, the responsibilities of independent director. But these are also the opportunities that are there. So also, I think you can also explore various certifications. It's all what would be the continuously, the learning. I think you should now start exploring the different things. That let me do something on the AI part. मुझे ICI का AI curriculums, let me study it. Or if you have if you have interest into the international taxations, UAE, you do it. Or you can do many other courses into the leadership management. I think keep studying. It's all about the keep studying and keep evolving yourself. So there are lots of courses, curriculums by the ICI, DISA hai, FFP, IBCs, and GST, and lots whatnot more. So being into the startup and MSMEs, I can also see that be a voice for MSMEs. You can be the bridge for Bharat's youth to access global capital. Be the protector of ethical entrepreneurship. And new trend, many of times we are seeing that nowadays, the new how the semiconductor has evolved over the period of time. And if you see the global market, the Apple hai, uske baad Nvidia, how the semiconductors and AI company has, the completely step up from third level to second level and the first, and how the things has evolved. पहले ऐसा लग रहा था कि आपको ये कंपनी बनाने के लिए आपको 10, 20, 30 साल चाहिए, बट नाउ द सिनेरियो इज कम्प्लीटली चेंज. जो लोगों ने 20 साल में किया, यू कैन डू इट विद द 5 years or 10 years as well. So use the different new avenues of technology. Stay informed with the latest scenarios like ONDC क्या है, GIFT City में क्या हो रहा है, RBI का sandbox, UPI, DPIIT, various other sectors are like EV, agri-tech, climate tech, SaaS, cross-border commerce, sustainability क्या है. So I think keep learning and keep evolving. So also other opportunities, if I talk, as I also talked for the GIFT City and how the GIFT is also evolving, and FDI into the startups has also reached to the great numbers. So AIF is there, alternate investment funds is the SEBI registered or GIFT, again CAT 1, 2, 3. CAT 1 जहाँ पे आपको स्टार्टअप्स में इन्वेस्टमेंट करना चाह रहे हो आप, MSMEs में प्री IPO में, तो यू गो फॉर द CAT 1, CAT 2 जहाँ पे आपको रियल एस्टेट का AIF करना है, जहाँ पे अनलिस्टेड सिक्योरिटीज में आप ज़्यादा इन्वेस्टमेंट्स करना चाह रहा है क्लाइंट. And CAT 3 is all about the hedging part. So the SEBI registered AIF and the GIFT City registered. For the GIFT City registered AIF, where you would like to fetch the capital or investments from the foreign, then you can suggest a GIFT City registered AIF and the SEBI registered. AIF is also the great opportunities, friends, and you can also explore that. So being into the startups and MSMEs also, if the founders are worthy, and if you can also think that, yeah, so I can also advise to them registering into the AIF, also taking the funds from the AIF. So the ECB, external commercial borrowings, this is also the good opportunity where ECBs are completely little bit cheap compared to the Indian debt. So for your MSMEs and startups things, you can also advise and structure the route for the ECB. Global tech structuring, as I advised about the UAE or other countries, how you can do it. So also into the CAs in incubation and startup ecosystems, how we can do it, like incubator partnership. There are lots of the incubator across the India, so you can also tie up with them. Because what happened, जो भी companies आती है वो पहले incubation center में जाती है. Nowadays every university has their own incubation center. तो उनके पास तो 15-20 कंपनी यानी डेली फॉर्म करने का कुछ ना कुछ तो रहता है. सो यू कैन डू द टाई अप एंड वहां से आपका रॉ मटेरियल स्टार्ट हो जाएगा. सो यू कैन डू द कंसल्टेंसी एंड टाई अप विद दिस such center. Startup mentorship also wonderful way to enter into any business. After that you can give your bundled services as I narrated. Again, the network building that will also help you out in building the, like, the sales, and you can guide them. Okay, for example, if your turnover is now 100, so what would be the way out to reach to the 150? What are the ways I can get you connected here, here, here? And this is the system how the whole business also evolve, the founders also evolve, and being into the CFO, virtual CFO, or as a consultant or as a part investor, your equity will also go up.
Ma'am?
Yes, shall I cut it down?
Yeah, our third speaker is waiting for us in the room.
Okay. So, for all because India is ready, the world is watching, and it's your time to lead. So once again, thank you all. I would not like to, sorry if I have taken much of the time.
No, ma'am.
Thank you once again, WIRC of ICI, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for this enriching and value-adding session that truly broadened our horizon relating to startups and MSME. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next topic highlights one of the world's biggest professional shifts, sustainability. The session, Green is the New Gold, focuses on how ESG, climate reporting, green finance, and responsible business practices are creating stronger career opportunities for CAs. This is a field where finance meets purpose and where skilled professionals are in high demand globally. We are honored to have CA Dr. Rashmi Anpur with us, a distinguished leader in sustainability and ESG, a professional who seamlessly blends financial expertise with global sustainability insights. She holds an LLB, MBA, FCA, DISA, and a PhD in sustainability reporting. She is a GRI certified professional, BRSR certified by ICAI, a certified GRC expert, and a Harvard certified sustainable investing specialist. With over 19 years of rich experience, she has led ESG, BRSR, and carbon accounting projects for listed companies across manufacturing, tech, energy, and global markets, including Oman, Mumbai, Hyderabad, and Chennai. She has presented ESG insights at the House of Lords, engaged with Indian embassies abroad, and trade organizations like HPCL, the Ministry of Finance, and the defense sector. She also serves as a faculty for ICAI's BRSR course and is a technical reviewer for ICAI's Sustainability Awards. On behalf of WRC ICI, as a token of our heartfelt gratitude, we would like to present a memento to our esteemed speaker.
Yeah, thank you so much. So, shall I continue?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Please join me in welcoming CA Dr. Rashmi Anpur, ma'am.
Okay, the screen is visible, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much. Good evening, all. I think it got delayed, the session got delayed. But nevertheless, first of all, congratulations to all the participants on clearing the toughest exam in the world, as far as we know, the CA. And thank you, WIRC, for giving this opportunity. So today I'm trying to tell what sustainability means and what are the areas where being a chartered accountant, because generally we feel what will I do in the area of sustainability, it is something related to environment. As a finance professional, do I have any role to play in this area? So going on, I will just take you to the new word of ESG or sustainability, what we call, and I hope it will be of some enriching experience for you, because now your molding your career, the future. So along with your finance and the audit and the assurance, because as a sustainability professional or ESG expert, I have my regular practice where I practice audits, the tax audits, statutory audits, the assurance, due diligence. So we need not leave our regular practice, but along with our regular practice, we can also contribute to the economy and environment. So let's see how can we contribute in the area of sustainability. So today we will understand the evolving role of chartered accountants in sustainability, key areas of sustainability where CS can make an impact, and emerging career paths, and what are the skills needed. So this everyone asked me in all the sessions, what certifications we need to do additionally so that we can build our career in this area, and what are the challenges and future prospects in this area. So moving on. So what is sustainability or ESG for that matter? Let us spend some 2 minutes in understanding what is ESG. ESG is acronym for environment, social and governance. So we all know as auditors, we know the financial report, the annual report of the company, wherein the profit, loss and where the company is standing, the cash flows, so many things which is related to finance. So as CS, we only understand numbers, right? So that is what is depicted. But there is a system called as integrated reporting, which is evolving at a very faster pace. Many companies used to do integrated report and the non-financial report, that is the ESG report, from long back. But now, because of the mandates on the regulatory push, it is on a very fast pace. So as part of the integrated reporting, one is the financial aspect, as we all understand, and the second is the non-financial aspect, which will contain the aspects of environment in the form of carbon emissions, then the waste and the water usage of the company. And next comes the social, wherein various stakeholders are being analyzed, and what is the gender diversity in the company, what are the policies in the company in relation to child labor, or any trainings are given, whether there is whether the retention rate of the company is good. All these things we analyze under the S. And governance. We are seeing many scams, Satyam scam or the Enron scam. These are all because of the poor governance system. So what the the new legislation tell is, apart from the profit making, there has to be wealth creation also, and there has to be safety for the investors. That is where the triple bottom line reporting started, which is focused towards environmental, social and economic impacts. That is where we call it as 3 P's, where it specifies planet, people and profit. Okay, as a business, we are supposed to make profit, but that has to be sensible and ethical profit. So then the financial integration, as I said, there has to be integration into the financial aspects. So that is where as a CA, we will be contributing a lot. Going on, we will be seeing in the further slides how we can contribute. Then the strategic importance, because like every country for that matter, it is having own implications when it comes to carbon emissions. There is a system called a CBAM, where the carbon tax is imposed when you have a lot of emissions in your company. That will be almost 28%. That is quite huge. So if the company doesn't become sustainable today, then it will have to shell more amount of its profits as the tax and penalties. So how the CA has to fit into this modern developing areas is, beyond the traditional finance, you have to get well versed yourself into various sustainability frameworks. In India, it is called as BRSR, which is Business Responsibility and Sustainability Report. Even ICAI runs the course, certification course with wonderful curriculum, where you can go in for that certification as a beginning point. And later on, if you want to well verse yourself with the global frameworks, you can go to GRI, which is Global Reporting Initiative. And there are so many certifications like this. As a beginning point, you can start with BRSR and slowly you can go to various ISO standard certifications. So this is how you're supposed to develop your knowledge if you want to fit into this area of sustainability. And data analytics, as CAs, we have seen like tough days wherein our mind is already tuned to the research orientation and also the problem solving ability. And I feel as a CA, any new area is not at all that difficult for us. Just we need to understand for which area I belong. If I want to do something in ESG, then obviously anybody can do. It is not that only with the experience you're supposed to do. And just before taking any certification, be very careful, because this is a very new environment. Very new players are coming, and just like that they're giving the certification. There you should not get carried away. So just be very careful when you're choosing your service provider. Then stakeholder engagement. So in GRI, we do materiality assessment. There, the stakeholder engagement is very important, because the whole process of ESG or the essence of ESG is the stakeholder interest has to be protected. So if you see in any country, so for example, in India, SEBI is the regulatory authority who is telling BRSR is mandatory for 1,000 listed companies based on their market capitalization. The same way, if it is Oman, it is the Muscat Stock Exchange. In Dubai or GCC, any countries, it is the stock exchanges who are compelling the companies to make the ESG reports. Why is it so? Because the public money is involved in these companies, and starting with the bigger companies, if they start, then it can be extended to the value chains. Even for that matter, there is one more BRSR from SEBI, which is called as BRSR Lite. So BRSR Lite, the SEBI urges the MSMEs, they are the small companies, right? So even the small companies, they can voluntarily do, though they are not in the 1,000 listed companies, they can voluntarily report on the BRSR Lite. So why suddenly ESG? Because till 2022, I started my PhD in 2012. That time also there were sustainability report. Only the bigger companies, multinational companies used to do the reports. But not other companies, not many companies. Then why suddenly from 3 years, everyone is speaking about ESG? It is because of the regulatory changes. You see, anything for that matter, only when there is something called as regulatory push or penalties for not doing the report, only then the people start doing. So from past 3 years, there are various mandates. In India, it started 3 years back, the mandatory reporting, and in Oman, it started last year. In Dubai, it has started last year, and Kuwait, Saudi, it is starting this year. So when there is a mandatory push, so then the reporting starts. So here I just want to add one thing. If you can see, this is the growing area. It is still growing. The countries are mandating it. So there is, I'm not telling that this is the time we can do the errors, but this is the learning curve. What even as a professionals, if you are new also, this is the right time to enter into this field, because going on, as I said, it is just 1,000 companies today in India. So just imagine how many listed companies are there. And in India, they are telling the first 500 companies should go for assurance, and next 250 companies should go for value chain analysis. Just think over, like 1,000 companies is the mandate, and each company, approximately if we take 500 value chain companies, how many value chain companies are there? Do you think the big fours can meet the demand? Then who else can meet the demand? Professionals like us who can meet the demand, because we already know the financials of the company. When it comes to value chain, it is the small companies wherein even as an individual practitioner, everyone has a role to play. So maybe I cannot tell that there are so much of opportunities as of now or as of today or in like recent, like near future, but there is too much to happen in the next 1 or 2 years to go. And then the investor demand. So the investor mindset is also changing, because the generation is changing. And when I was doing my sustainable investing course, there is this one set of investors, they want to invest in sustainable companies. Do you know which type of investors are these? These are the retired people. What they're telling is, we don't want too much return because we have lived our life. Now it is our duty to protect the planet. So sometimes we feel that, without profit, protection of planet and all. No, it is very much necessary, because we are seeing the climate crisis. We are also experiencing it every summer. So it will again expand to all the seasons, irrespective whether it is summer, winter, or rainy season. So to avoid that, it is a right time. So these particular group of investors, they tell that asset management company invest our funds in those companies who are sustainable, so that if we get very less return also, then no, not a issue, but we want our funds to be directed for the protection of planet. So there is some investor demand, and even the green bonds, what we hear recently, ITC released the green bond. So the area is growing, it is still beginning, it's in the nascent stage. And the global climate initiatives, whenever we speak about ESG or sustainability, few agreements are very important to understand. One is the sustainable development goals, where we see that 17 goals, wherever we go we see that colorful circle, na? That is the 17 SDGs, and then the Paris Agreement and the Kyoto Protocol. So India has signed the Kyoto Protocol, they have signed the Paris Agreement. So as the part of the agreement also, we are all heading towards net zero. So it's the collective work of globe or all the countries across the world where we are pushing this regulation. So for all these reasons, ESG is very important. So then we will just see the key areas. So what are the importance of ESG reporting? As I said, it creates the transparency. Nowadays, the frameworks are also being developed in such a way that you preparing the report in India, it should be accessible and it should be uniform and readable across globe. Only then it makes sense. Then what as a chartered accountant you can play in this area, what role you can have in this area is in the collection of data, analysis of data, reporting the ESG data according to the global standards. So sometimes you may feel that it's a dry subject, and why should I even break my head? But once you start working in this area, though we may feel it is a dry subject at the beginning, each company, each client we take will be having a different set of challenges, which will make us a student throughout our practice. Every day is a learning for us. So I suggest the people who are having the research orientation, who want to read on a continuous basis, please you can select this area, it will be wonderful. And I have seen many CAs telling, even my friends, they tell, okay, we have done CA and that is the prime degree, that is the premium degree. I agree, that is the premium degree, but there are many CAs. So how am I different? So to be different and to be unique, you need to couple yourself with few more things or some specialized area. And whoever is having some interest in the analysis, research and the environment aspects, so you can definitely choose this area. So as I said, in the field of sustainable investment and green finance, CA has a very major role to play. I will just give one example. So when I was attending this GRI framework session, then I thought, because I did my PhD in sustainability, I was attending this course. But I could see many bankers attending this course, many NGOs attending this course. So out of curiosity, I asked them, what is the reason as a banker, how will it even have any benefit to you? Because the manufacturing units or any company who is having lot of pollution or use of fossil fuels, if they are using this course, then it is okay. Then as a banker, what emission you will have? Maybe just ACs, electricity, that's all, na? So then what they said is, sustainable investment and the funding has increased. So if they need to understand their clients' ESG reports, then these people should be well versed, to understand what their client has given. It is not greenwashing. It is like the way we call window dressing in accounting. It is called as greenwashing in sustainability reports. So a banker should understand what he is seeing, what report he is reading. So that is the reason everyone, irrespective of whichever field you are, you need sustainability knowledge. So as a chartered accountant, if you take a small company, you're working with your own client, even they can tap the sustainability market. Recently, one of my friend, it is just a private company, and they got the interest rate at 6% instead of 8% just on submission of the ESG report. So you may ask why the banker will give at a lower rate of interest, because it is their risk mitigation strategy. Every banker will be having their own risk mitigation strategy. When they are investing in the sustainable projects, the risk is less because there is lot of carbon tax involved. So going on how the CCTS is started just last month in India. So 282 companies have been notified. That will extend to many companies, many more companies. So to mitigate this, they are shifting their funding also to the sustainable funding. So as a CA, what you can do is you can make the ESG report. So you can collaborate if like everyone cannot do all the things, right? So we can do the emission calculation. If we do some certifications, then the designing part, at least we need collaboration that we can always opt for. And then the main thing is the project reports. The project reports you can make, which is aligned to the sustainability initiatives, and proper financial documents. The project finance documents can be made by the CA. Then so I'll just keep on moving, and I'm not sticking on to the particular points, actually whatever is there in the slide. Then carbon accounting and climate risk management, you can also do the carbon footprint measurement. So some companies, what happens is client specific, they only ask for the carbon footprint calculation. It is called as CFCs. So only that thing also we can do as a CA. And if you're curious about learning how to do the emission calculation, our institute has released a calculator in the public domain. You can just search as GHG calculator tool from ICAI, from SRSB. So you can just out of interest, you can see how it works. What are the scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 emissions? What is GHG emissions? Like what is net zero? Everyone is speaking about. So then the climate risk management. So there is a system called as SBTI and the CDPs, wherein the climate risk is measured with the financial impact on the company. We may feel that only few companies, maybe out of their interest, or there is a mandate they are doing this reporting. It is not the case. So because of the future implications also you're supposed to do. So that is where as a CA we can calculate what is the financial impact if I don't become sustainable today. So all these areas you can help your client. And few more areas like sustainability strategy advice. So you may feel that okay, you have your regular practice, I cannot extensively practice in this area. Then you can be the advisor of the company. Then the risk management, as I said, you can weigh the sustainability risk with the financial risk of the company. That I feel only a CA can do, because any other professional can update themselves with the environmental issues or the social issues, but only CA can link the financial risk with the climate risk and the compliance integration. So CA can help integrate sustainability compliance into core business functions for long-term success. So we can give the roadmap and the timeline to the client that when you start becoming sustainable, what is the cost and what is the ROI you are going to get in the future. So that budgeting obviously only we can do. Then key leadership roles, there is a new role of CSOs in companies where you can be one of the CSO and bring in your financial expertise into the strategic decisions and the climate related or the social goals and help in the decision making. So even in the government and non-profit sectors also CA has a role to play, because there are so many government policies which will be in which is happening. So many new things are coming in this area. So you can contribute, you can be part of the policy making team. Then you can also help them to make the reports. And in NGOs also, like you can promote the sustainable practice within public and the NGOs. So like just to give an example, I am also a part of the Rural Women Development Trust, wherein we have set up across Andhra Pradesh around 20 cooperative societies, women cooperative societies, and 20 more are going to start in 2026. So like how you can contribute, I'm just telling how you can contribute for the sustainable activities. You can be auditor for these trust, where you can just charge the nominal fees and you can as an individual like give your support to the sustainable working of the NGOs. So what certifications or additional skill sets you need to have to make your career in sustainability. As I said, the first is business responsibility and sustainability report, which is the Indian version of ESG report. So it may sound as BRSR, but BRSR also there are around 150 parameters. If you break down that parameters, that will be directing to ES and G only. So you can opt for this BRSR certification. It will be across I think around 6 sessions across 3 weekends that you can opt for. Then GRI training. So these are the two important things because you can prepare the report with these credentials. BRSR is for India and ESG report for global use. Now it is GRI standards which is globally accepted. IFRS is getting developed only S1 and S2. Only two standards have developed. So until then, GRI will be complementing IFRS. So you can also get yourself versed with GRI standard training. And then climate risk courses. There are specific climate related courses, for example, environment management system, which is ISO 14001. Then 14064 is for the GHG calculations. And then SBTi is also having its own course. So science-based target initiative, all these courses you can take it as add-on courses. But initially, if you are interested, you can start with the BRSR certification. And even in BRSR certification, you can see the GRI material which is being included. So there you get the introduction about the GRI as well. Then what are the additional technical skills you need to have is the data analysis skills you need to have and various frameworks of sustainability reporting you need to have and the stakeholder communication, because stakeholder communication plays a very important role, and the change management. Whenever something like, for example, for materiality assessment, we circulate the Google Forms. Companies are not ready to fill. So what we do that time is we arrange a surveys, a small surveys. It will not happen with all the clients, but generally we arrange surveys or the focused group interviews and then we collect the details. So that change, aversion to change will be there. So you need to be versed with the change management skills. Then how can you develop? So okay, you got the certification. So next what you're supposed to do? You're supposed to tell the world that I am interested in this area and I know something in this area and I want to contribute. So networking and professional development strategies play a very major role, where you need to get involved into industry group engagements, sustainability events attendance. Just go and attend as much as webinars as possible, and the continuous learning. So there is a concept called as run, unlearn and relearn, but as a CA and a sustainability expert, there is no unlearn. We will be learning continuously. It will be relearn always. So then comes what are the challenges and the future prospects. So what are the challenges as of now? What we are facing is there is no clarity. That is where the window dressing is happening. So I'll just give one example of a PSU where we went recently, and when we saw their BRSR report, they said that we are into manufacturing sector, so we don't have any emissions. So how is that possible? So you're not in a manufacturing, so you may not have the direct emission, but you will be having your scope 2 emissions, which is the simple lighting and the fan. At least you will use the AC, you will use, and you have your own vehicle, then the fuel consumption will be there. So there is limited awareness and the knowledge among the report makers as well. Then the changing regulations, every now and then the regulations are changing because it's still developing. Then integrating sustainability into accounting to give the decision making, like for example, okay, I am incurring this much of cost, what is my ROI? So that is again a big challenge. Then continuous education and adaptability. So it's a continuous learning. That is where trainings in the organization should also be focused towards sustainability, and we are seeing many corporates are opting for sustainable trainings as well. Then the growing importance of sustainability in global markets everywhere, not only in India, everywhere there is continuous demand for the sustainability experts. So we sitting in India also, we can work worldwide. So till now I have not seen the client's face also, but I have worked in UK and also in Oman, and presently we are working in Dubai and Kuwait. So because I don't know whether we should thank COVID for this thing, everyone is used to virtual world now. So happily we can, as a CA, as a practicing CA with our audits and assurance practice, we can also do our practice in this area sitting in our own places. Then what are the future trends? It is still growing. Now we have regulations, but it will keep on growing. So when the there is increased regulatory focus and stricter and stringent compliance requirements which is going to develop in future, it is a room for us for getting into this field wherein there is new things which are going to coming in. It's not stagnant field now, and advanced sustainability technologies.
पता नहीं कुछ तो होगा.
Any issues?
नहीं मैडम, कंटिन्यू.
No, ma'am.
Yeah, so advanced sustainability technologies, as I said, once the supply chain comes into picture, our manual work will not stay. Even in the area of sustainability, we use AI, we use our SaaS tools to calculate the emissions, we use AI to understand the insights, to do the peer comparison, to see where we are heading. So that is again an improvement area where there is room for us to grow. Then integration of ESG factors, as I said, we are supposed to integrate the factors into various strategy and decision making of the company. So I'm not taking much time. So in conclusion, so the role of sustainability, role of CA in sustainability is very much important. So we are called as doctors in a way, not health doctors, but money doctors or the wealth doctors generally. But again, we can also contribute from our side to the planet as well, because the way we have received the planet, the same thing we have to give to our future generations. And skill development opportunities, this area will give you tremendous growth. Then take my word, you will be joining as a finance professional in any company, but if you have some knowledge in ESG and if you tell that I have certification in this area, like before joining you add this in your resume, then it will obviously, a person who has not done this course and who has done this course, there will be a serious gap, a very huge gap which can be seen. And career advancement, as I said, it's a growing area, and the growth, the sky is the limit, what I can tell. So with this, I will end my session. So any doubts, and I don't know, many speakers will be waiting. So any doubts, you can just ping WIRC, I can take that up.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for this value-adding and enlightening session that helped us build a horizon on opportunities in sustainability. On behalf of WRC ICI, as a token of our heartfelt gratitude, we'd like to present a memento to our esteemed speaker.
Thank you so much. Thanks again. Okay, bye.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
As we conclude today's insightful session 2 of CA Next, Navigating Your Professional Journey, I extend my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of WRC ICI and the entire organizing team. A sincere thank you to all our esteemed speakers for sharing clarity, direction, and real-world wisdom across evaluation, IBC, startups, sustainability, and career choices, interviews, and corporate readiness. Your guidance has truly expanded the horizons for our newly qualified members. I also thank our WRC leadership, our Chairman CA Ketan Sayya sir, Vice Chairman CA Piyush Chandak sir, Secretary CA Jeenu Savla ma'am, Treasurer CA Dr. Fenil Shah sir, and Chairman of Vikasa CA Jitendra Saglani sir for their continued support and vision. And finally, a big thank you to all our participants for your time, energy, and eagerness to learn. Your engagement is what makes programs like this truly meaningful. We wish you all a fulfilling professional journey ahead. Thank you and have a wonderful evening ahead. We'll be starting with our third session. Over to Prithvi.
मैडम अनम्यूट करो.
Thank you, everyone.
Just to introduce myself, I am CA Prithvi Mehta, and I would be coordinating this third session. For the third session, we have our first speaker as CA Shivam Palan. He became a CA 21 and has become a chartered accountant. And at that age itself, he discovered his passion for teaching. He gained experience working in mid-sized firms, completed his training at EY at Big Four
Madam,
firm.
एक मिनट मैडम.
Sorry.
Prithvi, just a minute. Actually,
Hello.
speaker is not on. Just a minute. So once the speaker joins up, Prithvi, we will have a presentation here and we will officially record this because कल ये हमें convocation में बताना है सबको. That's why. पूरा ये इसके छोटे-छोटे videos. Just a minute. शिवम ग्रुप में लिख. Just a minute. Just Shivam is joining.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, Shivam sir.
कैसे हो?
Welcome. बढ़िया. Let me introduce you now again. So, good evening, everyone. For the first session, we have our speaker as CS Shivam Palan sir. And at just 21, he became a chartered accountant and discovered his love for the teaching. And he gained his experience working in mid-sized firm, completed his training at EY, one of the big four firms, and worked with startups in several cities. In 2020, he began teaching full time and he has helped more than lakhs of students achieve success in their careers. His goal today is to bring positive change to India's finance industry and be a part of many more success stories. And just to tell you more about it, if I could tell one line about CA Shivam Palan sir, if you can name any company he has placed the students there, which I could summarize as his profile. So I would like CA Shivam Palan sir to take this session ahead. So, sir, please.
Great. Yes. So first of all, thanks for a wonderful introduction, and thanks to the entire WIC team, right, Fenil Bhai and entire team for inviting me out for this session, which is there. Before I start this session out, for the people and the attendees, those who are there in the session, just wanted to check in the chat box. I hope my audio is clear, and you can just write hi or yes in the chat, guys. Just wanted to
it's
keep this session more interactive. Yes, I think Fenil Bhai is also here. Thanks for having me and hosting me out.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Yes. Great. I can see that everybody can hear me out well, right? Good to see that people can hear me out well as well. So just wanted to take this session forward. This is a session where I'm going to be talking about how do you prepare for your interviews. And please understand that everybody of you are sitting here who have cleared your journey. The journey is, of course, going to be changing. So let me just summarize this in the short. How do you prepare for your interviews well, and how you can become the smartest guy in the room, which is there. Okay, parallelly, you can keep on writing down if you feel like, but let's learn step by step how you can leverage your journey in a better manner, right? Interview preparation. Now, the first and foremost thing is, right, in our interviews, the basic understanding is your resume plays the most important role, guys, right? So the first most important thing is whatever you have written in your resume, you need to be thorough with it. 80% of your interviews will be coming from a resumes, guys. Whatever you have written in your resume will be coming as a part of your interview. So 80% of your interviews will be coming from the resume itself. The first and foremost thing. right? Second thing, sir, how do you prepare from a resume? You use the concept of 5 Ws and 1 H. You frame the questions which are there in your resume, and based on that you can prepare it well. Right? तो आप क्या कर सकते हैं, whatever the questions which are there in your resume, you can use that out and prepare it well, है ना, from them using 5 Ws and 1 H. You take that questions and parallelly prepare based on the same. After your resumes are done, please understand that the interview preparation need to be done for pre-screening call. Pre-screening call is a call which you get before your interviews are scheduled. What type of questions are asked in a pre-screening call, guys? Favorite questions is many a times they'll start with how many attempts you have taken. Attempts you have taken. That is the first question which they might ask you. So you need to be confident enough when you're going to be talking about the same. If you have taken the attempt, does not matter. What is important is how do you deliver it? And you can tell that out, I have a exposure. Attempts है कोई बात नहीं. Important है you sell your exposure, bro. आप बताइए मैं smartest हूँ room में. That is important. Then they'll ask you, right, which is your preferred domain? Right? They wanted to check your domain knowledge. So they'll ask you some technical questions related to that domain. Okay. Third, they'll be asking you location. What's your preferred location? They have to be confident with your location, right? If you're not sure, what you can say? You can say anywhere in India, or you can say East India, West India, North India, or South India. You can say the location in this way as well. Okay, sir, what else they'll be asking me, sir, in a pre-screening? They might ask you, are you okay for remote location? क्या आपको remote location चलेगा? They might ask you this type of questions. So that is something you have to be confident and answer the same. After the pre-screening call, you'll have technical round, right? Depending on a domain you're getting into, you have to prepare for technicals. But the technical round always have 5 fixed questions. ये क्वेश्चन आने ही आने हैं भाई, दिमाग लगाने की बात ही नहीं है. 5 fixed question. First, introduce yourself. Introduction. Right? Now please understand, how do you introduce yourself? Introduction is the most important parameter in the game for you. Right? कि आप introduce कैसे करते हो, उस पे आपका success define करेगा. Because the first word which you're going to be uttering in the session or interview is your introduction. By the way, if in the session, if anyone has any queries, right, you can just put it out in the chat box. Happy to take it forward, guys. कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. सेशन आप लोगों के लिए है. अगर जो बाद में देख रहे हैं YouTube पे, आप कमेंट सेक्शन में डाल दीजिएगा, बिल्कुल आपको मदद करेंगे. So intro कैसा होना चाहिए, guys? Right? Intro should be starting from your journey. First, you always start with who you are. That means I am. Let's say I put I am Shivam Palan. Okay. Then you can talk about your location. Or you can also say, I'm Shivam Palan, based out of Gondia, Nagpur, Maharashtra. Or if you're based out of Tier 1 city, you can say, I'm Shivam Palan, based out of Bombay. If you want to highlight your attempts, you can say that I'm Shivam Palan, right? Then you can talk about your attempt as well. I'm Shivam Palan, September 25 qualified chartered accountant. First, who you are. Second, you highlight your academics. That means the best part of your academics was 10th and 12th. Right? तो आप highlight करिए कि आपका academics क्या था. How do you do that? I'm Shivam Palan, based out of Bombay. I've completed my 10th and 12th from a CBSE board and have scored 9.2 CGPA in 10th and 93.4% in 12th. What I highlighted is a good part. The beauty of interview is, if you want selection, what you need to understand is, अगर आपको selection चाहिए तो आपको एक चीज चाहिए, वो है confidence. दूसरा, अगर आपको selection चाहिए तो क्या चाहिए? You need your storytelling. We need to understand that are you a good storyteller. Number 3, अगर आपको इंटरव्यू में सिलेक्शन चाहिए तो what you need to ensure that you're speaking what others have to listen. आप वो बोलिए जो दूसरों को सुनना है. अच्छा, इसके अलावा if you want a selection in interview, what is the most important thing is you prepare based on JD. That means if the role is for stat audit, your CV should be talking about stat audit. Okay, so whatever is there in the JD or role, it should be talking about the same. And if you want a selection, you need a रेफरेंस. एवरीथिंग बॉइल्स डाउन टू रेफरेंस गाइस. अगर आपका रेफरेंस है लोग आपके पास आएंगे, अगर आपका रेफरेंस नहीं है पीपल विल नॉट कम टू यू गाइस. So I hope you're getting it, Omkar ji, Vaibhav ji, Vishwa ji, right? And the people who are attending us now, right? So that is something which is very important. ठीक है, चलो next. Going to the next. Sir, intro के बाद इसमें क्या देंगे? 10, 12 बता दिया. फिर then I can talk about the most important thing. What is the most important thing? Academics हो गया. Academics के बाद मैं बताऊंगा अपने journey के बारे में, which is extra curricular activities. Right? Extra curricular. If you have any extracurricular activities in the schools, you can highlight that. इसके अलावा और क्या बताएंगे सर? एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलर हो गया, उसके अलावा क्या बताएंगे सर हम? आफ्टर द एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलर इज डन, वी आर गोना बी हाईलाइटिंग अबाउट द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट ऑफ योर जर्नी इज योर सीए जर्नी, राइट? कि भाई आफ्टर डूइंग दिस, राइट, आई डेवलप्ड अ इंटरेस्ट टुवर्ड्स द फाइनेंस एंड आई स्टार्टेड परस्यूइंग द सीए एज अ पार्ट ऑफ अ करिकुलम. ड्यूरिंग दिस जर्नी, then what you talk about is journey में you start talking about your articleship. You talk about from where you've done your articleship, how you've done your articleship from. This is the most important part. You know, based on this, you will get a selection. And whatever you say it out, this should be based on JD. What is JD? JD is a job description. You have to customize your intro based on what's there in the JD, guys. Okay? That is how you tell about your articleship. Now, after your intro is done, पहला question ही आएगा. You know what? Every interview will end with this question. What is the last question asked in every interview, guys? Do you have any questions for me? क्या आपको मेरे से कुछ क्वेश्चन है? तो है तो पूछ लीजिए, नहीं है तो छोड़ दीजिए. बट यू शुड ऑलवेज आस्क द क्वेश्चन, राइट? ऑलवेज आस्क द क्वेश्चन. हमेशा आपको क्वेश्चन पूछना ही पूछना है गाइस, राइट? यू ऑलवेज हैव टू आस्क द क्वेश्चन व्हिच इज देयर. ठीक है, तो प्लीज एंश्योर दैट यू आस्क द राइट क्वेश्चन टू एन इंटरव्यूअर. सर क्या पूछे? कोशिश करें यू आस्क अ क्वेश्चन बेस्ड ऑन रिसर्च. आप रिसर्च करके जाए कंपनी के बारे में. सर क्या रिसर्च करें सर? कंपनी का विजन स्टेटमेंट, मिशन स्टेटमेंट. आप रिसर्च करिए उसके सीएफओ कौन है, रीड एनुअल रिपोर्ट. और क्या पढ़ेंगे सर ये बता दीजिए, मजा आ जाएगा. रीड अबाउट ग्रोथ ट्रेजेक्टरी, अगर हो सकता है रीड अबाउट द सेक्टर. वन ऑफ माई स्टूडेंट वाज अपीयरिंग इन अ इंटरव्यू फॉर यूनिलीवर में बैठा था एक बच्चा. उसको इंटरव्यू में क्या पूछा पता है? उसको पूछा क्या, टेल मी द फेवरेट प्रोडक्ट ऑफ अ यूनिलीवर, एंड बेस्ड ऑन दैट यू आर गोना बी आस्क्ड द सेम. प्लस उसका अकाउंटिंग ट्रीटमेंट देखिए उस सेक्टर का और उस कंपनी का, राइट? कहीं कहीं एक दो स्पेलिंग गलत होगी, इग्नोर करिए, कंटेंट पे ध्यान दीजिए, स्पेलिंग पे नहीं. चलो ग्रेट, है ना? तो अकाउंटिंग ट्रीटमेंट, तो दैट इज समथिंग यू हैव टू सी. प्लस इफ पॉसिबल ट्राई टू टॉक टू समवन हु इज वर्किंग देयर. कोशिश करिए जो आप वहां पे काम कर रहे हैं उससे आप बात कर लें. तो दैट इज व्हाट इज गोना बी द लास्ट क्वेश्चन. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन व्हाट दे आर गोना बी आस्किंग इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. क्या पूछेंगे टेक्निकल के अलावा? देखो ये फिक्स क्वेश्चन है जो इंटरव्यू में आने ही है. नेक्स्ट दे विल आस्क यू व्हाई डू यू वांट टू जॉइन दिस कंपनी. आपको इस कंपनी में क्यों आना है ये बताओ भाई. ये फेवरेट क्वेश्चन है जो हर एक इंटरव्यू में आएगा. देन दे विल आस्क यू व्हाई दिस डोमेन, व्हाई द हेल यू वांट टू गेट दिस इनटू दिस डोमेन. क्यों आना है स्टार्ट ऑडिट में, क्यों आना है आपको इंटरनल ऑडिट में, क्यों आना है आपको डायरेक्ट टैक्स में, क्यों आना है आपको एफडीडी में. So that is something which you need to build a very good story on. And the last question is why you? हम आपको क्यों हायर करें और how you are different from others. यही सवालों के तो जवाब इंटरव्यू पूरे इंटरव्यू में ढूंढ रहा है. यार ये बंदे में क्या लगे बाकियों से, मतलब कि he is trying to see is he smartest in the room. क्या जितने लोग आए उसमें क्या स्मार्ट है और क्या देखना चाहता है? Is this person hardworking? क्या मेहनत कर पाएगा, right? Then you also want to check your exposure. So this is not a direct question they might ask you. इसमें आपको multiple questions पूछ सकते हैं. Combination of multiple questions can be asked to you यहाँ पे. तो please understand, एक question नहीं आएगा, series of multiple questions आएंगे guys. तो that is the 5 fixed questions which are there, right? ये 5 fixed question है जो आपको पूछे जाएंगे. जो लाइव पे देख रहे हैं अगर आपको कोई डाउट है तो बताएंगे. जो बाद में रिकॉर्डिंग में देखेंगे तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है दोस्त। लाइव वालों को ये समझ में आया ये 5 क्वेश्चंस? इसको ढंग से प्रिपेयर करना है गाइस। दैट इज समथिंग विच इज अ वेरी वेरी बेसिक ऑफ एनी ऑफ द इंटरव्यू प्रेप। ठीक है सर, समझ में आ गया। नाउ आफ्टर दिस डन, एक बार आपका टेक्निकल चालू हो गया, इसके अलावा यू विल हैव योर मैनेजर राउंड और पार्टनर राउंड और डायरेक्टर राउंड और सीएफओ राउंड। काफी सारे राउंड होंगे गाइस, अलग अलग राउंड होंगे, अलग अलग राउंड होंगे। इंपॉर्टेंट है कि यू आर एबल टू सेल योर सेल्फ। व्हाट इज इंपॉर्टेंट इज फर्स्ट यू नीड कॉन्फिडेंस, बट कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं बेचना है यहाँ पे, आपको अपने आप को बेचना है। एंड दैट इज ओनली कैन बी टोल्ड एंड you can sell yourself by talking about the work you have done, how great work you have done in your horticulture journey. That is something which they are going to be testing. Second, they'll be testing, are you a long-term sustainable resource? क्या आप लॉन्ग रिसोर्स हो? क्या आप लंबे समय तक हमारे साथ काम करोगे? Right? That is going to be there. Depending on the type of company, your communication skills are going to be tested. Right? अगर ग्लोबल फॉर्म है तो कम्युनिकेशन चेक होगा, ग्लोबल फॉर्म नहीं है तो थोड़ा बहुत चलता है। That is there. After the technical round is done, right? टेक्निकल राउंड हो गया, उसके बाद क्या होगा? बाय द वे, इसके बीच में एक और राउंड हो सकता है। एक और राउंड क्या हो सकता है सर? यहाँ पे हो सकता है टेस्ट। टेस्ट में क्या होता है प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड, जैसे काफी सारी कंपनीज टेस्ट कंडक्ट करेगी। कौन सी कंपनीज? रिलायंस कंडक्ट करेगी, विप्रो एप्टीट्यूड टेस्ट कंडक्ट करेगी। तो मल्टीपल कंपनीज विल बी कंडक्टिंग द टेस्ट व्हिच इज देयर। नाउ देयर कैन बी डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ टेस्ट, राइट? जैसे कि सम कंपनीज विल बी कंडक्टिंग ग्रुप डिस्कशन। नाउ ग्रुप डिस्कशन कैन बी डिवाइडेड इनटू पार्ट्स। यू माइट गेट एन एब्स्ट्रैक्ट टॉपिक। एब्स्ट्रैक्ट मतलब होता है कोई रैंडम टॉपिक आ गया, जैसे sky, why sky is blue or white versus green, right? So that type of topic can be asked to you, right? That is abstract topic. Second, they will give you a case study based topic. कोई case study दे देंगे और बोलेंगे solve करो। और तीसरा है कोई general topic, right? Then they'll ask you कि bro, can you please let me know कि should Indian government remove the income tax? General topic. Just wanted to see your awareness level. Second, कुछ companies आपकी वर्सन टेस्ट लेगी। डेलोइट यूएसए कंडक्ट करती है वर्सन टेस्ट, केपीएमजी ग्लोबल कंडक्ट करती है वर्सन टेस्ट। तो काफी सारी कंपनीज आपकी वर्सन टेस्ट कंडक्ट करेगी। तो दैट इज गोना बी देयर। व्हाट इज दिस? बेसिक इंग्लिश कम्युनिकेशन, लिसनिंग, टाइपिंग, राइट? टाइपिंग टेस्ट ये कंडक्ट करेगी। दैट इज अ पार्ट ऑफ अ वर्सन टेस्ट। इसको कुछ लोग कहते हैं AMCAT टेस्ट, ठीक है? दैट इज गोना बी देयर। इसके अलावा some companies will be conducting aptitude test, some companies will be conducting a technical test, some companies will be conducting psychometric test। जैसे आईसीआईसीआई बैंक साइकोमेट्रिक टेस्ट लेता है, आपका साइकोलॉजी टेस्ट करेगा कि इफ देयर इज अ फायर एट योर होम व्हाट यू विल डू, विल यू क्राई, विल यू स्टार्ट क्राइंग, और विल यू कॉल अ फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर, और विल यू गेट आउटसाइड ऑफ योर होम। तो साइकोलॉजी टेस्ट करता है। तो दैट्स टाइप ऑफ टेस्ट इज गोना बी देयर। तो मल्टीपल टाइप्स ऑफ अ टेस्ट कैन बी टेस्टेड व्हिच यू हैव टू प्रिपेयर फॉर। आफ्टर दिस इज डन, राइट, टेक्निकल टेस्ट हो गया। डिपेंडिंग ऑन अ टाइप ऑफ कंपनी ऑपरेटिंग फॉर, यू विल हैव टू गिव अ मल्टीपल राउंड्स, राइट? किस टाइप की कंपनी पे आप जा रहे हो उसके बेसिस पे आपको राउंड्स देने पड़ेंगे, ठीक है? लास्ट पार्ट इज सिलेक्शन। सिलेक्शन होने के बाद यू विल बी गोइंग फॉर बैकग्राउंड चेक। बैकग्राउंड चेक में क्या होता है? दे आस्क फॉर योर रेफरेंस नेम। आपके रेफरेंस नेम को पूछेंगे, आपको कॉल करेंगे और बताओ कि इसने जेन्युइनली काम किया है कि नहीं। तो दैट इज समथिंग व्हिच इज एक्सपेक्टेड देयर, व्हिच इज मोस्टली गोना बी आफ्टर सिलेक्शन, ठीक है? This is your journey, which is something you will be going through when you are preparing for an interview, guys. Right? ये आपका जर्नी है, आपको go through करना चाहिए before you are preparing for an interview. ठीक है? Done, sir. अब इसमें सबसे इंटरेस्टिंग पार्ट क्या है? इसके इंटरेस्टिंग पार्ट ये है कि इस जर्नी में भी आपको कुछ और क्वेश्चंस भी पूछे जाएंगे, जैसे कि बीच बीच में HR राउंड हो जाएगा कभी कभी। अब HR राउंड में क्या होगा? HR कुछ कॉमन सवाल पूछेंगे, जैसे कि they might ask you, Shivam, what are your strength and weakness? Where do you see yourself 5 years down the line? Correct? ये पूछा जाएगा। या तो फिर आपको पूछा जाएगा, have you faced any office politics? Or have you faced failure in your life? Or what were your learnings during COVID time, right? Or they might ask you, Shivam, can you please let me know what all audit issues or issues you have identified in your articleship? ये काफी favorite question होता है काफी लोग का. Many of the interviews you go, this is gonna be a favorite question where they'll be asking you, Shivam, what are the audit issues you have identified in your journey? तो ये भी आपको पूछा जाएगा, तो इसके लिए भी आप prepared रहिए. But that is something you have to prepare for. Now, the life becomes easy when you have these 5 things. So that is why I always says, bring these 5 things in your journey. सर मेरे अटेम्प्ट्स लगे हैं, क्या मुझे जॉब मिलेगी? बिल्कुल मिलेगी. पहले खुद पे कॉन्फिडेंस लाओ, राइट? फर्स्ट यू ब्रिंग अ कॉन्फिडेंस विद इन योरसेल्फ, राइट? फर्स्ट यू ब्रिंग अ कॉन्फिडेंस विद इन योरसेल्फ. इफ यू हैव अ कॉन्फिडेंस विद इन योरसेल्फ, आप ऑटोमेटिकली क्या कहते हैं, जॉब ढूंढ लोगे. दैट इज समथिंग यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड. ठीक है, तो ये चीजों का आपको ध्यान में रखना है व्हेन यू आर प्रिपेयरिंग फॉर इंटरव्यू गाइस. तो विद इन अ गिवन अ शॉर्ट टाइम आई हैव ट्राइड टू कवर एवरीथिंग गाइस जो आपको जरूरी है इंटरव्यू प्रेप के लिए, राइट? अगर आप ये ढंग से प्रिपेयर करेंगे, automatically your selection probability will increase and you'll end up where you want to get into. The only thing you have to understand is, क्या समझना है सर? मैं एक चीज कहता हूँ और अब आज भी कहूंगा और आगे भी कहूंगा. Getting a job after becoming a CA is not a problem. है ना? जॉब ढूंढना CA बन के प्रॉब्लमेटिक नहीं है, बट प्रॉब्लम क्या है? द प्लेस वेर यू वांट टू गेट इनटू इज अ प्रॉब्लम. जहां तुमको जाना है वहां पे प्रॉब्लम है. तो व्हाट यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड, यू हैव टू वर्क हार्ड, बिकॉज इफ you are not doing it, someone else is doing it. अगर आप नहीं कर रहे हो तो बेटा कोई और कर रहा है, और दुनिया कॉम्पिटिटिव है. द प्लेस इज कॉम्पिटिटिव इनफ. आई थिंक यू शुड बी थैंकफुल टू द ICI ऑफ कंडक्टिंग दिस वंडरफुल सेशन फॉर यू, राइट? जो WIRC ने इनिशिएटिव लिया है वो किसके लिए लिया है बेटा? आप लोगों के लिए लिया है. So you should be thankful to them कि this type of sessions are happening where mentors like us are coming and guiding you, right? With only one intention, and that is to help you the best, right? So that is something you have to take care of. अगर इसके अलावा अगर आप किसी को आपको कोई भी क्वेरीज है तो मैं क्वेरीज डेफिनेटली आपकी ले लूंगा. कुछ बच्चे कह रहे हैं सर ये हमें शीट दे दो, राइट? ये हमें शीट दे दीजिए तो मजा आ जाएगा. बिल्कुल, ये कम्युनिटी और टीम के साथ मैं अभी तुरंत प्रिंट लेके चैट पे डाल देता हूँ. ठीक है, आप ही के लिए बेटा सेशन और आप ही के लिए सब कुछ. ठीक है, धन. ओमकार जी कह रहे हैं शीट दे दे. मानसी जी कह रही है शीट दीजिए. लीजिए बेटा लीजिए, आप भी शीट ले लीजिए. PDF में तुरंत आपको दे देता है ना? एक्सपोर्ट माइंड में एक्सपोर्ट कर देता है ना? वेरी गुड. एक सेकंड दीजिए. डन. अच्छा, इसके अलावा अगर किसी को कोई क्वेरी है तो जरूर पूछिए. अगर क्वेश्चन है तो पूछ लीजिए. Yes, very good. I think I have tried to cover everything which was required for this session. Right, मैं आपके लिए शीट भी डाल दिया है दोस्तों. जो है यहाँ पे होस्ट एंड पैनलिस्ट नहीं, सबके लिए डाल देता है. एवरीवन लीड लीजिए बेटा, है ना? शीट चाहिए थी, सबको मिल गई है. सर हाउ शुड बी आंसर प्रिपेयर फॉर आंसर ऑफ द क्वेश्चंस यू डिस्कस्ड अबव, राइट? हाँ, कुछ अगर आपको कोई स्पेसिफिक क्वेश्चन का आंसर चाहिए तो आप मुझे बता दो, वो मैं बता दूंगा. क्योंकि हर एक क्वेश्चन के आंसर 10-15 मिनट डिस्कस करना पड़ेगा. अगर कोई आपको स्पेसिफिक क्वेश्चन चाहिए तो आप बोल सकते हैं. What kind of questions can we ask in an interview based on the last question? Yes, so you can ask a question based on your research. अनुजा जी, रिसर्च के बेसिस पे क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे बेटा. मतलब अगर आप कंपनी का कोई रिसर्च कर रहे हैं तो उसके बेसिस पे पूछेंगे कि यार सर बिफोर कमिंग टू एन इंटरव्यू आई वाज डूइंग द रिसर्च अबाउट अ कंपनी एंड केम टू नो दैट इज व्हाट यू कैन से. ठीक है, दैट इज वन थिंग यू हैव टू टेक केयर ऑफ. नेक्स्ट, अगर कुछ नहीं आ रहा है और कहीं पे फंस गए, व्हाट यू कैन से, यू कैन सिंपली से दैट सर आई, if you don't mind, right, you can देखो, let's say if you can ask a simple question, sir how has been your journey with this organization since I saw that you have been working for this company for very long. So this type of questions you can put it on. ठीक है, but better you ask some question based on research. कोई कह रहा है what is 5 W's and 1 H? अरे बेसिक इंग्लिश टीचर को याद करो बेटा. What, where, why, how, whom, right? ये सब आपको 5 W's 1 H कहलाते हैं. कोई कह रहा है सर, if I don't know how to answer it, how should I answer it? Simply you can say that, so sorry sir or ma'am, I'm not aware of this, but happy to read after the interview is done. Right? That is what you can ask. Sir, like, can we answer negatively that like articleship issue is there? बच्चा कह रहा है मेरा attempt है, right? C कह रही है sir, I have more attempts in CA. How do I answer it positively? So you can देखो, attempt is not a problem, but the problem is we have a gap. The problem is not to hire the people who are having attempt. The problem is your articleship completed long back and you have lost the touch of a work. So what you can say, sir, I know I have taken attempts, but during this journey, I have also upscaled myself by जो भी आपने किया वो बोलिए, या तो आप ये बोलिए कि during this journey, I was also working at some other place, right? So that type of stories you can create it out if you have attempts, beta. ठीक है? I hope that cleared your question. Can we answer negatively that article issue was there? No. बेटा negativity कहीं नहीं डालेंगे मानसी जी। मानसी जी कह रही है मैं क्या अपनी आर्टिकलशिप फॉर्म को बोल दूं कि मेरी आर्टिकलशिप फॉर्म ही खराब थी, मेरा बॉस ही खराब था। नहीं बेटा नहीं। Right, when you start talking something negative, please understand that is gonna be backfiring you, और वो आप ही पे backfire होगा बेटा। ठीक है? उनको लगेगा ये हमारे यहाँ भी काम करेगी तो ऐसे ही करेगी, कल जाके कहीं और जाएगी तो she is gonna be saying negative about our firm. So do not say anything negative. ठीक है? और कोई क्वेश्चन? और कोई क्वेश्चन? और कोई क्वेश्चन? चार्ट आपने मांगा बेटा, मैंने आपको तुरंत शेयर कर दिया। चलो ग्रेट, इसी के साथ आप सभी को ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट। आईसीए का भी ओरिएंटेशन प्रोग्राम भी होगा, ओरिएंटेशन में जाइए बढ़िया से, राइट? So that is something where you will be meeting lot of CAs. प्लस इसके साथ साथ आई विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट, जो भी है यहाँ पे सभी को ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर योर इंटरव्यूज। बढ़िया से करिए। अगर कोई भी क्वेरी रहेगा, डेफिनेटली यू कैन रीच आउट टू मी ऑन लिंक्डइन और एनी अदर सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म। हैप्पी टू हेल्प यू आउट। एंड वंस अगेन थैंक्स टू द एंटायर कमिटी ऑफ WIC for hosting this session. Right, it's great to see that out. The session is for the benefit of students, and definitely it is going to be helping a lot of them. Yes, thank you, Ji.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. This was a really insightful session, and I was just wondering where were you like 3 years ago when it was my time.
Very great.
Yeah. So I think this would be very useful for the current newly qualified chartered accountants. And I would now like to take a moment to present a memento for you. So just a second. Just a second.
क्या बात है, अरे वाह, really good, really thank you. Great. It would be great if you can send me the copy of this.
Yeah, it would be shared too.
Chalo, great, really thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So now when we move on to our next session, I would like to introduce our next speaker. She is CA Preeti Negi. She is a practicing chartered accountant of ICAI, having expertise in litigation and prosecution. She has been attached with ICAI and COE Jaipur for residential skill development program for past 7 years and has 61K plus followers on Instagram. And she shares content around stock market and finance and has 17K plus followers on LinkedIn as well. And she has been 5 times LinkedIn top voice. And she has created a platform for the CAs and students for sharing job opportunities. She has been appointed as a resource person of investment awareness program of ICAI 2019-20. In her young age, so far, she has got national award as CA mentor by Indian Education Award for year 2019. Regularly conducting many workshops and webinars on GST and other recent topics as guest speaker for professional institutes like IIM, LPU, Punjab University, ICI, ICSI, CMA. And for the day her topic is master the circle, group discussion secrets, how to prepare for group discussion. So I would like our speaker to take the session ahead. So please, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Preeti Mehta, for the wonderful introduction.
Hope I'm audible to everyone. Very good evening and a very warm welcome to all of you to this special WRC initiative exclusively for the newly chartered accountants. I am CA Priti Nagi, and today I'm really excited to share the insights on a skill that can truly influence your professional journey, especially at an entry level, that is group discussion. Whether you're going to join your dream company, Big Four, corporate role, consulting, any leadership orientation program, or GD are the strongest way the organization evaluate your thinking, your communication, your collaboration, your decision making skill, your style. So today's session, the master skill, the group discussion secrets, is going to give you a clear, practical, and high impact tools that help you to perform confidently in any group discussion environment. So don't worry about it that I'm going to go for MNCs, Big Fours. It's going to help you in any group discussion that you're going to pursue for that. So group discussions are not just a filter. They are a window into overall of your personality. Recruiters are assessing your clarity of thought, your communication style, your analytical ability, your team orientation, your collaboration, your leadership presence under the pressure. So, overall, I can say that there is no single answer. There is no single answer that you can say that the group discussion, these are the rules and these are the techniques. But you have to be very active, you have to be very clear enough that yes, this is my vision, this is my perspective towards it, then there will be my communication skills. So the way you put your thoughts forward, it's about the group discussions. It's not about you're going to answer right or wrong. It's about how you're going to handle the situation calmly. More important, calmly. Because in a group discussion, most of the time what happens is there everyone is there in the group discussion and they want to initiate their own point, because approximately group discussion will be 15 to 20 minutes or approximately maximum to maximum 30 minutes. In 15 to 20 minutes, everybody will be in the race that I have to put my point forward because I don't want to miss out that. In that race, you have to keep yourself calm and composed and then put your point forward. So in today's session, you will be able to learn only the practical aspects that you're going to experience in your group discussions. I'm not just going through the theoretical aspects, ye kar lo, ye kar lo, ye kar lo, because the session is in a half an hour session. So I have to be very crisp, short, and very clear about your communication, that how you're going to produce it. Because the session, the WRC session, it's 2 to 8. So every speaker over here has given you a quality content so that you will be able to note down. So first of all, the PPT, I'll share it with you. Don't worry about it that I'll miss out this content, I'll miss out this content. I'll share each and everything with you. So don't worry about it, because I was there in the Shivam Phalan sessions. So everybody was like, I need this screen, I need this data. I'll share all the data with you. Need not to worry about it. Just concentrate on the factors, just concentrate on the tips that I'm going to share it with you so that you will be able to take best out of it, right? So whenever you're going for the group discussion, it's not about that only a communication. It's about how you're putting your thoughts forward. So first of all, there are the 4 steps that you need to very add on in your personality, add on in your speaking skills. Whenever you're going to convey something, the answer has to be a very open-minded, very confident and very open-ended. If you're going to open the conversation, if you're going to open the topic, then you have to be very clear enough in the aspects that this topic is related to this, and whatever I'm going to share as an opening line, it has to be attached with the topic only. It don't has to be that you have to come out of the blues, ye yahan se topic utha liya, yahan se utha liya. It has to be very crisp and short and very clear, right? And plus, when you're going to open, it has to be very confident enough. So whatever the statement is, either you're going to open the session, either you're going to convey your point in between, the point of view has to be very open, clearly enough. The perspective has to be very clear. Second, whatever conversation is going on, you have to support it with an example. You just not have to clearly state that this has happened. State it with an example.
either your real life situation, some case study, some situation you came across, some news. If it's the news, then it will be very beneficial for you. If it's an example from your real life, it's also be very beneficial for you, because here you are communicating your story. So when you're creating your story in a crisp and short, you and your participants and the audience, everybody will be able to relate with it. Third point is you have to be a bridge. What do you mean by the bridge? My aspect is whenever the group discussion is going on, you cannot initiate any point out of the blues. Out of the blues means whatever the context that is going on, you have to continue that context and then initiate a new point. If some person is just discussing the point of view that is in favor, you cannot out of the blues say that this is contradictory and this is this one, because that will be out of the blues concept. So you have to keep a bridge on the statement, you have to bridge a gap, and then acknowledge the presence and point of view of the other person, then put your point forward. And then there will be a closing remarks. It has to be a closing remarks, so that other person who is going to pursue next, it has to be very clear in the mind that this person is going to stop. Reason, you cannot interpret it in between. Nobody can interpret it in between, because that is we can consider that a dominance. So it has to be opening and closing, because whenever I'm going to close, whenever I will be able to close the session, I'll say in the end we are going to say this. In the end, if you have any queries, so everybody in the session will be clear enough that session is going to end. So that means my statement is going to end. So it has to be 4 pointers. So 4 pointers. Opening has to be very clear. It has to be with an examples, and out of context baat nahi karni. It has to be in the conversation and then the closing remarks, right? This has to be your statement. But point is, I'm going to attend a group discussion, a GD, right? So I am not completely aware about it, what all points I need to discuss. So here is a master stroke. There is a strategy I used to say, the spelt one. I used to say that is spelled. Why? Because any topic that is given to you in a GD, consider it there is an artificial intelligence going on nowadays. So I can say that take an example. Topic is artificial intelligence and its impact, right? So when you are going to get any topic, so my topic is artificial intelligence and its impact. So when I have to discuss that topic in my group discussion, I will cover the topic from this 5 point of view that I used to say the word spelled. So S from social, P from political, E from economical, L legal, T technical. That means I have to cover the same topic from the 5 factors that we used to say the spelled. So what will happen? You won't miss out any topic, any point of view, any aspect that is necessary to be discussed. Second, you won't be there to discuss any vague things, any vague queries, any vague answers, or very, very vague topics. You have to be very strict about it, that I am going to discuss these points. I'm not saying you have to cover all 5, because obviously the time is 15 minutes or 20 minutes. So you won't be able to get this much time that you will be able to discuss all the 5 aspects. Even if you will be able to discuss 2 or 3, or I can say there's only 2, but it has to be very, very clear enough. You have to cover all the relevant aspects. You have to cover with the examples. You have to be very confident, fluent one whenever you are going to put your point forward. Because if I'm not clear about the topic, if I'm not clear about the aspects, obviously you won't be able to put your point initiate forwardly. So whenever you're going to get some topic, so they give you time like 5 minutes or 7 minutes or 10 minutes for you to note down your point and jot down the point. So how I used to do that, in my notebook, I used to write down spelt and then put my points forward, so that I will be able to discuss all the points in between the conversation. So it has to be very clear. So in this PPT, what I've done is I have conveyed it with the examples. So according to the social, how it's going to impact your society. So that will be a social point of view. So how this AI, artificial intelligence, is going to impact your society. So here I have given you with an example. Workers need continuous upskilling and traditional jobs are evolving, creating anxiety and also opportunities for those who adapt quickly to new demands. You will be able to read from the PPT also because I'm going to share it. But second factor, when it's a political, that means if government is going to start any rules, regulations, any policies, any decisions, because in artificial intelligence, government has come out to be the DPDP Act. So that means you have to cover, government has come out with some policies to have to cover some political aspect. That means you have to cover the aspect. So government must create framework for ethical AI development. So they have already created it. So you have to cover anything or latest related to that aspect. My third point is economic. So that means obviously what are the benefits, what are the losses, that means cost benefit analysis, because we are chartered accountants, so you know about it. हमने economics पढ़ी हुई है and the entrance only economics, so you know about it, how to do the cost benefit analysis. So cost benefit analysis with the factors, with the examples, you have to discuss about it. Then it will be a legal one. So legal one, that means your compliance, your rights that you're going to do. So here I said the data protection and accountability. So that means all the legal compliances. So all the examples that I've given it, I have chosen the topic for the AI and its impact. So I've given the examples accordingly. So then it's technical. So how the technology has developed and evolved related to that topic. So that means if you're going to cover your topic, one single topic related to these 5 factors, only these 5 factors, not other aspects, general mein kya hai aur kya hai, latest mein kya hai. So all these factors you will be able to cover it. And from that, if you're able to put only 2 points forward, that will be self-sufficient for your group discussion. But no irrelevant points. No irrelevant points. आपको नहीं समझ आ रही है कि what things are going on, or I can say that the topic that is given to you in a GD, I'm not completely aware about. I'm blank about it. So what to do that? At that point of time, most of the time we are like, I have to put my point forward. So I literally don't agree with it. So here, what I can say that if you don't know about the topic, firstly, take a pause, be calm, silently just observe the conversation. Because obviously, I can say that you are chartered accountants. I cannot say that you're completely blank about it, but maybe at that point of time, you're not going to get some idea or you're not able to grab some aspects. So what you have to do is just keep yourself calm and composed and be active with the listening. You might have heard about one skill that I always use. I use active listening. It's also a skill. Always use your active listening. If you're not going to listen the other person actively, the GD is going to be 0 for you. Obviously, because you have to bridge the gap. You have to continue the conversation. So when you're not here to listen the other person that is speaking in front of you, so if you're not listening to that person, you won't be able to put the conversation going. So what mean if I'm not able to aware, if I'm completely blank about the topic, at that point of time, keep yourself calm and composed. ऐसा नहीं करना मुझे नहीं आता नहीं आता नहीं था, panic हो जाओगे, because most of the time, even I've seen the students in the examination hall also, they used to get panic. उनको आता भी होता तो वो भूल जाते हैं. So because the panic is that kind of a tendency that you're not able to control your mind and temperament. So you have to very calm and composed. Even if I'm not aware about it, listen to 2 or 3 people so that you will be get an idea about it, that what is the topic is all about, and extract 2-3 key points, core concepts, and then able to write down your points that yes, I will be able to put this point forward. Because before that, if you will be other point of view, nahi mujhe apna point raise karna hi karna hai, what will happen? In an anxiety, either you will repeat the other person's points and you are not going to get any credit for that. So you have to every point of time, if you are going to initiate some new point, only then you will be able to get some credit over the group discussion. Otherwise, obviously, चाहे आप 5 बार बोलो, 6 बार बोलो, 7 बार बोलो, it's not going to impact ever, because you're just repeating the points. So that means listen to other person very carefully, and try to catch out 2-3 core points and then able to write down your own points that I'm going to do that. Then After that, use 2-3 points and use your spell strategy. For these 2 to 3 points, here I am going to cover it off. So what will happen? You will be able to cover some new points from that aspects. For that, you have to read and read. You cannot say कि मुझे इसके बारे में नहीं पता, this was a this and this and this. Because there was a time when COVID was very new for Indian people, because COVID came in India, that is 22nd of March, when we came to know that COVID has prominently came to India. And it was the month of, I guess, January or February, when we have given the group discussion to some corporate people, right? So at that point of time, many of the candidates were not aware about even the word COVID. So I have given the topic group discussion in a COVID, and they were like, what is COVID? Firstly, हमें ये बताओ what is COVID? So that means you're completely not aware about it. So general, what is going on in the society, you have to read and read. Only then you will be able to attempt. It's not like that कि you are going to attempt the CA syllabus. कोई भी topic आ सकता है, कुछ भी कहीं से भी आ सकता है. Either it can be a general discussion also, but it has to be general discussion from overall all the point of view. Right? Then what are the do's of the group discussion? How you will be able to interact actively. So my first point, as I said, active listening is a skill. Active listening, it's actually a very beautiful skill. If you're going to listen to the other person very actively, you will be able to grab the answers from his point of view also. If you're going to listen to all the speakers today, till the end of the session, till the end of the last session, we will be able to get a clarity मुझे life में क्या करना है. But if you're not able to listen to other person properly, what will happen? You won't be able to connect with the league that is going up in a group discussion. And second point is, try to include the other person. How? Some point of time, if you're going to include some other person, like there is a group of 10 people and 2 of the candidates are like they're not initiating anything. If you're going to have a conversation while interacting with that person, that yes, I'm going to put this point forward, and then that person is going to reply back, they also give the points to you because you have initiated that conversation and that person has replied to back. So that is kind of you are kind of a person who can able to survive in the corporate, because in just 10-15 minutes they're going to assess each and everything from your personality, and group discussion is a best task for that. But always debate very professionally. As in the very start of session I said, because everyone is in hurry to put his point forward, because they don't want to miss this opportunity, because they are like, it's our job. They have the pressure. It's my job. It's my test. So try to be very calm enough that yes, I need to put my point forward, but there is no race over it that yes, I have to put my point forward. अगर मैंने नहीं किया तो ये हो जाएगा. What will happen? When your body feel anxiety, you won't be able to control your body language. Then you do this things. हम ऐसे करते हैं. So what happened is anxiety used to depict on your body language. So when it's depictable, obviously you are not able to control it. So that means that will also depict on your language. You might feel irritated. You might raise your voice. You might not be very clear or respectful about the conversation. So debate has to be in a very professional language, because one is your language, one is your body language. Both matters a lot in a group discussion. A lot. You cannot put your point forward with your bad body language to any other person. You have to be very calm enough and then have a conversation with the other person. And they used to observe each and every point, how they're going to point it out and how they're going to observe. I'll also share that with you so that you will be able to get a clarity. I've also put some topics ahead that might be able to come out in a group discussion. That is a tentative topics that I also share it with you. But in the factor, these don'ts, you have to very clear about it, that yes, I have to conduct it accordingly, plus your 4 steps. Only then I can say that your group discussion is going to be very well. But it's not only, I always say, it's very hard to remember all the do's, but it's very easy to remember the don'ts. हमें जब किसी से डांट पड़ती है ना, तो we are going to remember that thing for the life. इस टीचर ने मुझे डांटा था, because that is a negative impact, that is a negativity. So if you're going to remember the don'ts, if you're going to just observe that these are the don'ts, so what will happen is whenever you're going to do that, तुम्हें याद होगा ये वाला चीज तो नहीं करनी, because यहाँ से मुझे डांट पड़ी थी. So that means don't interrupt anyone is a major don't. Don't interrupt it. That is a major point in a group discussion, because everybody wants to discuss, everybody wants to put his point forward, even you want to discuss, but I cannot interrupt. So what if other person is keep on speaking, keep in putting your point forward, so how I will be able to do that? That is the main point. That's why I said fourth step, you have to use your closing thing. So when some person is into the closing remarks, you have to be very active. Now I have to put my point forward, and that is a trick over there. That is a completely a trick over there. When I have to raise my point, because I cannot interrupt. When the person is closing, I cannot even just keep on speaking. Can I start my conversation? So that means why cannot interrupt anyone? Reason being is that considered to be a dominant factor, that you are not letting others speak. So that means you are not a team person. So they used to judge your own personality skills from these factors. Plus, as I said, if you're not aware about the topic, so don't try to repeat other person's point. That doesn't going to affect any of the factor. Why? Reason being is, try to listen and then start with your own point instead of repeating the points. Plus, try to be very stick to the topic. That is the only reason I said use the spelled strategy, because when you have to stick to yourself to the topic, that you will be able to use the spelled. If you're not going to use the spelled, what will happen? आपके दिमाग में उस टॉपिक के रिलेटेड 10 पॉइंट होंगे, but that 10 points might not be relevant for this particular situation. Reason being, you are going to get 2 or 3 maximum 2 chances or 3 chances to speak out that point of time. So every point of time, you cannot say that I will be able to speak for 5 and 10 and 6 times, because the group discussion, the length is going to be short. So if you're going to be off topic, obviously you're going to get the negative marking. So try to avoid that factor. Plus, try to be very calm. That's why I said don't use aggressive tone ever. If you feel like that I'm contradicting every point of time and I'm using the aggressive tone, try to calm yourself. How I used to calm myself, I used to just keep myself shant, or I just murmur some Vaheguru Bani, because I'm Rasika. I used to murmur some Vaheguru Bani and I'll relax myself. Don't do this, because this is negative. So you have to use some techniques, and you know about it, which techniques are working on it. Some people used to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10 and relax themselves. Some people used to say Om Namah Shivaya and they relax themselves. That depends upon the person's strategy. But you have to be very calm and composed. Only then you have to put your point forward. And these are the major don'ts. Remember the don'ts, you will be able to get a clarity of the do's. So because these are the negative points that will help you to get a clarity over the aspect, right? So this is the final one. This is a complete final. You can take a screenshot also of it. Understand the topic. Very, 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 very important. You have to understand the topic. Then after that, use a spelled strategy. Spell strategy, write down the spell strategy aspects in your own notebook. Then while speaking, while interacting, you have to put the 4 points forward. That is open. Not able to get it? Okay, that is open, build, then bridge, and then close takeaway. That is the 4 points put forward. Then if you have some fresh angles, then discuss about it. If someone has not discussed about it in the end, otherwise it has to be, if you're going to cover these 5 aspects, everything is covered, right? Everything is covered. So that means first and foremost factor, whenever you're going to get a GD topic, you have to be very clear about it. क्या मुझे इसके बारे में कुछ पता है? If the answer is no, then the point is जितना भी पता है, write it down. Otherwise, if you don't know anything about it, stay calm for 1 minute or 2 minutes. Just listen to other person, because other person is going to speak for 20 or 30 seconds or maximum 40 seconds, because that is the time duration preferable. And that time duration, keep you calm, composed, and then listen to that person actively, so that you will be able to grab the points out of it and then try to write down. Start from second step, that is understand and write down your spell strategy, then fourth step, and then different angles, and then you're going to have to close at the point, right? If you guys have any inquiry, please drop down the comment box. I'll there to answer. And meanwhile, what I'm going to do that I'm going to share this criteria that how they are going to judge you. Most of the time, this is a criteria, this is a marks criteria they used to give it to you, and that means they are going to judge you on each and every aspects, your content, your clarity, your language, your listening. That means active listening is also a skill. Your leadership, your initiative. Leadership, when I've discussed the leadership point, try to let other person also initiate and be a group people. So when you are a group person, that means you are taking a lead also, you are taking an initiative also when you're going to start the conversation. So that means time management and closing, it's also very important. So they are going to judge you on the basis of these aspects, and then you will be able to get a clarity. So that means मेरी body language matter करती है, clarity, language, listening, interaction, leadership, everything matters a lot. And these are the skills that are going to judge you on the basis of just 10 or 15 minutes, or I can say that by initiating, or 10-15 minutes, a whole time duration. They're going to judge you on the basis of the points you have put it forward. So these are the tentative topics that I can share it with you. So you might be able, if you're going to prepare, if you are able to prepare only 2 or 3 topics from here, and you are able to prepare that, yes, I'm going to attempt it on a this way, on a this aspects, then I can say that you will be able to attempt your GD well and very well, right? So that means in GD, it's not only about this is the correct answer, this is the wrong answer. Instead, it's all about how you're going to attempt it, because they're going to judge on each and every aspects, plus your language, the words you are using, the body language, your aspect, your expressions, your fluency, everything they are going to judge over there. So I guess if you have any kind of queries, so I'm there to attempt it. Ma'am, if you have 10 points, how should we sort? Which things should be first? If you have, okay, that's why that's the only reason, because I said some point of time there will be some points that is not relevant for this group discussion. Why this group discussion? Because there I can say that only relevant, only technical, or only the points that is relevant for this group discussion. That means you are in a group discussion of a chartered accountants, right? So that's the reason I can say that use the spell strategy. SPELT, उसके आगे अपने 10 पॉइंट्स लिखो. S में ये आ रहा है, P में ये आ रहा है, E में ये आ रहा है, L में ये आ रहा है, T में ये आ रहा है, right? What will happen if you have only one point related to one single aspect? Social में मेरे पास एक ही point है, but when someone initiated the conversation, they have already attempted it. So my S is already deducted because I cannot repeat the point. Then I have to put my point forward to the P. If in a P, somebody has touched a single point, but I have 2-3 points more, then you have to initiate the conversation. I agree with you, I understand with you, but here I like to add. So then you will be able to add 3 more points related to it. So if you have a 10 points, even then try to adjust with the spelt, and then you will be able to get a clarity. अब मुझे if you have raised a political point once, you cannot raise it twice. That means अगर मैंने political एक बार raise कर दिया, if I have 2-3 points related to it, I can raise a political point and cover it all. And then whenever I'm going to initiate one more next point, it's not related to political, because obviously एक बार raise कर दिया, I cannot say that कि इसमें ये points और थे, I like to add. Some other people will add it. So because you're going to get a point, you have to add from some another aspect. I hope I'm there, able to answer. Okay. Any other query? Okay, I hope that's it from my side. If you have any other queries, you can just contact the branch also. You can connect with me through the LinkedIn or WhatsApp or Facebook. Abhi to social media is so much prominent that obviously you can use any kind of a social media for contacting, and I will be there to answer your queries, because obviously as a faculty, we are in touch with the students from past, I can say that 8 to 10 years, and lots of queries are there whenever their campus placement or interviews are going to conducted. Or they can say that what should be our sitting posture during the group discussion. Okay, most of the time what happens is your posture keeps on changing whenever whatever is going through in your mind, right? Right now, I'm into my speaking posture, right? So my hand movements is there, my gestures is there, my expressions are there. So you cannot say that I'm sitting like this, I'm sitting like this, I'm sitting like this. That means whenever you are into anxiety, again your posture will change, right? Again your posture will change. You have to control that. You have to control the negative postures. All the positives will be according to your communication and skills. Once it will be 2 or 3 minutes, you will be able to relax yourself. You will be able to cover all the positive postures. So the negative postures is you are bending yourself forward, you are crossing your hand, you are crossing your this one, you are sitting like this. So these are the negative postures. So you don't have to use the negative postures. Stay relaxed, stay calm and sit calmly. You will be able to cover all the aspects. So इसीलिए मेरा हमेशा की पॉइंट और क्यू पॉइंट क्या रहता है, remember the negative factors, positives will go on according to the situation. So always I remember ये negative है ये नहीं करना, otherwise these all will go on the posture, right? So if you anything else, our next speaker Rajendra Sarji is here. Any course of ICI? Acha, this was a previous course question. Okay, I guess that's it from my side. I hope I am able to cover all the points, all the aspects that was necessary for today's session. And obviously the time was very short. It was just half an hour. And in half an hour, covering all the points was very difficult. So thank you so much for your session. And you are completely, all of you are a stepping stone into your new journey, new chapter of your professional journey. So mastering group discussion will truly give you an edge in the placement, corporate assessments and leadership opportunities. And if you like to have my GD checklist templates or anything, I'll share it with you. And thank you so much everyone. Thank you so much WIRC for giving me opportunity. And thank you so much our coordinator, CA Vruthi Mehta, right? So because obviously it's more difficult job than a speaker, I can say that. I have obviously whenever it's being a moderator, I feel like that being a moderator is more difficult than being a speaker. Speaker is coming for half an hour or an hour. Moderator is there for hours, more than an hour. So it's more difficult for a moderator than a speaker. I feel myself very relaxed when I'm a speaker. I feel myself very tensed when I'm a moderator, honestly. So that is the hats off to you. It's difficult job. So over to you. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you so much, Radhindra Saji. And all the best for your next session.
Thank you, ma'am. It was really insightful session for all of us, and we would now like to take a moment of appreciation and share a virtual moment with you.
Thank you so much, dear. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I always feel the way WIRC greet the other person, nobody else can. So it's the first time ever that I have received a digital certificate on a virtual mode. Otherwise, it never happens.
So glad, ma'am.
So thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, I'll share the PPT. Do I have to share the PPT with the committee members branch, or I can share it right now?
You can share it right now as well.
Okay, I'll drop the PPT on a comment box because it's every point of time students are like, बाद में किसने देखा है?
Yeah, right.
They need each and everything at point. Okay. So I have shared my PPT in the comment box. Let me know once you get it. Thank you so much.
think they should have got it now.
See if you have received it.
Okay.
No? See, I've shared it to everyone. Mansi, just check it again. Okay, Omkar ji, Vaibhav ji, Darshana ji. Got it?
Okay, I think
Received?
should be received now.
Okay, you guys start with another session. I'll share it in between. Okay?
Okay.
I'm here. I'll share it in between.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Now we would like to take up our next session, which is from books to boardroom, real world readiness, where students would be transitioning from student life to corporate culture. And the session would be taken by CA Rajendra Shah. And I would now like to introduce the speaker. So, C. Rajendra Shah is an dynamic professional with over 10 years of experience in motivational speaking, corporate training, and education. He empowers individuals and organizations to achieve their goals through tailored programs and interactive workshops. Uh, he inspiring talks that resonate with audiences focusing on personal growth, resilience, and leadership. He is an expert for aspiring chartered accountants with a focus on practical knowledge and exam readiness. I would now request Sir to take over this session. Please, sir.
Prithvi, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Preeti. Have a nice session. बहुत बढ़िया
Thank
डिलीवर
you,
किया
sir.
आपने. काफी
Thank
इंसाइट
you.
मिला मुझे पर्सनली, काफी सीखने को मिला.
सर आपको सीखने को मिला तो इससे बड़ी बात क्या हो सकती है? बिकॉज यू ऑलरेडी
मैं-
हाईली क्वालिफाइड.
Thank you, Preeti. Thank you. Happy evening to all of you. First of all, thanks to all of you कि आपने 5 घंटा सुना है यहाँ पे. आसान नहीं होता. बोलना हमें आधे घंटा होता है, बट आप 2 बजे से लेकर अभी 7 बज चुके हैं, तो आप 5 घंटे सुन चुके हैं. सो आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड. टॉपिक इज वेरी सिंपल कि स्टूडेंट लाइफ से कॉर्पोरेट लाइफ में कैसे जंप करें. आसान नहीं होता, क्योंकि दोनों अलग माइंडसेट है, अलग तरह के जीवन है, अलग तरह की चीजें होते हैं. सो once again, happy evening to all of you. I said happy evening, so I need same reply to happy evening, because most of time say we good morning, good afternoon, good evening, but nowadays I'm trying to be happy as much as possible. So मेरा नाम राजेंद्र शाह है, और मैं वर्क लाइफ बैलेंस कमेटी के साथ बहुत अच्छे से काम करता हूँ. और मैं ज़्यादातर इमोशनल पार्ट पार्ट काम करता हूँ कि आप इमोशनली कैसे ओके रह सकते हैं, क्योंकि आईक्यू तो हम सबका ऑलमोस्ट सेम ही है. ईक्यू की बात है, और जिसका ईक्यू जितना ज्यादा होगा वो लाइफ में उतना ग्रो कर पाएगा. जब सीए स्टार्ट किया था तो एक बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग लाइन आपने सबने सुना होगा कि सीए इज नॉट अ टफ कोर्स, इट्स अ कोर्स फॉर टफ पीपल. आई होप ये लाइन सबको याद होगा कि सीए इज नॉट अ टफ कोर्स, इट्स अ कोर्स फॉर टफ पीपल. सो नाउ अब वो टाइम आ चुका है कि आपका टफनेस चेक होगा. स्टूडेंट लाइफ में एक इजीनेस ये रहता है कि हम यहाँ पैसा खर्च करके जीते हैं. हम पैसा खर्च करके जीते हैं. प्रोफेशनल लाइफ में क्या होता है, किसी और के पॉकेट से पैसा निकालना होता है, एंड दिस इज अ वेरी चैलेंजिंग टास्क. किसी और के पॉकेट से पैसा निकालना बड़ा मुश्किल है. उसके लिए आज आपने बहुत सारा टेक्निकल इंसाइट लिया, ज्ञान लिया, बहुत सारा चीज आपने सीखा. नो डाउट ये सभी कुछ बहुत काम आएंगे, बट अल्टीमेट जो काम आएंगे आपकी कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल, आपका माइंड सेट, जो आप कितने स्ट्रांग है, कितने मेंटली स्ट्रांग है. तो यहाँ पे एक कहावत है कि मन के जीते जीत और मन के हारे हार. सो नाउ क्वेश्चन राइज कि आप क्या मन से मजबूत है नए सिचुएशन, नए लाइफ, ईच एंड एवरीथिंग को फेस करने के लिए? क्या आप चेंज के साथ कंफर्टेबल रहते हैं? बिकॉज जब तक आप चेंज के साथ कंफर्टेबल नहीं रहेंगे तो फिर वो आप एक्सक्यूज वाले जोन में और गिल्ट वाले जोन में और बहुत सारा मलाल मन में रहेगा. सो आर यू ओके विद चेंज मैनेजमेंट? आर यू कंफर्टेबल विद एडेप्टेबिलिटी? बिकॉज जीवन में तो बदलाव आएंगे और नए परिस्थिति आएंगे, और उस टाइम पे आपको नए लोगों से बात करना होगा, नए तरीके से बात करना होगा, नए लोकेशन पे बात करना होगा. और उस टाइम पे आपको बहुत सारे ऐसे टाइम आएंगे जहाँ पे आपको सेल्फ डाउट होगा. मैं थोड़ा सा अपने बारे में बता दूं ताकि आपको और आइडिया लग जाए. और जो लोग खास करके अच्छे आर्टिकलशिप से नहीं बिलोंग्स करते, जो लोगों का काफी अटेम्प्ट लगा है, तो वो लोग कभी ज्यादा बुरा फील ना करें. बिकॉज सी इज नॉट अ जर्नी जहाँ पे अच्छी चीज स्टार्टिंग में होता है या मिडल में होता है। आपके जीवन में अच्छी चीज बाद में भी हो सकता है। तो हमेशा इस बात में ना रहे कि स्टार्टिंग ही मेरा बढ़िया नहीं हुआ, मिडिल में बढ़िया नहीं हुआ, अरे लास्ट में बढ़िया होगे ना, कोई दिक्कत नहीं। मैंने स्टार्टेड सीए, तो जब अपने सीए स्टार्ट किया था तो जिसने अपने सीए कोर्स के बारे में बताया था अपने को, उसने बोला था कि सीए करते करते आप नोट छाप सकते हैं। पहला थॉट, सीए करते करते आप नोट छाप सकते हैं। ये थॉट आते ही अपन ईगो नेक्स्ट लेवल पे, क्योंकि अपने सीए कोर्स में कहावत है कि कोई भी इंसान परफेक्ट नहीं हो सकता, मैक्सिमम ही कैन बी अ चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट। ऐसी बातें सुनकर अपना ईगो और बूस्ट हो गया। फाउंडेशन का एग्जाम दिया, वो आसानी से निकल गया। तो आवाज लाइक ए किंग, कि घर में भी समाज में भी अपन तो नेक्स्ट लेवल के इंसान है। बस वो मशीन का वेट था कि मशीन कब मिलेगा। आर्टिकल से वे स्टार्ट हुआ। पहला दिन वहां पे इंटरव्यू दिया, इसी तरह का सवाल कि व्हाट इज योर एक्सपेक्टेशन, इंट्रोड्यूस योरसेल्फ, ऑल दिस थिंग्स। एचआर ने पहला बात हमें बोला था कि मिस्टर शाह, योर सैलरी विल बी 1500 पर मंथ एज पर आईसीआई स्टैंडर्ड। मेरा पहला सवाल था कि मैम इसमें स्टैंडर्ड किधर है, और दूसरी बात, इसको सैलरी क्यों बोल रहे हो। फिर उसने आगे बोला था कि मिस्टर साहब, मन लगा के काम करोगे ना। मैं कहा इसमें मन लगा के, तो कहते चौथे महीने से ना आपके सैलरी 2000 कर देंगे। मैं कहा इतना बड़ा एहसान। फिर कहते कि मिस्टर साहब, ये जो हमारी कॉन्फिडेंशियल बातें हुआ है ना। मैं कौन सी बातें हुए, हमें भी तो बताओ। फिर ये जो कॉन्फिडेंशियल बातें हुए बाकी स्टाफ को मत बताना। मैं क्या मैम, आप मत बताना, बेइज्जती मेरा ज्यादा हो जाएगा। मैं घर का लाडला हूँ, राजा बेटा, और राजा बेटा के साथ ऐसे ट्रीटमेंट होगा तो अच्छा नहीं लगेगा। घर वाले सदमे में चले जाएंगे। अब हम सबकी बहुत सारा उम्मीदें होती है, एक्सपेक्टेशन होती है लाइफ से, डिग्री से, सीए से, बट अफसोस की बात, चीजें ऐसे नहीं होता। असली औकात इंटर में थोड़ा बहुत समझ में आने लगा था कि जिस तरीके से हम सोच के आए थे कि उस तरह की चीजें हो नहीं रहा है। बहुत सारा ऐसे बच्चे से मैं काउंसलिंग करता हूँ। अभी रिसेंटली मैं एक लड़की से बात कर रही, सी सेड कि सर, आई एम कंफ्यूज वेदर आई एम फिनिशिंग दिस डिग्री और दिस डिग्री इज फिनिशिंग मी। मैं कहा ओ सो सैड। कुछ कर नहीं सकते, क्या ही मैं बोलूँ इसको लेकर। अभी बच्चों का एग्जाम चल रहा था, रात को 11 साढ़े 11 बजे के आसपास मेरे पास एक कॉल आया, एंड एक लड़की कह रही थी कि आई नीड टू टॉक विद यू राइट नाउ, आई एम फीलिंग वेरी लो। एक तो ये नया जमाना आ गया कि जहाँ पे लो फील करते हैं हर बात में लोग। मैं अपने टाइम पे अगर मैं अपने गलती से भी अपने पापा को बोलूँ कि पापा आई एम फीलिंग लो, पापा कहेंगे ये लो और निकलो। बट नाउ डेज एवरीथिंग इज टू मच सेंसिटिव। लोग इमोशनल हेल्थ के बारे में ज्यादा बातें करते हैं। उस लड़की से मैंने बातें किया कि मैंने कहा क्या समस्या है डियर, तो सी सेड कि मैंने फाइनल की दोनों ग्रुप की तैयारी की थी, बट जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ माई फियर मैं ग्रुप 1 में बैठ नहीं पाई। नाउ मोटिवेट मी सो दैट आई कैन अपीयर इन ए सेकेंड ग्रुप। रात को 11:30 बजे मुझे आ रही नींद, उनको चाहिए मोटिवेशन। मैं उनको मोटिवेट कर रहा हूँ कि देखिए, जीवन में उतार चढ़ाव आते हैं, इसी का नाम तो जीवन है। जो बीत गया वो कल था, आने वाले भविष्य पे फोकस कीजिए, और बाकी बातें हम कल करते हैं। जैसे मैंने बोला बाकी बातें कल करते, वो और इमोशनल हो गई, एंड सी सेड कि प्लीज टॉक टू मी, आई एम फीलिंग स्ट्रेस, एंजाइटी, डिप्रेशन, टेंशन, और मुझे सुसाइड के थॉट आ रहा है। अब ये थॉट सुन के मेरा थॉट रुक गया, और मेरे मन में पहला थॉट आया, आपको मरने से पहले मैं ही मिला था कि फैकल्टी को हम लेके जाएंगे। तो लाइफ इज टोटली, आपको समझ नहीं आएगा कैसे कैसे परिस्थिति में आपको रख देंगे। तो अभी सी इज जस्ट अ बिगिनिंग। तो आपको मेंटल टफनेस अब टेस्ट होगा। आप कहीं पे भी जाएंगे, मेरा खुद का इंटर बहुत ज्यादा आप झेल नहीं पाएंगे, 8 अटेम्प्ट में लगा था। और उसके बावजूद भी मैंने सीए फाइनल बोथ ग्रुप पहले अटेम्प्ट में निकाल लिया था। आर्टिकल सिर्फ एक बड़ा छोटे फॉर्म से स्टार्ट हुआ था, बट धीरे धीरे जीटी ग्रैंड थॉर्टन तक जॉब लगा था और वहां तक पहुंचा था। जब इधर से इधर शिफ्ट हुए ना, तो बहुत सारा शिफ्ट इधर हुआ। हाँ, अच्छा मेरा 9 लगा है। मैं पिछले क्लास में ना अभी बच्चों को मैं मोटिवेट कर रहा था कि आप घबराइए नहीं, आई एम योर बेंच मार्क ना। एक बच्चा ऐसे इमोशनल हो गए, एनसी एक लड़का कहता है कि सर, गुरु का कहना हर बात मानेंगे, गुरु ने 8 लगाया, हम 9 लगाएंगे। तो आपको इतना मोटिवेट होने की जरूरत नहीं, वो मेरा पार्ट था, ठीक है, बट मेरा फाइनल बहुत ग्रुप आसानी से निकल गया था। अपने कोर्स में एक और अच्छी बात है कि यहाँ पे रैगिंग नहीं होता है। रैगिंग नहीं होने का रीजन है कि कब जूनियर सीनियर हो जाए, सीनियर जूनियर हो जाए, पता नहीं चलता। जब मैं इंटर में था तो मेरे दोस्त लोग फाइनल में आ चुके थे। जब मैं फाइनल में आया तो मेरे दोस्त लोग फाइनल में ही थे। और जब मैं सीए बना, मेरे दोस्त लोग फाइनल में थे। जब मैं फैकल्टी बना, मेरे दोस्त लोग फाइनल में थे। अब बहुत बार ट्रेनिंग में मेरे दोस्त लोग आते हैं, और मैं उससे पूछता हूँ कि इंट्रोड्यूस योरसेल्फ, वो कहते हैं बाहर मिल। तो दिस इज द ब्यूटी ऑफ दिस कोर्स, आपको कब लंबा छलांग मर जाए पता नहीं चलता। अभी रिसेंटली मैं कुछ सीए को एड्रेस कर रहा था, ऐसे आप लोगों की तरह सीए बने थे। मैंने पूछा कि आप लोग कहाँ से है, एंड दे ऑल सेड सर फिलहाल तो कहीं के नहीं है। तो यहाँ से आपके एक ऐसी सी कोर्स की खासियत क्या है कि पता है यहाँ पे हर लेवल पे ना आपकी अनसर्टेनिटी बहुत ज्यादा है। फाउंडेशन में कहाँ से क्लास लेना पता है नहीं, इंटर में कहाँ से क्लास लेना पता नहीं, आपको सेल्फ एक्सप्लोर करना है। इंटर एग्जाम देने के बाद आपको ट्रेनिंग कहाँ से लेना है, किसके नसीब में क्या मिलेगा पता नहीं। उसके बाद ट्रेनिंग के बाद फाइनल का फिर से तैयारी करो, वो रैंडम है। उसके बाद जॉब कहाँ, कोई स्टैंडर्ड प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं कि जहाँ पे एग्जैक्ट सेम तरह का ट्रेनिंग, सेम तरह का ईच एंड एवरीथिंग। आपको अपने ऊपर इतना ज्यादा काम करना पड़ता है, इसलिए कहते हैं कि सी इज नॉट अ टफ कोर्स। इस कोर्स में आप जितना एकेडमिकली स्ट्रांग बनते हैं ना, उतना मेंटली आपको बनना पड़ता है। इसके पीछे रीजन है, जिस एज में आपके बाकी के दोस्त मस्ती कर रहे, एक्सप्लोर कर रहे, दुनिया घूम रहे, उस एज में अपन लोग चार दीवारों के अंदर ना सर पीट रहे थे किताब के ऊपर। तो इसे ना मेंटल टफनेस आती है। वो टेस्ट टफनेस अब दिखाने के टाइम आएगा। अब जो शिफ्ट होगा ना आपके, जब ये छोटा फॉर्म से बड़े फॉर्म में गए थे ना, अपन टॉप 5 में गए थे, तो वहां पे गया तो दुनिया ही अलग। पहला लैंग्वेज डिफरेंस, अपन यहाँ पे देसी लैंग्वेज में बातें करते थे, अपन वही चाय, ईच एंड एवरीथिंग बातें चलता था। वहाँ टोटली डिफरेंट थिंग बातें हो रहे हैं। वहाँ पे लोग इंग्लिश में बातें कर रहे, टोटली डिफरेंट लैंग्वेज, ईच एंड एवरीथिंग इज डिफरेंट। हे लेट्स हैंग आउट, डू कैपुचिनो, जोमेटो, स्विगी, हॉट कॉफी, लैटो, ईच एंड एवरीथिंग। अपन इधर डिफरेंट बातें कर रहे हैं। तो ये शिफ्ट आने में केवल टाइम लगता है। इधर कैजुअल कम्युनिकेशन था, इधर प्रोफेशनल कम्युनिकेशन है। वहां पे गए तो पहली बार इतना एक्सपोजर मिला, पहली बार इतना लोगों के साथ काम करने के मिला, पहली बार इतना फीमेल पार्टिसिपेंट्स को के साथ काम करने का मिला। अपन सीए ऑफिस में पुराने वाले में गिनती के 3 साल में 4 लड़की आई थी, पूनम, चंदा, बबीता, गीता। यहाँ पे दुनिया ही अलग है। तो ये जो बहुत सारा बदलाव होते हैं ना, क्या उसके साथ आप कंफर्टेबल है, कोप अप कर पाएंगे? होते क्या है कि उस टाइम पे ना आपको सेल्फ डाउट की शिकार हो जाएंगे आप। एंड आई ऑलवेज से दैट कि डाउट योर डाउट। अपने डाउट को दिमाग पे इतने हावी नहीं होना चाहिए कि आप ही लो फील करो। सो आई ऑलवेज से दैट कि ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस इज बेटर देन लो कॉन्फिडेंस। ना भी आए जीवन में कोई दिक्कत नहीं, अपन जा रहे हैं वहां पे डील करने के लिए, भीख मांगने नहीं। पहली बात तो ये ईगो नहीं है, दिस इज नॉट ए ईगो। लाइक होते क्या है कि हमें कोई दुनिया में सॉफ्ट कॉर्नर दिखाते हैं तो हम वहीं पे फ्लैट हो जाते हैं कि सर क्या बताए, पापा की जॉब छूट चुका है, मम्मी की तबीयत खराब है, भाई की निकम्मा हो चुके, बहन की शादी करवाना है। एंड दुनिया में हर कोई आपके सगे नहीं, वो आपके प्रॉब्लम में कोई खास इंटरेस्ट लेता नहीं। सो यू हैव टू बी डिजर्विंग वन कंपेयर टू क्रेविंग वन। मोस्ट ऑफ हम टाइम हमने लाइफ में कम क्रेविंग कर रहे थे। क्रेविंग करने से आजकल किसी को कामयाबी नहीं मिला है। आपको डिजर्व करना पड़ेगा। जब अपन कैंपस प्लेसमेंट में गए थे ना, तो वहां पे 4-5 कंपनी ने सेलेक्ट किया था। एंड इट वाज फेल्ट लाइक कि हियर इज अ डील इज समथिंग लाइक दैट ह्यूमन ट्रैफिक। हालांकि सुनने में अच्छा नहीं लगता, बट समथिंग कि वहां पे अपने आप को बेचना था। करना क्या था? जस्ट सेल आउट। आप बेस्ट क्या सेल कर, 4-5 कंपनी ने सेलेक्ट किया था, और हर हर कंपनी के साथ कैसे मेरा हो गया था। तो इट वाज लाइक कि मैं कहाँ पे बेस्ट डील डील क्रैक कर सकता हूँ। जोक्स अपार्ट, कुछ सवालों का आंसर मैं बताता हूँ। पहला सवाल जैसे उन्होंने पूछा था कि व्हाई शुड आई हायर यू। बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग सवाल है। मन ही मन में आया था आंसर कि मैं बोलूँ कि इसका आंसर तो आपको पता होगा ना कि व्हाई शुड आई हायर यू। आपके पास काम है तो बताओ, नहीं तो मैं आगे बढ़ूँ। बट ये बोल नहीं सकते। दूसरा सवाल उन्होंने पूछा था कि वेयर डू यू सी योर सेल्फ आफ्टर 5 ईयर। 5 साल के बाद अपने आप को कहाँ पे देखते हो? मन ही मन में चल रहा था कि भाई कोविड का टाइम चल रहा है, 5 साल के बाद कहाँ पे देखता हूँ, कल का तो पता नहीं, 5 साल की बातें पूछ रहे हो आप। ये बताओ अगले महीने सैलरी मिलेगा या नहीं मिलेगा, बट ये बातें बोल नहीं सकते। यू हैव टू बी डिप्लोमेटिक, यू हैव टू बी प्रोफेशनल, एंड यू हैव टू यूज दैट लैंग्वेज। तो आपकी जो रॉ लैंग्वेज है ना, जिसमें बहुत ट्रांसपेरेंसी है, बहुत ट्रस्ट है, बहुत रियल है, वो कहीं ना कहीं कवर हो जाते हैं। क्या करें, सिस्टम ऐसे ही बना हुआ है। यू हैव टू बी पार्ट ऑफ दैट सिस्टम। तो इनिशियल 90 डेज जो होते हैं, इनिशियल 2-3 महीने होते हैं, वो बड़ा क्रिस्टल होते हैं आपके जॉब के। तो उसमें अगर आप जाते हैं तो आप 2-3 चीज़ों का ध्यान रखेंगे तो आपके लिए अच्छा रहेगा। पहला ये है कि आप लर्निंग माइंडसेट में रहें। जहाँ पे भी आपको कोई पूछे तो जस्ट बी अ लर्नर, किसी कि सर आई एम जस्ट अ लर्नर, सो आई विल लव टू लर्न। तो आप ज्यादा हायर वाले में ना आए, पहले अपना माइंडसेट ही क्लियर रखेंगे कि मुझे अभी के कुछ सालों में सीखना ही है, तो ये अपने को क्लैरिटी है। दूसरा जो सबसे मेरा फेवरेट होता है एंड दैट इज कॉल्ड कि आप न्यू ज्वाइनिंग कार्ड खेल सकते हैं कि सर मैं न्यू ज्वाइनी हूँ यहाँ पे, मैं मुझे नहीं पता चीजों के बारे में। तो ये आपका हो सकता है कि न्यू पर्सन कार्ड। तो न्यू पर्सन कार्ड से बेनिफिट क्या होगा कि आप सभी लोगों से इनिशिएट लेके बात कर सकते हैं। आपको कोई मना नहीं करेगा, आप ब्रेक टाइम में किसी और टाइम में किसी से कुछ भी पूछ सकते हैं बिकॉज आप न्यू पर्सन है। और बीइंग अ न्यू पर्सन आप सवाल पूछेंगे तो सामने वाला का जो बनता है कि वो आंसर देगा ही देगा। तो इससे क्या हो कि अच्छे खासे लोगों से जुड़ सकते हैं। देखिए मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ कि फर्स्ट जॉब, सेकंड जॉब, थर्ड जॉब ये आपका बेस बनते हैं आपके करियर के लिए। वी ऑल नो दैट कि जॉब में सिर्फ 50-60 जॉब में सिर्फ 15-20% लोग जॉब को एंजॉय करते हैं। 60-70% लोग जॉब ना सिर्फ पैसे के लिए करते हैं। तो अपने को क्लियर है कि अपन यहाँ पे बिल्ड करना है, चीज़ों को सीखना है, एक्सपोज़र मिलेगा, उसके बाद अपने को अपना बिल्ड करना है या आगे मूव ऑन करना है। तो इसीलिए वहाँ पे आप जितने नए लोगों से कनेक्ट करेंगे, हर किसी का अलग-अलग बैकग्राउंड होता है, हर किसी अलग-अलग जगह से आते हैं, तो उससे आपको हेल्प मिलेगा, एक स्ट्रेंथ आते हैं। सर ने स्टार्टिंग में कहा था कि योर नेटवर्क इज़ योर नेट वर्थ। आज की डेट में आप कितने ज़्यादा जानते हैं, ये बड़ा मुद्दा नहीं है, कितना ज़्यादा लोगों को जानते हैं, ये बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा है। तो हमें इंडिया में आपको पता है यहाँ पे टैलेंट प्लस रेफरेंस और जुगाड़ कह सकते हैं, दोनों इक्वल में ही चलता है। सो यू हैव टू बी कैपेबल एंड स्मार्ट इन नेटवर्किंग एज वेल। मैं आपको इन्फॉर्मेशन के लिए बता दूं, इंडिया में मोर देन 60-70-80% जॉब जो है ना आज भी रेफरेंस से ही मिलता है। इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि 50-60% जॉब पब्लिश ही नहीं होते हैं, सिर्फ 30-40% जॉब पब्लिश होते हैं, उसके लिए फाइट होता है। बिजनेस में आएंगे, प्रैक्टिस में आएंगे, तो ऑलमोस्ट सभी चीज रेफरेंस से होता है। तो आर यू ओके विद दैट थिंग? क्या आपके कम्युनिकेशन में वो लगाव है, वो एक ठहराव है जिसकी वजह से आप कर सकते हैं? स्टार्टिंग में कुछ बातें समझ में नहीं आता तो बहुत जल्दीबाजी में नहीं करना पड़ता है। हमारे कबीरदास जी का बड़ा सुंदर सा दोहा है कि धीरे धीरे रे मना, धीरे सब कुछ होई, माली सींचे 100 घड़ा, ऋतु आए फल होए। तो जैसे आपने सीए की पढ़ाई बड़ा पेशेंस होके किया है, तो लाइफ भी ऐसे स्मूथली चलेंगे। आप अपना सीखते रहिए, लर्निंग करते रहिए, बेस्ट देते रहिए। और अपन जो सीए है अटेम्प्ट से तो बड़ा कंफर्टेबल हो चुके हैं, तो बुरा फील करने की जरूरत ही नहीं है, राइट? तो इट्स ओके। मैं एक बात हमेशा कहता हूँ कि आपका स्ट्रगल पीरियड 5, 6, 7, 8 साल का रहा हो तो जरूरी नहीं कि आपका कामयाबी भी इतना लेट मिलेगा। हो सकता है कि कामयाबी भी आपको ना विद इन 6 मंथ और विद इन ईयर बम्बार्ड की तरह से आ जाए। तो अपना काम क्या है कि अपना कंसिस्टेंट बेसिस पे खुद को बिल्ड करते रहना। जो अपना सबसे बड़ा प्रोडक्ट और सर्विस होते हैं वो हम खुद होते हैं। तो क्या हम खुद के ऊपर काम कर रहे हैं? क्या खुद को हम ध्यान दे रहे हैं? क्या हम फिजिकली और मेंटली ठीक है? क्या हम इमोशनली ओके है? तो टेकिंग ए स्मॉल ब्रेक इज बेटर देन ब्रेकिंग डाउन योरसेल्फ। कामयाबी के सफर में हम बहुत बार ऐसा होता है कि हम खुद को ही तोड़ देते हैं, खुद को ही खत्म कर देते हैं। तो फिर अगर पैसा आ भी गया, आपके पास अच्छा कार भी आ गया, फरारी भी आ गया और बैक पेन हो रहा है, नेक पेन हो रहा है, तो क्या फायदा? एंजॉय कौन कर पाएगा उसको? तो आई ऑलवेज से दैट कि सीए कोर्स में बहुत सारा गिफ्ट फ्री में मिलते हैं। नेक पेन, बैक पेन, हेयर फॉल, स्ट्रेस, एंजाइटी और लास्ट में हार्ट अटैक आते हैं। तो ऐसे नहीं कि हमें अखबार में आना है, न्यूज़ में आना है। आजकल आपने देखा होगा कि बहुत सारा ऐसे न्यूज़ आते रहते हैं कि नए-नए क्वालिफाइड सीए, अच्छा पैकेज था, अच्छा जॉब था, सीए बना था और अनफॉर्चुनेटली वो सुसाइड कर लिया, कुछ और कर लिया। तो जीवन की असली लड़ाई में क्या है कि गिव अप करने का कोई ऑप्शन है नहीं। आपको छोड़ने का कोई ऑप्शन है नहीं। आपको तो फाइट कंसिस्टेंट बेसिस पे करना पड़ता है। तो क्या आप मेंटली ओके है? मेंटली टफ है? तो ये जो ट्रांजिशन है ना स्टूडेंट फेज से जो प्रोफेशनल फेज है, उसमें आपके जीवन में बहुत सारा बदलाव आएगा। और जो इंसान बदलाव के साथ कंफर्टेबल है, बिकॉज़ एक बात को ध्यान रखिए कि जीवन में एक ही चीज़ कांस्टेंट है, वो है चेंज। चेंज ऐसा है जो हमेशा चलेगा, बाकी चीज़ टेम्परेरी है। तो चेंज के साथ उम्र का ही देख लीजिए, चाहे एज का ही देख लीजिए, पढ़ाई का देख लीजिए, रिलेशनशिप का देख लीजिए, हेल्थ का देख लीजिए, एनवायरनमेंट का देख लीजिए, पॉलिटिक्स का देख, ईच एंड एवरीथिंग इज चेंजिंग। हम क्या है कि हम चीज़ों को ठहरना चाहते हैं, टिकना चाहते हैं। तो ये ट्रांजिशन जो है ये जितना स्मूथली रहेगा उतना आपके लिए ईज़ी रहेगा। बाकी रही बात जीवन में हम क्या करें, तो जीवन में बहुत सारा ऑप्शन है, तो आप ज़्यादा कोई चीज़ चेज़ कर रहे हो और नहीं मिल रहा है, इट्स ओके। सबसे बड़ी चीज कोई करियर नहीं होता, बड़ा चीज पैसा होता है। ये मिडिल क्लास ना ट्रैप होते हैं, मिडिल क्लास के ट्रैप है ना, दो तीन बातें बड़ा जो हमें फंसाते हैं कि बेटा करियर बिल्ड करो, बेटा घर खरीदो। तो ये सब ना ट्रैप हो जिसमें मिडिल क्लास उलझ जाते हैं कि करियर के पीछे, ईएमआई के पीछे या इमेज के पीछे। ये सब कुछ मुद्दे की बात पैसे होती है, और पैसे अपने को अर्न करना है, वो बात को ध्यान रखना है। मुझे मेरे घर वालों ने एक बार कहा था कि बेटा आप सीए कर लिया, अब हम मिडिल क्लास वाले हैं, अब हमें पैसा कमाना पड़ेगा। मैं कहा देखिए एक बात क्लियर कर लेते कि यहाँ पे मिडिल क्लास कौन है, मैं तो नहीं हूँ। मैं किंग माइंडसेट का बंदा, राजा बेटा, मुझे ऐसे मत बोला करो। आप मिडिल क्लास हो सकते हैं क्योंकि आपके माता पिता गरीब थे, मेरे माता पिता के पास अच्छे खासा बैकअप है, तो मैं मिडिल क्लास नहीं हूँ। तो जीवन में कभी वीक माइंडसेट लेके ना चले। चीजें हुआ तो भी ठीक है, ना हुआ तो भी ठीक है। हो सकता है कि आपके लिए बेहतर चीजें वेट कर रहा हो। कई बार वो चीजें समझ नहीं आते उस पॉइंट पे, बट हो सकता है कि आप इससे बेटर, बिगर या अनदर चीज के लिए बढ़िया तरीके से आपके जीवन में आने वाला। तो जॉब और प्रैक्टिस एक मेजर डोमेन है जो हम यहाँ पे सभी लोग चेज करते हैं, नो डाउट। बट इसके बियॉन्ड भी अपने पास बहुत सारा ऑप्शन है जो अपन कर सकते हैं, और इसके लिए आप उन लोगों से जुड़ सकते हैं जो कर रहे हैं ऑलरेडी। जैसे मैं अपने ही बारे में बता दूं तो यहाँ पे बीइंग प्रैक्टिस एंड जॉब और भी बहुत सारी चीजें मैंने एक्सप्लोर किया और जो मैं आपको गाइड कर सकता हूँ। जैसे एक तो मेजर ये बता कि स्पीकिंग, बोलने का, और ऐसे बोलने का इतना अपॉर्चुनिटी देते हैं एज ए फैकल्टी बोलने का। जैसे ओसीएमसी का आपने ट्रेनिंग लिया होगा, ये फैकल्टी है। ऐसे बहुत सारा प्लेटफॉर्म पे जहाँ पे आप बोल सकते हैं। दूसरा, आईसीआई अपने साथ और भी बहुत सारा इनिशिएटिव है जिनके साथ आपको पैसा कमाने का मौका देते हैं। जैसे आपको बता दूं कि आजकल आईसीआई का करियर काउंसलिंग का चल रहा है, और वहाँ पे आपको 1 घंटे के लिए स्कूल कॉलेज में जाके आपको पढ़ाना होता है, बच्चों को बताना होता है कि सीए कोर्स क्या होता है, जो आपको ऑलरेडी पता है। उस काम को करने के लिए आईसीआई 5K प्लस 2.5K ऑलरेडी आपको पे करता है। तो ऐसे 8-10 ऑप्शन, इतने अच्छे ऑप्शन है जो सीए बनते ही आप आईसीआई के साथ जुड़ के और इनके साथ एक अच्छा अमाउंट अर्न कर सकते हैं, जिससे होगा कि आपको कॉन्फिडेंस आएगा। और पार्ट टाइम है, जैसे आईटी, एडवांस आईटी के फैकल्टी बन सकते हैं, पेपर चेकर बन सकते हैं, पेपर ऑब्जर्वर बन सकते हैं, टीचिंग का स्कोप रहता है। और ऐसे कई ऑप्शन है जो आईसीआई में आप बड़ा आसानी से कर सकते हैं। सो ये ऑप्शन एक्सप्लोर करेंगे तो अपने पास आएंगे पैसा, पैसा आएंगे तो आते हैं कॉन्फिडेंस। सो यू हैव टू लिटिल बिट, थोड़ा सा मेहनत करना पड़ता है, चीज़ों को एक्सप्लोर करना पड़ता है। और चीज़ें इजी रहता है, उतना भी टफ नहीं रहता जितना हमें लोग बता देते हैं कि ऐसे ऐसे ऐसे। और लास्ट और मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट आपकी लाइफ है। चीज़ें हो तो भी ठीक है, चीज़ें ना हो तो आपके लिए कुछ सुंदर चीज़ें वेट कर रहा है जिसमें घबराने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। लास्ट में 1-2 लाइन में बोलूँगा, फिर चीज़ों को एंड करूँगा। उससे पहले मैं थोड़ा-सा अपने बारे में बता दूँ। मैम ने ऑलरेडी इंट्रोड्यूस किया है। तो मेरा नाम राजेंद्र शाह है, मैं फरीदाबाद से हूँ, और मैं दिल्ली एनसीआर से बिलॉन्ग्स करता हूँ। पिछले 7-8 साल से मैं ट्रेनिंग इंडस्ट्री में, मैं मोस्टली कॉर्पोरेट के लिए ट्रेनिंग करता हूँ, जिसमें पीएसयू मेजर कंपनीज़ होते हैं, जैसे एनटीपीसी, एनएचपीसी, गेल, भेल, पावर ग्रिड, मारुति। तो जब अपन इधर फील्ड में आए ना, तो बहुत कुछ समझ में आया कि बहुत सारा स्कोप है। ये भी समझ में आया कि बोलने का पैसा भी मिलता है। और जब से मुझे पता चला कि बोलने का पैसा मिलता है, फिर मैं उतना ही बोलता हूँ जितना मुझे पैसा मिलता है, और वही बोलता हूँ जहाँ मुझे पैसा मिलता है। जस्ट किडिंग, जस्ट फन। तो ऐसे आप किसी भी सब्जेक्ट को उठाते हैं ना, तो उसमें प्रयास कीजिए कि आप उसका एक्सपर्ट बने। प्रयास कीजिए कि उसको पढ़ते रहिए। होते क्या है कि सीए बनने के बाद अपन पढ़ाई-लिखाई से थोड़ा-सा रिश्ते कम हो जाते हैं, या उतना ही पढ़ जितना मतलब होता है। कोशिश कीजिए कि आप रेगुलर बेसिस पे अपने आप को अपडेट करते रहिए, अपने आप को पढ़ते रहिए। नाउ रही ट्रांजिशन की बात कि स्टूडेंट लाइफ से प्रोफेशनल लाइफ में ट्रांजिशन कैसे करें, खास करके इंटरव्यू और इन चीज़ों की तैयारी कैसे करें, तो इसका जो सबसे बेस्ट प्रैक्टिकल आंसर हो सकता है, आप नियर बाय किसी भी इंग्लिश स्पीकिंग इंस्टीट्यूट को ज्वाइन कर लीजिए, या पब्लिक स्पीकिंग कोर्स को ज्वाइन कर लीजिए। उनको आप बोलिए कि मुझे 1 महीने के लिए प्रिपरेशन करवा दो, वो आपको लाइव करवा देंगे ऐसे। ऑलरेडी एआई के थ्रू बहुत सारा सवाल आ जाएँगे, क्या सवाल उसमें पूछते हैं, और वो आपको लाइव वहाँ पे ना प्रैक्टिकली करवा देंगे। इससे कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल नेक्स्ट होता है। तो ये सबसे अच्छा तरीका होता है किसी भी चीज़ को तैयारी करने का। आपको आराम से कोई इकोनॉमिक बजट में इसको कर सकते हैं। और मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट पार्ट, 90 डेज़ जॉब में थोड़ा-सा इनिशियल होता है, हर कोई आपको नज़र रख रहा होता है। तो उस टाइम पे कोशिश कीजिए कि आप लोगों से अच्छे से बना के रखिए, अच्छे लोगों से जुड़िए। और मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट, लोगों से वन टू वन मीटिंग कीजिए, क्योंकि वन टू वन मीटिंग में ना रिलेशन बिल्ड होता है, और रिलेशन बिल्ड होता है तो लोगों को बातें याद रहता है जब एक वन टू वन हम मिलते हैं तो। इनिशिएट लीजिए, लोगों से कनेक्ट करने की कोशिश कीजिए, उनसे सीखिए, उनसे पूछिए कि आपका जर्नी कैसा रहा। आप कौन सी टीम में काम करते हैं, आपकी टीम इस कंपनी को कैसे हेल्प कर रहा है, आपका क्या एक्सपीरियंस रहा, आप पहले कहाँ काम करते हो, तो बहुत सारा चीज़ से आपको एक आइडिया मिलेगा और लोगों से जुड़ेंगे। अपना डाटाबेस तैयार कीजिए। आपका पास्ट कैसा रहा कोई नहीं जानता, आप फ्यूचर कैसे बिल्ड करेंगे अपने आप को, वो हर कोई जानने में एक्साइटेड होगा और जानेंगे, इंटरेस्ट भी लेंगे। तो कोशिश कीजिए कि मोटिवेशन खुद ही अंदर से आना चाहिए, बाहर की मोटिवेशन पे उतना डिपेंड ना रहे। बाहर की मोटिवेशन आएंगे नहीं आएंगे, जैसे आपने स्टूडेंट लाइफ में अपने आप को मोटिवेट किया था, ऐसे आपको इस लाइफ में भी मोटिवेट करना है। और अपने आप को ऑलवेज कहना है ऑल इज वेल, ऑल इज वेल, कुछ भी ऐसा गड़बड़ नहीं है। और मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट पार्ट, आप सीए बन चुके हैं, तो आपके जितने भी पाप है सब धुल चुके हैं। तो अब घबराने की जरूरत नहीं है, आप बहुत आगे आ चुके हैं, जहाँ पे आने के लिए लोग अभी भी सपने देखते हैं, बहुत तरसते हैं। याद होगा ना कि अटेम्प्ट कितना मैटर करता था, कितने परेशान करते थे। मुझे याद है जब मैं इंटर में था और अटेम्प्ट लग रहा था, तो मैं एक बार एटीएम मशीन में ना पैसा निकालने गया था और वहाँ पे पासवर्ड मैंने गलत डाला था, तो वहाँ पे लिखा आया था कि 3 अटेम्प्ट लेफ्ट। मुझे लगा यार इसको किसने बता दिया, ये तो ज़्यादा हो गया। तो अपन ने सारा जर्नी पार कर चुके हो, तो अब अच्छे दिन आ गए। अच्छे दिन आए तो चेहरे पे स्माइल रखिए, खुश रहिए और चीज़ों को क्रैक कीजिए, दुखी मन से नहीं। सो बी हैप्पी ऑलवेज एंड विन द वर्ल्ड, दुनिया को जीतिए, आगे बढ़ते रहिए। ऐसा कुछ नहीं, चीजें बहुत इजी होते हैं, सिंपल होते हैं, हम अननेसेसरी वजह प्रेशराइज कर लेते हैं। हाँ, और मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट बात, सीखते रहिए, सीखने से ना आपकी ग्रोथ होते रहेंगे। कोई सवाल है तो आप पूछ सकते हैं, आई विल लव टू गिव माई इनसाइट्स। मैं इमोशनल हेल्थ को लेकर डील करता हूँ कि आप मन से कैसे ठीक रह सकते हैं, खुश कैसे रहे, स्ट्रेस फ्री कैसे रहे लाइफ में। चलिए, तो अपने पास हाफ एन आवर का स्लॉट था, सो इसी के साथ इस सेशन को यहाँ पे एंड करते हैं। थैंक यू जी, थैंक यू सो मच। और आप कभी भी मुझसे जुड़ सकते हैं, सोशल मीडिया पे अपन इजीली अवेलेबल रहते हैं, सो एनी टाइम यू आर मोस्ट वेलकम। नो पीपीटी बिकॉज ऑलरेडी बहुत टाइम कम था, पीपीटी बना हुआ था, बट मुझे लगता है कि जिनके पास पावर नहीं हुआ था वो पीपीटी का सहारा लेते हैं, अपने पास पावर बहुत है। जस्ट किडिंग।
Thank you, sir. It was a really motivational session, and also a lot of fun in the session after all these sessions where we were learning. So we loved the session. Now we would like to present a moment of appreciation, a token of appreciation to you.
Thank you so much, Prithvi. Thank you so much, WIRC and committee members. Thank you so much to all of you. Thank you.
Uh, After this, we have our next section as standout on paper, crafting impactful CVs, profile building, and CV optimization, which would be taken by CA Devarsh Shah. I would like to introduce our esteemed faculty. So, CA Devarsh Shah is the founder of Magnetic Minds, a venture dedicated to enhancing academic capabilities and mindset traits of professional aspirants. With a mission to help students achieve their highest potential, he has trained 500 plus aspirants across domains, including CA, CFA, ACCA, IAS, IPS, and other competitive courses. He assists professionals in profile building, helping professional craft impactful CVs, optimize LinkedIn presence, and develop a compelling personal brand. He is a university rank holder. Devarsh holds certifications in strategy and game theory from IIM Ahmedabad and AI technology from Google, combining strategic thinking with cutting edge technology to guide aspirants towards success. I would request SK Devarsh Shah to take this session ahead.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Just is it visible?
Yeah, it is visible. You can take this ahead.
Okay. Good evening and many congratulations for clearing one of the toughest examination. And yes, the throne is yours. We are just an inch away from our dream job. एंड ड्रीम जॉब एक फॉरेन नेशन जैसा है कि हमारे से पहले हमारा पासपोर्ट वहाँ पहुँचता है, वैसे ही हमारी जॉब पे हमसे पहले एक चीज़ पहुँचेगी, वो होगा हमारा रेज्यूमे. So basically, with the advent of technology and AI, around 90% of the Fortune 500 companies now use the ETS system, फॉर रिक्रूटमेंट एंड हायरिंग। सो बेसिकली हमको वो जानना है कि ईटीएस है क्या, ईटीएस काम कैसे करता है। अगर ये चीज़ हमने तोड़ ली तो ईटीएस को क्रैक कैसे करना है वो भी हम सीख लेंगे, राइट। सो वी विल बी लर्निंग दिस फ्यू थिंग्स। ईटीएस क्या है, उसको क्रैक कैसे करना है, कुछ चीज़ें फॉर्मेटिंग में ख्याल रखनी है वो, क्या नहीं करना है वो तो पता है, लेकिन क्या नहीं करना है वो भी हमको जानना है। एंड एट द एंड अगर हमारे पास कोई एक्सेज कोई है नहीं एक्टिविटी, तो हम क्या कर सकते हैं कि हमारा प्रोफाइल सही से अच्छा बन पाए। तो ATS is an applicant tracking system again, and out of 100 applications, around 85 to 90 applications are rejected by ATS itself. सिर्फ 10 या 15 एप्लीकेशंस में ही ह्यूमन का इंटरवेंशन होता है। तो सबसे पहले हमको क्रैक करना है ATS। अब वो काम कैसे करता है, सबसे पहला, हम जैसे ही हमारा रेज्यूमे अपलोड करते हैं यहाँ से, वैसे ATS डेटाबेस में सारी इन्फॉर्मेशन जाती है। अब ATS करता क्या है, एक होता है जॉब डिस्क्रिप्शन, एक होता है हमारा रेज्यूमे। जॉब डिस्क्रिप्शन से रेज्यूमे के बीच में वो कुछ कीवर्ड्स या फिर उसको स्कैम या स्कीम करता है, नो स्कीम या स्कैन करता है। अब वो होता कैसे कि कोई भी जॉब डिस्क्रिप्शन है, उसमें कुछ चीज़ें उनको चाहिए होती है, लेट्स से वो स्किल्स होती है या फिर को करिकुलर या फिर एकेडमिक अचीवमेंट या फिर वर्क एक्सपीरियंस में कुछ चीज़ें की हुई होती है। वो चीज़ उसको डायरेक्ट ट्रेस करता है। तो हमको हमारा CV ऐसे बनाना है कि जैसे वो डायरेक्टली उसको ट्रेस कर पाए, एंड उसके बेसिस पे फिल्टरिंग होती है और हमारे ATS को एक स्कोर मिलता है। और वो स्कोर के बेस पे जो टॉप स्कोर्स होते हैं उनको वो शॉर्टलिस्ट करते हैं फॉर 1-to-1 इंटरव्यू। नाउ ETS को क्रैक करने का एक है SAPT मेथड। नाउ ये क्या है, प्लेन वेनिला, मतलब एकदम नॉर्मल और सिंपल लगना। कैसे, तो चार चीज है। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल स्टैंडर्ड। नाउ देर आर टू थिंग्स, राइट। हमारे रेज्यूमे में दो सेक्शन आते हैं, एक होते हैं प्राइमरी एंड अदर आर ऑप्शनल। प्राइमरी आप कोई भी रेज्यूमे देखोगे XYZ, हर एक के अंदर होगा नेम, मतलब हमारा प्रोफाइल। सेकंड इज वर्क एक्सपीरियंस, थर्ड इज एजुकेशन, एंड फोर्थ आर द स्किल सेट्स। स्किल सेट्स टेक्निकल एज वेल एज सॉफ्ट स्किल्स दोनों। देर आर अदर ऑप्शनल थिंग्स, उस पर हम बाद में बात करते हैं। सबसे पहले ध्यान रखते हैं कि स्टैंडर्ड चीज को हमको प्रेजेंट कैसे करना है, बिकॉज चीज मैटर करती है उससे ज्यादा उतना वो मैटर करता है कि उसको प्रेजेंट किया कैसे किया जाता है। एक ही चीज हमको 2 स्टार या 3 स्टार होटल में जो मिलती है वो 5 स्टार में वही चीज होती है, बट उसको प्रेजेंट उसके प्रेजेंटेशन की तरीका बहुत अलग होता है। तो हम उसको प्रेजेंट कैसे करें कि वो एकदम सही से दिखे और एटलीस्ट उसको डिटेक्ट कर पाए। अवॉइड मतलब कुछ गलतियां जो अवॉइड करनी है, एंड देन टेक। नाउ प्राइमरी सेक्शन में पहला होता है पर्सनल डिटेल्स। तो पर्सनल डिटेल्स इंक्लूड नेम, और हम कहाँ से बिलोंग करते हैं। दिस इज एन आइडियल नो कि हमारा पर्सनल इन्फॉर्मेशन कैसे हमको दिखाना चाहिए, लाइक कॉन्टैक्ट नंबर, देन ईमेल। लिंक्डइन इज एन एरिया कि अभी जैसे लिंक्डइन एक प्रोफेशनल प्लेटफॉर्म अच्छे से हो चुका है, बन चुका है, तो हमारा जनरली सारा का सारा रिकॉर्ड उनको वहीं से मिल जाता है। सो रिक्रूटर्स, यस, वो बेस लेते हैं लिंक्डइन का। सो अगर हमारा प्रोफाइल अच्छे से बनाया हुआ हो तो उसको भी हम यहाँ पे मेंशन कर सकते हैं। नाउ दीज आर सब्जेक्टिव थिंग्स कि अब वर्क एक्सपीरियंस है, ठीक है। हमारे पास 2 आर्टिकल है। देखिए हमारे पास और कोई तो वर्क एक्स होगा नहीं आर्टिकलशिप के अलावा। सो मेरे पास 2 CV है, दोनों ने एक जगह से ही आर्टिकलशिप की है, लेकिन दोनों लोगों ने अलग अलग तरीके से प्रेजेंट किया है। प्रेजेंटेशन 1 इज दिस, मैंने ऑडिट में काम किया, GST में काम किया, ये इनकम टैक्स और कुछ ROC कंप्लायंसेस की। दूसरा ही एक बंदा है, उसने यही चीज लिखी है, रिफर टू दिस फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल। यस, दूसरा बंदा है, उसने यही चीजें की है लेकिन उसने कुछ ऐसे प्रेजेंट किया है, राइट। उसने कितने GST ऑडिट किए, कितने स्टैट ऑडिट किए, स्टैट ऑडिट में उसने लिस्टेड कंपनीज भी की, प्राइवेट भी की, उसका टर्नओवर कितना था, उसका उसकी ब्रेथ कितनी थी। सी, देर आर, नॉलेज का T फॉर्मेट होता है। ई मतलब हर एक चीज में कुछ कुछ और एक चीज में बहुत डेप्थ। सो आपने जो भी चीज की है उसमें आपने कितनी डेप्थ से काम किया है वो एक्सप्रेस करना, क्योंकि कॉर्पोरेट के लिए वो भी इंपॉर्टेंट है कि आपने कितनी चीज करी प्लस कितनी डेप्थ में करी। सो यही दो, एक ई ऑफिस के 2 आर्टिकल के एक्सपीरियंस है, वर्क एक्सपीरियंस। बट मैटर कौन सा करता है, आप ही सोच लीजिए कि आप कौन सा चूज करोगे। देयर इज द थर्ड सेक्शन जो होता है एजुकेशन। बेसिकली एजुकेशन जो सेक्शन है उसके ऊपर हम कर सकते हैं, एक होता है टेबुलर फॉर्मेट एंड अनदर इज दिस काइंड ऑफ डिस्क्रिप्टिव। इट डिपेंड्स कि आपकी एजुकेशनल क्वालिफिकेशन किस तरीके से की है, एंड अगेन उसमें अचीवमेंट्स कितने हैं उस तरह से हम कर सकते हैं। दैट इज टोटली ऑप्शनल, जैसे भी हम कर सकते हैं, नथिंग टू वरी अबाउट। स्किल्स बेसिकली वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट टेक्निकल स्किल्स. फॉर एग्जांपल मेरी जॉब है, मेरा जेडी है फाइनेंस का या फिर कंसल्टिंग का. सो उस स्किल के लिए मुझे कौन सी चीज़ आती है, एआई टूल्स मैंने सीखे हैं, या फिर पावर बीआई मैंने सीखा हुआ है, या फिर एक्सेल में एडवांस एक्सेल सीखा है, एफएमवीए सीखा है. अगर कंसल्टिंग की जॉब है, सो मैकिंजी 7S फ्रेमवर्क सीखा है, या फिर मैंने कौन सी चीज़ें आती है कि मुझे वो जॉब के लिए अपडेट कर सकती है. सो ये स्किल सेक्शन या तो पहला या फिर थर्ड सेक्शन, वॉट एवर फिक्स नहीं है, कर सकता है. इन डिपेंड्स कि वर्क एक्सपीरियंस कैसा है और हमारा एकेडमिक कैसा है. दिस थिंग्स. अभी ऑप्शनल सेक्शंस, ये वो ही होने ही चाहिए, जरूरी नहीं है, लेकिन हो तो वो बेनिफिशियल है. एफिलिएशंस, सो एफिलिएशंस इंक्लूड एक एनजीओ का एफिलिएशन है, अगर आपने एनजीओ में या फिर सोशल वर्क में कुछ काम किया हो, या फिर पीओआर, पोजीशन ऑफ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज, अगर आप कोई चीज़ के फाउंडर हो, या फिर आपने कोई चीज़ इनिशिएटिव से की हुई हो, या फिर आप कोई क्लब के मेंबर हो, आपकी जो कॉलेज है, तो कॉलेज में आपने कहीं ना कहीं कोई रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ली हुई है, तो आप वो सब यहाँ पे रख सकते हो. पब्लिकेशंस स्पेशली सारे नहीं, बट कुछ रेलेवेंट इंक्लूड, अगर आपने आईसीएआई में कोई अच्छी जगह पर पब्लिकेशन दिए हुए हैं, या फिर कोई सोसाइटी में दिए हुए हैं, जो आपकी जो जेडी है उसके ऊपर वो कहीं ना कहीं सूट हो रहा है, तो ट्रेनिंग्स आईसीए की तो है ही है. उसके अलावा आपने कोई एडिशनल ट्रेनिंग ली हो, फॉर एग्जांपल रैंकर्स को एक ट्रेनिंग मिलती है, सो वो अगर ली है तो वो मेंशन करनी ही चाहिए, ऑब्वियसली वो एड ऑन ही है. एंड लाइसेंस सर्टिफिकेशन, देयर इज अ डिफरेंस बिटवीन रेज्यूमे एंड सीवी. रेज्यूमे इज अ कंडेंस्ड फॉर्मेट, सीवी होता है वो हर एक चीज को डिटेल में दिखाता है. प्राइमरी चीज वो जाननी है कि कॉर्पोरेट आपसे क्या मांग रही है. अगर वो रेज्यूमे मांग रही है तो उसको हर एक चीज कंडेंस फॉर्मेट में चाहिए. वो जनरली एक पेजर ही होता है. ट्राई करो कि आपकी कितनी भी इंफॉर्मेशन हो आप एक पेज में ही करो. बहुत ही बचपन से ही बहुत अच्छे अच्छे काम किए, आपके पास लिखने के लिए बहुत ज्यादा चीजें हैं, तो शायद बढ़ सकता है, लेकिन फिर भी इट्स नॉट एडवाइजेबल. अब मेरा भी केस ऐसा ही था कहीं ना कहीं एक टाइम पे लाइफ में, कि यार मेरे पास तो एक पेज भी लिखने लायक चीज नहीं होती थी, तो क्या कर सकते हैं. हाँ, तो उसके लिए भी प्रोफाइल अपना कैसे बिल्डअप करें, को आज तक जो किया वो चेंज नहीं हो सकता है. मतलब मैंने पहले, अगर मेरे स्कूल में कोई अचीवमेंट नहीं थी, कॉलेज में नहीं थी, तो अब वो चेंज नहीं हो सकती. तो अब मैं ऐसा क्या कर सकता हूँ कि वो बाद में मेरा प्रोफाइल अच्छा बने, तो उसके लिए हम बाद में बात करते हैं. नाउ व्हाट टू अवॉइड, सो कुछ चीजें हैं जो करनी है, कुछ नहीं करनी है. क्या करना है, तो सीवी एक स्टैंडर्डाइज्ड फॉर्मेट है रेज्यूमे. आप उसमें, ये तो कुछ बेसिक ही चीज है, जैसे हेडिंग हो या फिर डिटेल्स हो, वो कुछ स्पेसिफिक फंड्स है और कुछ स्पेसिफिक फंड की साइज है, उसमें ही करें वो ज्यादा अच्छा है. एज मेंशन, हेडिंग हो तो 14 to 16, डिटेल्स हो तो 10 to 12 साइज रखें. एंड अगर जब 3 फंड्स आर देयर, कुछ चीज जो ध्यान रखनी है वो है रिवर्स क्रोनोलॉजी. वो क्या है, सीए फाउंडेशन, इंटर, फाइनल, जो तीनों तीन लेवल किए हैं, तो एकेडमिक्स में सबसे ऊपर सीए फाइनल, देन इंटर, देन फाउंडेशन. हमने आर्टिकलशिप किया, लेट्स से देयर इज ट्रांसफर का केस है, सो रिसेंट की सबसे पहले, एंड देन जो पास्ट में किया वो बाद में. सिमिलरली थ्रू आउट द सी हर एक चीज इसी क्रोनोलॉजी में होनी चाहिए. जो पहले किया है वो अभी स्टार्टिंग में. कीवर्ड्स, एक्रोनिम्स का यूज हो सके उतना मिनिमाइज रखें, क्योंकि एटीएस ऐसी चीज है कि उसमें कुछ वर्ड्स फीड किए गए, वो वही वर्ड ढूंढेगा. और सेकंड इज टाइपोज, अगर टाइपोज हुई तो भी वो शायद डिटेक्ट करे ना करे. सो एक टाइपोज का ध्यान रखना है, एंड देन एक्रोनिम हो सके तो दोनों ही. लेट्स से आपने सीपीए का कोई लेवल किया है साथ में, या फिर आपने कोई सीएसए का लेवल किया है, सो यू कैन मेंशन बोथ फुल एंड एक्रोनिम्स. सोशल मीडिया, स्पेशली लिंक्डइन. लिंक्डइन के अलावा नो कोई प्लेटफॉर्म आप हो जिसमें आपने कुछ कैटर किया है तो ही वो, वरना जरूरत नहीं है उसकी. क्या नहीं करना है एटीएस के लिए स्पेशली, देर आर 2 फॉर्मेट्स. फर्स्ट इज कॉलमनर, कि कॉलमनर सीवी बनता है. दूसरा होता है कि आप एक ओवरऑल जो एग्जाम्पल में दिया गया था वैसा सीवी एटीएस में देना हो, सो ट्राई टू प्रिवेंट कॉलमनर सीवी. मे बी वो फैंसी टेबल्स या फिर वो फैंसी फंड्स या मल्टीपल कलर फंड्स वो डिटेक्ट ना कर पाए. जितना सिंपल रखोगे, प्लेन वनीला रखोगे, जितनी क्रिएटिविटी कम रखेंगे, उतना वो अच्छा डिटेक्ट कर पाएगा. देर इज एन एरिया एड्रेस. सी जनरली हम एड्रेस हम पूरा का पूरा लिख देते हैं, लेकिन हमको ध्यान रखना है कि एचआर को हमारे घर पे आके चाय नहीं पीनी. उसको बस वही जानना है कि हम कहाँ रहते हैं. अगर हमारा सिटी लाइक लेस नोन है, तो फिर हम उसकी जगह स्टेट भी लिख सकते हैं, एंड पिन कोड, सिटी स्टेट पिन कोड. इसी तरह पूरा एड्रेस लिखने की कहीं ना कहीं जरूरत नहीं है. मैरिटल स्टेटस एंड हॉबी, दिस टू, एंड थर्ड इज फोटोग्राफ. ये 3 चीजें ऑप्शनल है. नॉट जरूरी है ऐसा नहीं है, बट डिपेंड्स कि आप कौन सी कॉर्पोरेट में जा रहे हो, वहाँ का रूल कैसा है, वैसा आप कर सकते हो, उसको क्या एक चीज है कि अगर मेरे सीवी में एक पेज भी लिखने की जगह, मतलब जगह ही जगह है, मतलब इतना कंटेंट है ही नहीं कि मैं लिख पाऊँ उसमें। सो हॉबीज हम उसको इंक्लूड कर सकते हैं, बट स्पेशली हॉबीज भी ऐसी लाइक इंक्लूड करो जो हमारे जॉब डिस्क्रिप्शन और हमारे कॉर्पोरेट ना थोड़ा फॉर्मल लेवल पे हो। लेट्स से मेरी बुक रीडिंग की हॉबी है, तो उसमें मैं कैसी बुक रीड करता हूँ, सो उसको थोड़ा एक्सप्लेन करो ताकि सच में लगे कि वो कहीं ना कहीं आपने किया हुआ है, सिर्फ लिखने के लिए नहीं लिखा है। होता क्या है, एक कंसर्न है कि हम वर्क एक्सपीरियंस में, फॉर एग्जाम्पल मैंने आर्टिकलशिप सिर्फ ऑडिट में ही की है, तो मैं मतलब मुझे टैक्स वैक्स मुझे बहुत कुछ पता नहीं है, ना मुझे इंडेस है उसका नॉलेज है, बट जेडी में लिखा है कि आपको इंडेस आना चाहिए, तो मैं लिख देता हूँ कि मैंने इंडेस में काम किया है। कंसर्न वो है, लिखने में कोई तकलीफ नहीं है, लेकिन वहां जाओगे तो रिक्रूटर के पास पूरा टाइम नहीं है कि वो सारा का सारा पढ़े। वो रेज्यूमे में से एक या फिर दो चीज उठाएगा, उसके ऊपर क्वेश्चन आंसर शुरू होंगे। अगर वो चीज सी उनके पास सालों का एक्सपीरियंस है, वो समझ सकते हैं कि अगर इसने ये चीज लिखी है तो इसमें से वो कहाँ वीक है। अगर वो गलती से आपके हाथ में आ गया कि आपने इंडेक्स लिखा और आपने इंडेक्स में काम नहीं किया है, रिसेंटली ऐसे 3-4 केसेस हुए थे कि जिन लोगों ने वर्क नहीं किया था, लेकिन जेडी के साथ शूट करने के लिए उन लोगों ने वो काम दिखा दिया, और फिर इंटरव्यू में पूरे के पूरे कुक हो गए, 20 मिनट भी निकालनी मुश्किल हो गई थी। सो आपने जो किया है वही लिखो, एडिशनल लिखने की कुछ जरूरत नहीं है। जेपीजी पीएनजी अगर डायरेक्ट एटीएस सिस्टम में या फिर कोई अपलोड करना है तो पीडीएफ या वर्ड तो हो ही नहीं सकता है। अगर पीडीएफ ही हो, पीडीएफ में ही करना है, रेयरली लिखा है वर्ड, नॉट अ चांस, बट फिर तो कर सकते हो। जेपीजी इमेज फॉर्मेट में तो भेजना ही नहीं है, क्योंकि अगर इमेज में भेजा तो इमेज की बच जाएगी सच में। ट्राई अवॉइडिंग इमेज में भेजना, पीडीएफ इज द बेस्ट ऑप्शन। वॉकैब वर्ड, होता क्या है कि जब हम हमारा सीवी क्राफ्ट करते हैं तो हमारे पास 20-25 वर्ड्स की लिस्ट होती है कि ये सारे एटीएस फ्रेंडली वर्ड्स है, तो इसको हम यूज कर सकते हैं। होता ऐसा है कि 85% में तो आप सिलेक्ट हो गए, 1-to-1 रिक्रूटर के सामने बैठ भी गए, लेकिन वो भी इंसान है, उनको ऐसा नहीं लगना चाहिए कि ये शेक्सपियर का सीवी है, एक नॉर्मल इंसान है। क्योंकि अगर वो इंसान रीड ही नहीं कर पाएगा या फिर उसको रीडेबिलिटी में कंसर्न आएंगे, तो ऑब्वियसली कुछ कनेक्शन बैठेंगे ही नहीं। तो ट्राई टू मैक्सिमाइज कि वो अब इतनी ज्यादा हैवी वॉकैब ना लिख दो या फिर इतने ज्यादा फिलर वर्ड्स ना लिख दो कि वो समझ ही ना पाए कोई चीज। नाउ ऐसा ही कंसर्न आता है कि लाइक आई हैव मैनी थिंग, बट मेरे पास कोई ऐसी कोई चीज़ नहीं है। अगर मेरे सामने 2 कैंडिडेट हैं और मुझे जानना है कि उसमें से सीरियस कौन है इस जॉब के लिए, या फिर किसका सच में भी इंटरेस्ट है, तो मैं कैसे जान पाऊँ? दोनों ने आर्टिकलशिप की है, दोनों सीए बने हुए हैं, लेकिन कौन सही, किसका इस जॉब के लिए प्रेफरेंस ज़्यादा है, वो मुझे नहीं पता। सो देर आर वेरियस मेथड्स। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल देर आर आईसी सर्टिफिकेशंस। वो क्या है? आईसीआई डिजिटल लर्निंग हब पे ऑलमोस्ट सारी फील्ड के लिए कोई ना कोई ओरिएंटेड सर्टिफिकेशन है। अगर आपकी फील्ड उस चीज़ पे मैच हो रही है, आपका इंटरेस्ट मैच हो रहा है, तो वहां से हम सर्टिफिकेशंस करें, उसको शॉर्ट ऐड करें। लाइसेंसेस कोई मिले हो, सीबी की एग्जाम आपने कोई दी हो, तो वो शॉर्ट मेंशन करें। दैट शोज कि ये बंदा इस जॉब के लिए सीरियस है, उसने इस जॉब के लिए कुछ काम किया है। दो उसकी उतनी वैल्यू नहीं है जितनी वैल्यू एक डिग्री की होती है, या फिर हाँ, से हम उतना नहीं सीख सकते जितना हम एक डिग्री से सीख सकते हैं, बट स्टिल वो एक एज तो देता ही है। वी हैव टू अदर प्लेटफॉर्म्स, कोर्सेरा एंड यूडेमी। डिफरेंस इज मुझे पूरा एक्सेल सीखना है या फिर मुझे पूरा कंसल्टिंग का फ्रेमवर्क सीखना है, सो देयर आर कोर्सेज ऑन कोर्सेरा जो एक अच्छे से पूरा का पूरा फ्रेमवर्क के साथ पूरा कोर्स करवाता है। अगर मुझे कोई स्पेसिफिक स्किल्स सीखनी है, सो देयर इज यूडेमी, सो वी कैन टेक द ऑप्शन ऑफ यूडेमी। दोनों में से कोर्सेज, अगर आपको एक फील्ड श्योर है कि मुझे फाइनेंशियल रिपोर्टिंग में ही जाना है, तो या फिर मुझे कोई एसएपी की कोई मॉड्यूल सीखनी है, तो करो, मेंशन देम। ये भी प्रोफाइल में एक अच्छा सा एज देते ही है। फोर्थ ऑप्शन इज अनस्टॉप की पार्टिसिपेशन। वो क्या है? अनस्टॉप इज अ प्लेटफॉर्म, वहाँ पे इंडिया में एमएनसीज, आईआईटीज, आईआईएम, ये लोग कॉम्पिटिशन्स करवाते हैं। कॉम्पिटिशन फॉर एग्जांपल इन द फील्ड ऑफ कंसल्टिंग, या फिर फाइनेंस में कोई हुई, या फिर इन्वेस्टमेंट की कोई हुई, या फिर मॉक ट्रेडिंग हुई, सिमुलेशन हुई। अगर आप इसमें पार्ट लेते हो, आप अगर जीतते हैं तो अच्छा ही है, लेकिन आप जीते भी नहीं लेकिन आपका एक्सपोजर है इसी कंपटीशन में, वो भी आप मेंशन कर सकते हो अगर वो जेन्युइनली आपने किया हुआ है तो। एंड लास्ट भाई, मैं समझता हूँ ये टाइम हो चुका है, अच्छे से आप 7-6 घंटे से कर रहे हो, बट पर्सनल ब्रांडिंग इज मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट। अब वो कैसे हो सकती है? सो बेस्ट ऑप्शन इज लिंक्डइन। मैंने एक जॉब शुरू कर दी या जॉब शुरू करनी बाकी है, अगर मेरा इंटरेस्ट है इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स में या फिर फाइनेंशियल रिपोर्टिंग में, तो जॉब के साथ भी दिन में आधा या 1 घंटा निकालो उस चीज में रिसर्च करने के लिए, इन डेप्थ रिसर्च करने के लिए। अगेन एज आई टोल्ड अर्लियर, टी फॉर्मेट है। टी फॉर्मेट हर एक चीज का आपने बेसिक नॉलेज तो ले ही लिया है डिग्री से, लेकिन आप जो भी फील्ड में गए उस फील्ड में आप जितना डेप्थ में जा पाओ उतना अच्छा है। तो वो डेप्थ आपने गेन की है वो कैसे पता चलेगा किसी को? सो कीप पब्लिशिंग। अब एक हो सकता है आईसीआई में आप रिसर्च पब्लिकेशन में आप दे सकते हो पेपर्स, या फिर आप अगेन एक कर सकते हो कि आप लिंक्डइन में वीकली कोई ना कोई चीज पब्लिश करो। अब दो है, लाइक्स कमेंट्स ये सब चीजें इनिशियली नहीं आती है, वो धीरे धीरे बिल्डअप होती है। लेकिन आपकी जो ब्रांडिंग है कि अगर XYZ पर्सन है तो वो फाइनेंशियल रिपोर्टिंग में अच्छा है, या फिर वो कॉर्पोरेट फाइनेंस में उसके एनालिसिस अच्छे होता है, या फिर स्टॉक मार्केट में होता है, इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स में लिटिगेशन में होता है, या फिर कोर्ट के केसेस में वो अच्छे से जा पाता है, तो वो एक ब्रांडिंग जो बननी शुरू हो जाएगी वो धीरे धीरे आपकी वैल्यू क्रिएट करेगी। एंड देन रिक्रूटर उस चीज का सहारा लेगा तो वो फॉर श्योर जान पाएगा कि ये ना फ्रूटफुल चीज है। सो दीज आर 5 थिंग्स जिससे हम प्रोफाइल बना सकते हैं। अगेन CV एंड रेज्यूमे। रेज्यूमे आई टोल्ड ट्राई टू कीप इट कंसाइज। ये कुछ पॉइंटर्स हैं जो मेन चीज हमको ध्यान रखनी है। इतने पॉइंटर्स पे काम करके भी हम हमारा CV अच्छे से बना सकते हैं। एंड बिलीव मी, वी नेवर गेट सेकेंड चांस टू मेक द फर्स्ट इम्प्रेशन। सो जो इम्प्रेशन बन गई वो बन गई। एक बार ATS से निकल गए लेकिन रिक्रूटर के सामने गए, HR के सामने बैठे इंटरव्यू में, तो इंटरव्यू में वो CV में वो चीजें लगनी चाहिए, वो ऑथेंटिकेट लगनी चाहिए। इवन इन केस ऑफ टेक्निकल स्किल्स एज वेल एज वर्क एक्सपीरियंस, जो सच में आता है वही लिखो। अगर मुझे SAP नहीं आ रहा है, मैंने SAP मेंशन किया है, उसके ऊपर कोई क्वेश्चन आए मॉड्यूल में, हम आंसर नहीं कर पाएंगे। और वो लोग बहुत जल्दी समझ जाते हैं कि ये कितना सही और कितना झूठा है। एंड वो जो इंप्रेशन बनती है वो एवरलास्टिंग रहती है, फिर वो चेंज नहीं हो पाएगी। सो जो सच में एक्सपोजर है, जहाँ पे एक्सपोजर है उतना ही लिखो। ट्राई टू मैक्सिमाइज। अगर आपके पास कोई इतनी अचीवमेंट्स नहीं है, देन प्रोफाइल बिल्डिंग में ये सब सर्टिफिकेशंस, पार्टिसिपेशंस, या फिर खुद भी रिसर्च करके उसको पब्लिश करना शुरू करो। एंड ये चीज हम करेंगे तो ऑब्वियसली हमारी प्रोफाइल बनेगी ही बनेगी अच्छे से, एंड दिस विल हेल्प अस मेक अस इम्प्रूव। एज सच देयर आर एनी क्वेश्चंस तो वी कैन टेक इट एज दिस इज डन फ्रॉम माय साइड। मैनी कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशन अगेन एंड ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर द फ्यूचर एंडेवर्स। एंड बस ड्रीम जॉब में लैंड कर जाए भाई।
Thank you, Devash. It was a wonderful session and it really helped, I think, all the participants here. So we would like to now give you a token of appreciation from our side.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I will be sharing the PDF. Just a minute.
Sorry?
I will be sharing the PPT for the
Yeah.
participants.
You can share directly in the comment section, I think, in the chat section. So apart from that, I would like to thank all the attenders who were there since 2:30, I think. And it's very difficult to be sit there since 2:30, and it's almost 8 o'clock right now. Until now, all of them are here. So thanks to all of you. And because of you, the session was successful. And thank you again. And congratulations for clearing your exams and all the best. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
With this, we are ending the session. Bye bye.